Chapter 51. The Changing Landscape of Planet Blue Star _1. In this world, at home. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen emerged with the flames having swept over him, rapidly drying his body, as he donned a bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. Indeed, a transcendent. Bai Ying, did anything happen while I was undergoing the rank advancement trial? The history of Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star isn't very long and is still in a period of rapid development. A certain Mecha pilot broke through to the 8th rank, reaching the pinnacle of the world. A monster from the abyss appeared, causing numerous casualties. A certain company cracked the technology of the abyss and developed corresponding products. All sorts of news emerged endlessly. Society was changing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen, having become a Mecha pilot midway in life, already lacked some common knowledge, and now he had gone through a full 10 days of rank advancement trials. Now, he was asking Bai Ying both to be informed about recent events and to supplement his knowledge. Bai Ying stood up straight. Master, while you were engaged in the rank advancement trial, your family, like the relatives of other Mecha pilots, received proper protection and were safe. Jiang Chen nodded. The Alliance is now the strongest force of Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star, with many talented Mecha pilots joining its ranks. The protection of relatives had become quite proficient. He had no need to worry about the safety of his parents. In the past 10 days, an 8th rank Mecha pilot affiliated with the Alliance returned from the depths of space. He discovered a new habitable exoplanet but found no signs of civilization on it. The Alliance is discussing whether to put the exoplanet colonization plan on the agenda. Exoplanet colonization? Have things progressed this quickly? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. But then again, it made sense. High-rank Mecha pilots were already able to establish personal enhancement fields within stars. Combined with the spatial capabilities of Mechas, leaving the solar system to explore other star systems seemed far from impossible. Moreover, high-rank Mecha pilots might already possess the ability to terraform exoplanets and establish ecosystems. It was just the cost that was too high, only suitable for establishing personal bases. If we're talking about mass migration, it's better to find a suitable habitable exoplanet directly. After all, planet Blue Star hadn't reached its population limit yet, so there wasn't an urgent need for such an endeavor. Exoplanet colonization involves too many factors, it's not something that can be done overnight. Just the discussion alone will probably take many years. This kind of issue is too far removed from the average person, and certainly not something one could learn about from the internet. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and listened as Bai Ying continued. 4th rank Mecha pilot Simon, who obtained an SSS class rating in the basic trials, is about to complete the sublimation and strengthening of all his Mechas. Through the ARC organization, he has announced his intention to clear the Abyss carbon copy on Hell difficulty level by himself. This has caused a sensation. Mecha pilots both within and outside the Alliance are paying close attention to his movements, eager to know if he can succeed. Oh! Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Clearly, compared to the distant prospect of exoplanet colonization, an SSS-class Mecha pilot challenging an Abyss carbon copy garners more attention from the majority of Mecha pilots. Even without fully understanding the settings, Jiang Chen could sense that the significance of this feat wasn't as simple as just a difficulty level. For one, teaming up to clear dungeons can greatly reduce their danger. Even if two teammates are just assisting at the sidelines, they can provide fire support, emergency repairs, additional Mechas, and various other bonuses. Because of this, the rewards for clearing a dungeon solo versus as a team are vastly different. Some rare advanced loot is only attainable through solo clears. And in Hell difficulty level copies, even in a team, there is an extremely small chance of dropping a supercharge module. Once you clear it solo, this probability will greatly increase. The supercharge module is a drop that even 8th rank Mecha pilots would be envious of. Even if the output isn't high, it can help the clearer accumulate more substance, allowing them to become stronger in a snowball fashion. Second, the strongest Mecha pilot on planet Blue Star is undoubtedly the symbol of the Alliance. Even he couldn't solo clear the Hell difficulty level and had to rely on teammates' help to combat the Abyss boss. If someone did solo clear Hell, wouldn't that mean they have more potential than the symbol of the Alliance of the same era? Combined with the accumulation of the supercharge module, wouldn't they become stronger than the symbol of the Alliance in the future? You have to understand, the current structure of planet Blue Star is completely because of the deterrence of the symbol of the Alliance. If there was a change in the power, the whole situation would also change completely. These two factors. If the former just makes people green with envy, the latter is truly related to every Mecha pilot. That's the reason Mecha pilots are paying such close attention to it. The symbol of the Alliance's inability to solo clear Hell difficulty level might be related to the initial supercharge module being taken away. If he had a supercharge module from the start, maybe he could have attempted a second supercharge or something, transforming attributes and Mecha quality. Then, solo clearing Hell, accumulating potential, gradually becoming stronger. It's just a pity that after his Supreme Bone was taken, his potential greatly decreased, and because of the situation, he had to break through quickly, without much time to accumulate substance. Although he can still be invincible within the same rank, he can't keep up with the pace at which Abyss difficulty level is increasing. One step weaker, every step becomes weaker. Jiang Chen made a reasonable guess and couldn't help sighing. No wonder the symbol of the Alliance hated those who plundered the supercharge module so much, swiftly exacting his revenge after his breakthrough. With his talent, he should have been even stronger. What Jiang Chen admired even more was, after becoming the strongest, he didn't turn into a tyrant. Instead, he made rules, protected newcomers, and changed the state of affairs. Later, rookie Mecha pilots, whether it was Jiang Chen or that fourth-rank Simon, benefited greatly from this. Even though Jiang Chen knew, with his potential, he was destined to surpass this strongest person in the future. It wouldn't change the respect in his heart. However, this Simon isn't an Alliance Mecha pilot, but belongs to another organization. If he were to really succeed, the prestige of the Alliance would inevitably be damaged, and its status would gradually erode. Jiang Chen stood up. Bai Ying, could you help me contact Senior Ruan again? I have now broken through to the first rank, and Zero has finally shrugged off the restrictions and can start sublimating. Hell? Just a stepping stone. Wait till I, the newbie, build up some strength and clear an Abyss difficulty level for you to see. Okay. The adult had just returned and hadn't rested for half an hour before they were about to start enhancing strength again. As a Mecha, Bai Ying had never seen such a dedicated Mecha pilot before. She felt admiration in her heart and began calling for her master. A moment later, a yawning female voice rang out. You've just completed the rank-up trial, aren't you going to rest for a bit? Ha, I really envy you body-strengthened Mecha pilots, all lively, as if you don't feel fatigue. Even if I use items to complete my evolution, I can't compare to you guys at all. Alright, sublimation, is it? The Mecha's accumulation is already sufficient, it won't take much time, come to Sunshine City with Bai Ying, meet at the usual place. Chapter 52 Mecha Upgrade, Primordial Evolution, _1 Jiang Chen had been looking forward to the Mecha upgrade for a long time. After hanging up the communication, he and Bai Ying quickly rushed to Sunshine City through the teleportation array. 10 days had passed, and there weren't many changes in Sunshine City. He made his way to the enhancement zone as if he were on familiar ground and met Ruan Minjiahu again. Senior Ruan seemed even more tired compared to last time. Without saying much, she directly took Jiang Chen to the Spring of Life area he had used before. When the Mecha was being enhanced, all the materials and groundwork had already been accumulated. No additional materials are needed. Just by placing it in the appropriate environment and providing it with enough Abyss atmosphere, all the upgrade conditions are satisfied. Now summon your Mecha. Jiang Chen immediately summoned the Mecha and put Zero into the spring water. Of course, he didn't forget to replace Seed of Flames with Blood Demon transformation, reverting the Mecha back to Model 0 Type 3. Seeing him ready, Ruan Minjiahu stepped forward and touched the Mecha. The next moment, a deafening sound erupted in the depths of her heart. Oh! Zero is going to evolve. Zero is going to get stronger. Zero wants to become a true helper to the master. Ruan Minjiahu withdrew her hand as if she had been shocked, her eyes wide with astonishment. She remembered Jiang Chen did not possess the talent for Mecha soul perception and couldn't communicate with the Mecha soul. Therefore, she intended to communicate with the Mecha soul for him before the start of the upgrade to maximize the effect. But what on earth was that just now? Why was it so loud? If she remembered correctly, during the last enhancement, the Mecha soul of this Mecha was still in a naive state, only capable of expressing simple emotions and greedily absorbing all resources. What's going on now? Was she dreaming? Ruan Minjiahu hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched the Mecha again. A deafening sound rang out in the depths of her heart again. Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Zero has been patient for far too long. Please, make Zero stronger right away. Ruan Minjiahu lowered her hand and looked towards Jiang Chen. Have you communicated with the Mecha soul? Jiang Chen nodded. During the rank-up trial, I encountered a native with the ability to communicate with Mecha souls. With her help, I've been communicating with Zero all this time. 6. Did he go on the rank-up trial, or was it to nurture the Mecha soul? Ruan Minjiahu was very curious about what Jiang Chen had communicated with the Mecha soul about. In just 10 short days, he had nurtured a naive Mecha soul into its current state. But she still held back the idea and did not pry into his secret. Could it be that he's also a genius in communicating with Mecha souls? Ruan Minjiahu composed herself and said. That's even better then. Let's start the upgrade right away. The Abyss coins obtained from clearing the Abyss weren't currency in the conventional sense. They were solidified Abyss atmosphere that could be used as consumables for Mecha evolution, upgrade, and enhancement. After clearing the rank-up trial, Jiang Chen received a generous reward of 10,000 Abyss coins. At this moment, he took out 1,000 Abyss coins, piled them up into a small mound, and then, using a special method, converted them into Abyss atmosphere. Ruan Minjiahu assisted from the side, activated the Mecha, and guided it to absorb this atmosphere. When the murky mist spewed out, surrounding the purplish-white Mecha, the light purple roots core inside the Mecha quickly grew and expanded. It seemed to transform into a living creature, greedily absorbing all the Abyss atmosphere around it, as well as the clear water beneath it. However, as the roots core swiftly expanded and pushed against the outer crystal rock carapace, the latter surprisingly cracked and broke apart, turning into wisps of dust that merged into the roots core. With the influx of the crystal rock dust and life force energy, most of the roots core lightened rapidly in color, turning into a sacred white identical to the crystal rock. Another portion of the roots core, however, became even more profound, forming a completely contrasting purple, appearing exceptionally enchanting. During this process, the size of the Mecha grew continuously. It was like a tree that had finally received nourishment and started to grow vigorously. Until some time had passed, the Mecha transformation came to a complete halt. A brand new Mecha, with purple and white as its primary colors and made entirely of intricately intertwined roots, stood proudly in the pool. It reached a height of about 3.5 meters. Areas like the ankles, knees, and chest were covered with white rock. Compared to its original mechanical armor, it resembled a giant purple and white figure woven from vines and wearing simple protective gear, exuding a mysterious aura. By the looks of it, it has a bit of an enigmatic Mecha vibe. In reality, the Mecha doesn't have a hint of mysterious attributes. It should be considered a product of the biological side. After the upgrade, Zero's appearance had changed drastically. Especially its size, which had nearly doubled, gave it a more powerful presence and no longer resembled a close-fitting battlesuit. This change was a mixed blessing. On the upside, as the Mecha's size increased, its strength and defense attributes also improved correspondingly. Given Mechas of the same rank, quality, and enhancement, the one with a larger size would definitely have higher attributes. The downside was that as the Mecha's body became larger, the strength and agility inherited from Jiang Chen would proportionally decrease. After all, a light armor suit was essentially just a set of reinforced armor or battle gear. Jiang Chen should have as much strength as he naturally did. It shouldn't and couldn't be restricted. Correspondingly, switching to a large or even super-large mecha. How could Jiang Chen, sitting in the cockpit merely as an operator, possibly exert his physical strength in battle? Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After all, my physical defense can't extend to the mecha, and even if I had strength and agility, if I'm facing a powerful enemy, I'll still explode when I'm supposed to. After the newbie phase, the significance of additional attributes diminishes greatly. On the contrary, with higher attributes, my absorption efficiency is also higher. Jiang Chen shook his head. 0. It's not that I'm stingy. Since you've chosen to grow bigger and stronger, from now on, you'll probably have to walk the path alone. The upgrade is complete, you can now check the results. Ruan Minjiu reminded. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen walked into the pool and touched the mecha. He believed that, with the investment of substantial resources, cost, effort, and Zero's own strong will, the outcome would definitely not disappoint him. Code name, Primeval Evolution, 0. Type, Light Armor Bioorganic Mecha. Quality, Excellent, Triple Absorption. Rank, 1. Enhancement, 0. Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 100, Defense 130, Enigmatism 0. Armor, 1200/1200, Recovery rate 2.10/s, doubles under sunlight, dot. Energy, 600/600, Recovery rate 0.50/s. Core Module, Absorbed Roots Core, Supercharged. Supplementary Module, Absorbed Crystal Rock Carapace, Primordial Essence Enhancement, Blood Demon Transformation. Core Module, Not Absorbed Not Loaded. Supplementary Module, Not Absorbed Not Loaded. Upgrade Module, Thorns Overgrowth. Thorns Overgrowth. Rank, 1. Quality, Excellent, Random Armor Enhancement. Type, Upgrade Module. Effect 1, consumes energy to grow sharp thorns on the surface of the mecha. Effect 2, when attacked, the thorns will wound the enemy, increasing their power by 1 point for every 1 point of defense. Single attack power limit, 100 defense. Effect 3, when thorns wound an enemy, they absorb 5% of the damage and convert it into life force energy to repair their own armor. Single repair limit, 5 armor points. Description, try hitting me one more time, I dare you. Over 100 attributes, triple absorption, self-harm reflection. Jiang Chen suddenly felt immensely relieved. 0, you've really grown up. Chapter 53. I'm not yet strong, but when I am, things will change. 1. Talent, Undying Barehand. Effect, when your mecha shatters in combat, you can draw from its attributes and modules, permanently gaining the corresponding enhancements. The enhancement multiplier will increase with the mecha's quality, with a base of 1. This was Jiang Chen's talent effect and the reason he pursued high-quality mechas. With ordinary quality mechas, even if they were damaged in combat, he could only absorb attributes at a single multiplier. Without switching to a new mecha, the increase in combat power before and after an expanded armor wasn't significant. Only the defense became stronger. But when the mecha's quality was raised to excellent, the absorption multiplier also increased to 3. In such cases, when the enemy finally shattered his mecha in battle, his strength didn't decrease but rose instead, violently running rampant. Not only that, high-quality mecha's base attributes were naturally higher than those of lower quality. Combined with multiple absorption, the absorption efficiency of an excellent quality mecha seemed like 3 times. But in reality, each time it was damaged was worth 5 or even 6 times that of an ordinary quality mecha. Therefore, diligently strengthening mechas to push their attributes and quality to the peak of each rank was definitely not futile. On the contrary, this was the most efficient and fastest way to grow. Not thinking about strengthening mechas, but using the lowest quality mecha, constantly fighting and damaging it to accumulate attributes and rise in rank. Who knows how much extra time would be needed to make up for such a gap? The known mecha qualities on planet Blue Star include ordinary, fine, excellent, flawless, perfect, epic, mythical. If I could own a mythical mecha, triggering my talent once would yield a 7-fold enhancement. Trigger it twice, and everything's supercharged. Jiang Chen gazed at the purple and white giant before him, his eyes growing ever softer. 0, your master will definitely invest all the resources in you guys, making you godlike mechas. As for me, I might as well just be a passable internal fixture of a godlike mecha. Although Jiang Chen remained silent, he couldn't suppress his smile. Senior Ruan was also relieved. It seemed the mecha upgrade had gone very well, it must have reached excellent quality and awakened an upgrade module. Yet another top-tier mecha was born. However, Ruan Minjiu had no intention of probing the mecha's attributes. That was each mecha pilot's secret. Even high-rank mecha pilots who would share some blueprints and their paths. Mostly shared outdated low-ranked blueprints that wouldn't affect current mecha intelligence. She saw that Jiang Chen had finally stopped checking the information and retracted the mecha back into the abyss rune. Only then did she speak. 0 has completed the upgrade, next, it's time to load modules and strengthen attributes. However, I've been busy strengthening mechas lately and have expended a lot of energy. I plan to rest for a couple of days to recover. If you want to strengthen your mecha, I can introduce you to other high-rank mecha pilots. But Jiang Chen shook his head. Thank you, Senior Ruan, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Since I reached first rank, I've unlocked a new trait slot and plan to use a trait to communicate with the mecha soul. With that, I can start learning about strengthening and forging knowledge and strengthen my mecha myself. Strengthening mechas, fusing materials, communicating with mecha souls. These details often require hands-on experience to grasp more precisely. Especially when not following the blueprints and creating a unique path for the mecha. If one can't precisely grasp the elements of the mecha, a reduction in potential is a minor issue, but deviating from the path during evolution is irreversible. You can only continue down the wrong path. Last time, Ruan Minjiu had discussed this issue with Jiang Chen. That's even better. But don't rush to use the trait just yet. There are many traits for communicating with the mecha soul, among them the most perfect is mechanical soul trait produced at the 6th layer of the abyss. It not only offers perfect mecha soul communication effects but also allows for a temporary fusion with the mecha soul, enhancing the mecha's prowess. However, the abyss carbon copy that produces it is very challenging, with a low drop rate and high demand, often out of stock. I'll ask for you. If the Alliance doesn't have any in stock, you'll need to find someone to run the copy for it. Thank you, Senior Ruan. Jiang Chen immediately agreed. Since he was going to communicate with the mecha soul, naturally, he'd choose the best effect trait. As for hiring a 6th rank mecha pilot to explore the abyss and acquire the trait for a fee. As long as you have the capability to clear high difficulty abysses, you can acquire rare materials and barter with them. After all, high-rank mecha pilots also need to build new mechas. Premium modules never go out of style. There's also the time required to acquire the trait. Jiang Chen isn't in a big rush. If the 0th rank is the newbie phase that can be speedrun in 2 days. Then after breaking through to the first rank, the world of a Mecha pilot has completely opened up to him. Next, there are so many things Jiang Chen can do. Learn to strengthen, learn forging, move and establish a personal base, open a shop in Sunshine City, cultivate the second Mecha, improve attributes, challenge hell difficulty, abyss carbon copies. Strive, sediment. I'm not yet powerful, but when I am, changes will come. Senior Ruan quickly inquired through remote communication. Learning that there's no mechanical soul trade available within the alliance, but someone had put up a trade offer on the international trading platform. However, after contacting the seller, the person quoted an exorbitant price, requesting a specific 7th rank premium module in exchange. You must understand, the deeper layers of age-old shadow become increasingly difficult. Moreover, the number of high-rank Mecha pilots is far lower than that of low-ranked Mecha pilots. Therefore, the price of materials produced by high-difficulty abysses remains exceedingly high. Even though the mechanical soul trait is quite precious, its value is nowhere near that of a specific 7th rank premium module. Senior Ruan directly shut off the communication and said to Jiang Chen, "This person's asking price is too outrageous, I should help you look for a 6th rank Mecha pilot instead. If you get the drop yourself, it might take an extra 2 days, but the price could be halved." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded, then asked curiously, "If a 6th rank Mecha pilot can get the drop, why is he asking for so much?" Ruan Minjiao laughed. "Because that's how everyone operates. You see, the reason Mecha pilot organizations exist is to support and help each other. I help you grind high-level abysses, you help me with the low-level ones, and then we trade at relatively reasonable prices. This in itself is a rule. Mecha pilots from other organizations naturally don't benefit from such rules. It's better with other organizations' Mecha pilots since they can find help internally. But for those who don't want to join any organizations, if they want to trade, they must pay this premium." This person was just like that, he never intended to do business with us but aimed to sell to independent pilots. Well, is this how independent Mecha pilots are used? Like free piglets? Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back a snort. Unfortunately, there aren't many independent Mecha pilots, so their ability to absorb materials is limited. The prices of most modules and materials on the international trading platform are only about 10 to 20% higher than those within the alliance. It mainly serves as a trading platform for members of various organizations. Otherwise, if the price difference were really high, Jiang Chen would also want to dive into the murky waters and play a bit dirty. Can't help it, he's broke. Ruan Minjiao contacted a 6th rank Mecha pilot for Jiang Chen, negotiated a commission price, and then went to rest. Jiang Chen then headed to the Alliance trade store. In the rank advancement trials, he had obtained quite a few materials and modules, reaping a rich harvest. At this point, he kept part of the rare modules and materials. He dumped all the common, generally valued materials and modules into the warehouse, selling them all with one click. Ding! It was as if the sound of coins clinking echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Altogether, the modules, materials, and items amount to 326,600 contribution points. Please check your receipt. A large amount of contribution points hit his account, and his wallet instantly bulked up. Chapter 54. Purchasing Module, Private Base, _1. The advancement trial, just like the basic trial, had an extremely high burst rate. Alas, the majority of Mecha pilots were caught up in a frantic struggle for survival, with only the most powerful and talented ones gaining corresponding benefits. Take Jiang Chen, for example, who sold just a portion of his loot and reaped nearly 330,000 in contributions. Once that amount was credited to his account, he first transferred 60,000 to Senior Ruan through Bai Ying. Senior Ruan had advanced him the cost for 2 instances of the Spring of Life, as well as the expenses for enhancing his Mecha and aiding in its sublimation. even though such a contribution might seem negligible to a 7th-rank Mecha pilot. Jiang Chen could not feel at ease owing such a debt. It was bearable when he was short on money, but now that he had ample funds, it was natural to repay it at the first opportunity. No need to rush in acquiring the enhancement materials. Even with the materials ready, I must wait for traits to manifest and learn secondary professions. Moreover, the age-old shadow at the abyss difficulty level has never been cleared by anyone. Who knows, it might drop even higher quality enhancement materials. I'll stock up on modules first. Jiang Chen began browsing first-rank modules using the personal terminal's trading platform. However, when selecting modules, he did not limit himself to the categories of life or vigor. After all, he was certain to face the age-old shadow at Hell and Abyss difficulty levels. By then, there was a very good chance of dropping higher-grade modules that were more suitable for Model 0, or even supercharge modules. Hence, no matter how perfect the current configuration, it would eventually be superseded. Therefore, he simply considered practicality and not the potential paths of evolution. This approach gave him many more options to choose from. The different types of first-rank modules were almost dazzling to behold. After much deliberation, Jiang Chen made his choice. First were the core modules. Magic Energy Descendant Module, which increased enigmatic value by 100 and energy limit by 300. Outstanding Quality, valued at 10,000 contributions. Next were the Attribute Modules. Super Strength Module, a straightforward and brutal effect, increasing strength by 80 points and agility by 30 points. Outstanding Quality, priced at 4,000 contributions. Iron Body Module, with an increase of 90 defense and some resistances, it was an immediate reward from the advancement trial. The Model 0 Mecha had already been equipped with the Crystal Rock Carapace, so there was no need to specifically replace it with a homogenized module. Now, having completed the sublimation and unlocked a new module slot, it could be put to use. Outstanding Quality, provided free of charge. After equipping 3 modules, Model 0's attributes surged. Code Name, Primeval Evolution, 0. Type, Light Armor Bioorganic Mecha. Quality, Outstanding, Triple Absorption. Rank, 1. Enhancement, 0. Attributes, Strength 180, Agility 130, Defense 220, Enigmatism 100. Armor, 1200/1200, Recovery Rate 2.10/s, doubled under sunlight. Energy, 900/900, Recovery Rate 0.50/s. With this wave of power UPS, most attributes had seen an increase of nearly half. Crucially, the enigmatic value finally broke through the awkward state of 0, achieving 100 points. Regarding the specific effects of the enigmatic value, it could enhance the effects and power of magic and transcendent modules, and improve resistance against enigmatic creatures. It was a required attribute for many magic and transcendent modules. This was previously a weak point for Jiang Chen, which he now had the opportunity to shore up. Now, with just one talent activation, Jiang Chen's attribute growth would reach an exceedingly exaggerated level. Of course, having only the base attributes was not enough. Various ability and weapons modules could fully harness these attributes, vastly enhancing combat power. Jiang Chen purposely left one slot for an auxiliary module, and prepared 3 ability modules. Flame Control Module, an upgraded version of the Seed of Flames. Its quality reached excellence, further enhancing its power. Valued at 8,000 contribution points. Bioorganic Force Field Module, a special module from the side of enigmatism, allows the Mecha to obtain 2 transcendent characteristics. One is the control of the force field for hovering and flying. The other is the extension of the force field, enabling things within its range to defy the laws of physics to some extent. Such as hand-in-hand flying, supporting crashing airplanes, and being able to withstand blows from super strength without sinking into the ground but instead relying on one's own power to bear it and so on. The answer is, it's reasonable. Second rank module, valued at 50,000 contribution points. The Crystal of Divine Punishment module is considered a head module from the technological side. Once a mecha is equipped with it, a vertical eye-like golden crystal will appear at the position between the eyebrows on the forehead, capable of consuming energy to release a high-energy laser of extreme power. An excellent module, valued at 10,000 contribution points. Among the three modules, Jiang Chen planned to make flame control the main focus of absorption. After all, he had already practiced flame control for a while. Unless there were better options like time or space-based ones. Otherwise, it's better to specialize in one area for faster power enhancement. Bioorganic force field is mainly for acquiring the ability to fly and for convenience in daily life, once absorbed it's enough. Crystal of Divine Punishment is about the same. Jiang Chen wanted to test, through this method, what would happen if he absorbed this kind of module that must change the appearance of the mecha to function properly. Would it cause permanent changes to his body? If it is indeed a permanent change, having a golden crystal on the forehead can be reluctantly considered a decorative piece and not too uncomfortable. With this, the module purchase was completed. 6 modules in total, costing 82,000 contribution points. Taking into account that these modules could be resold after removal for a return on investment. Rounded up, it's almost like getting them for free. Just consider it as financial management. After a round of spending, Jiang Chen still had nearly 200,000 contribution points left. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was not much when it came to spending. He went with Bai Ying to the Alliance headquarters and spent 50,000 contribution points to apply for and rent a shop. Jiang Chen planned to sell the extra modules and materials he obtained from the abyss through this shop. Depending on the situation, he could also accept some custom module commission orders, making a hefty profit. All to be used for enhancing the mecha. Afterwards, Jiang Chen visited the construction zone of Sunshine City. Once he became a first-rank mecha pilot, his original one-bedroom apartment was completely unsuitable for living. Not to mention anything else, he used to perform mecha repairs on the bed. Now that the mecha had grown to 3.5 meters tall, there was completely no room to place it. Rather than continue to suffer, it was better to move. For this reason, Jiang Chen spent 130,000 contribution points to specially order a small base. This kind of small base was for the exclusive use of low-ranked mecha pilots. First, choose any coordinates on planet Blue Star, be it wilderness, underground, seabed, or island. As long as it passes the review, it can be used as the base location. Then, dedicated construction robots will go there to build the base. Inside the base, not only is there a complete life support system, but also a relatively simple mecha enhancement and repair room, small teleportation array. Upon completion, one could directly teleport to the base through the Alliance's teleportation array. It was quite convenient. After Jiang Chen ordered his private base, he received a message on his personal terminal in just half a day. Your private base has been completed and is ready for inspection at any time. Note, if satisfied, please leave a good review. Chapter 55. Testing Mecha Performance, The Birth of Unit 2_1. Jiang Chen was still shopping in Sunshine City. First, he was inspecting the status and prices of his peers to prepare for his upcoming store opening. Second, he was updating and iterating his personal equipment. The 0th rank immortal shorts were replaced with a set of extremely elastic special bodysuits made from 2nd rank materials. It wasn't only suitable for Abyss Level 1, but its appearance was also much improved. There were also the 1st rank high energy lightsaber, 1st rank mecha repair toolkit, 1st rank enhancement toolkit, repair and construction guide. These most basic items were completely affordable with the little over 10,000 contribution points remaining after ordering the small base. Even if he was a bit short, Jiang Chen could sell 1 or 2 excess modules to easily make up the difference. The discarded 0th rank shorts, lightsaber, and thermal energy pistol were not dealt with. Like mechas, these external equipments have a certain durability and can be damaged during attacks, requiring regular maintenance. When subjected to an energy output far exceeding their limit, they could even directly fuse out and be scrapped. Based on such characteristics, Jiang Chen considered these discarded external equipment as practice items. He used them to practice his repair and enhancement skills. In fact, most of the low-grade, low-quality cheap materials were consumed in this way. Updating his equipment didn't take too long. After receiving the message from the construction zone, Jiang Chen paused his activities and rushed to the teleportation array formation of Sunshine City. When he walked through the teleportation array formation, a voice rang by his ear. Authentication complete. Please select your destination. A pale blue magic projection emerged before him, with the virtual planet Blue Star slowly rotating, marking various locations. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the land and fell on the ocean area. There was clearly a personal base indicator. After confirming the teleportation, light enveloped everything. When his vision returned, he had gone from the fortress in the starry sky to an island. One side featured boundless ocean with crystal clear waters, white waves washing up on the beach, and the sea breeze carried a faint salty scent. The other side showed a verdant island with a towering building, 5 to 6 stories high, among the trees. Is this the small base? In just half a day's time, an artificial island has been created in the sea, and even the vegetation is all set up. 13,000 contributions, it's totally worth it. Jiang Chen stood on the teleportation array formation, feeling the sunlight and enjoying the comfort. He immediately took out his personal terminal and left a glowing review. Only then did he step off the teleportation array formation and enter the forest to briefly check out his new home. Interior decoration, freshwater swimming pool, fitness equipment. It was like a luxurious holiday villa, with everything one could wish for. And indeed, aside from the 5 to 6 stories high and incredibly spacious Mecha repair lab, an enhancement room, there was also a similarly vast Mecha display room. Mecha pilots' Abyss Mechas would unlock slots according to their rank, and the placements were fixed. However, no one stipulated that Mecha pilots could only possess Abyss Mechas. Mecha pilots could entirely build some ordinary Mechas for temporary use. Even if they couldn't benefit from module enhancements and couldn't evolve or ascend, they could still be convenient. Additionally, some Mecha pilots learned knowledge such as bionic machines, controllable magic puppets, and biochemical servants from within the abyss. After transforming this knowledge into tangible items, they also required a certain amount of display space. Mecha pilots need to live, too. Many Mecha pilots trust machines more than they do servants. As for me, I already have a servant. Jiang Chen spoke. Bai Ying, help me cancel the rental in Shuilin City. And when I go to the abyss, bring back my personal belongings in the process. Received. Bai Ying responded respectfully. See, are 7th rank mechas not more useful than any bionic person? After checking the indoor environment, Jiang Chen returned to the beach. He looked at the endless sea and couldn't help but spread his arms wide. The reason he chose the ocean as the base location was not to enjoy an island resort. The most important was that he could freely test mechas on the sea surface around the base and experiment with weapon capabilities. As long as he didn't make too much noise or deal with radioactive weapons or dumping polluted wastewater. It was like having an open testing ground. At this moment, Zero had long since completed its ascension, and both its attributes and appearance had undergone a major transformation. Jiang Chen finally couldn't help himself. He withdrew his left hand to his waist and stretched out his right hand upward, clenching it into a fist. Transform. Pure white and deep purple roots titan burst forth from his right hand, quickly enveloping him within. Blocks of sacred white stones fell onto the surface of the roots. A moment later, a purple and white giant, nearly 4 meters tall, stood on the beach. The Titan paused for a moment, as if sensing something. It might be because of the bioorganic mecha, there's no cockpit, but instead the roots completely envelop me and are connected by nerves for control. It's as if I've truly transformed into a 3.5 meter tall roots Titan, rather than having an external perspective. Within the primeval mecha, Jiang Chen could feel that he had become much stronger. At last, he had that feeling of wearing a mecha and gaining the augmentation of strength. He lifted his right hand, and a pale white chip fell between his fingers. Then, tendrils emerged from the mecha's fingertips, enveloping and absorbing the chip, integrating it into its body. Loading module, bioorganic force field. After the module was installed, Jiang Chen slightly bent his knees, and the gravel around the mecha seemed to break free from gravitational control and floated up. The next moment, a blast of air carried the gravel and spread out in all directions. Jiang Chen suddenly took to the sky, shooting straight into the heavens. Woohoo! Soaring high above, rushing into the clouds, and then free falling. In the moment before he neared the sea surface, he sharply changed direction, turning into a slashing sword that cleaved through the waves and thunderously landed on the beach. Exhilarating! Indeed, a mecha must be fitted with flight. After experiencing the new form of Zero, Jiang Chen began to handle the serious business. He said to Bai Ying, "Bai Ying, observe and record my current attributes." With that, he stepped onto the sea surface and performed a majestic set of fist techniques, causing the waves to splash wildly. When he had finished the routine and returned to the beach, Bai Ying provided the answer. "Master, based on your performance, your strength attribute is 183, and agility is 133. When Jiang Chen completed the Ascension trial, his force agility attributes had already reached 71, 70. The current 0, force agility attributes are 180, 130 respectively. That is to say, I can only exert less than 5% of the attributes." Jiang Chen understood in his heart. The previous model Zero Mecha was like an exoskeleton suit he wore, he could also move, and the attributes could be fully utilized efficiently. Now that he was wrapped in the 3.5 meter bioorganic mecha, mainly controlled through neural links, even if his body tried hard to coordinate with the mecha and pull on the mecha's power, the efficiency was greatly reduced. Unable to exert even 10% of the attributes. Jiang Chen had anticipated such a result. Moreover, less than 5% attribute boost was somewhat insufficient. He simply decided to stop moving his body and focused on controlling the mecha itself. After testing its capabilities, Jiang Chen recalled Zero back to the Abyss Rune. His attention turned to another matter. Nascent form mecha, boiling steam. Nascent form mechas could also drop in the Abyss carbon copies, although the probability was rather low. But only abysses and trials of 4th rank and above would produce a nascent form mecha of excellent quality. Jiang Chen couldn't wait that long. An excellent quality was already sufficient. He touched the Abyss Rune. Activate the nascent form mecha, summon the mecha. A great amount of Abyss atmosphere poured out from the palm of his hand, transforming into brass gears and parts that connect on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. Brass plates fell from the sky, covering the gears and parts, connected and sealed by rivets. In the blink of an eye, a brass-colored mecha stood in place, with jets on its legs, arms, and waist ejecting boiling steam. It does look pretty cool. Jiang Chen lifted his hand and looked at the alloy gauntlet, quite satisfied with its appearance. However, as an initial steam-styled mecha, it also meant it had a higher compatibility with mechanical, technological, and transcendent modules and materials. To evolve it into a bioorganic mecha like Zero would waste a lot of potential. The second unit definitely can't overlap with Zero's role. Alloy, mechanical, transcendent. Strength, speed, enigmatism. Which path should I choose? Chapter 56. Moving forward into the darkness _1. The number 1 Mecha chose the life path and awakened the reflection module. In the future, it will certainly continue to enhance recovery and stack defense. As a complement, the number 2 Mecha naturally provides stronger firepower and damage, yielding the highest gains. However, there are equally many paths that can provide firepower and damage. Whether it's strength or agility. Even without much basic attributes, energy-based extreme mechas can also be equipped with powerful tech modules, becoming formidable artillery. I can first sort out several ideas, then pass the Abyss carbon copy and try to obtain the supercharge module. At that time, the drop supercharge module can serve as the core to conceive the evolution path of the number 2 Mecha. Jiang Chen thought while carefully moving his body. He was afraid of exerting too much force and accidentally blowing up the newly born steam Mecha. It is still at 0th rank now, with 3 points in all attributes. Even with twice the absorption, it can only bring 6 points in all attributes. Then, it would have to enter a 6 or 7 hour repair state. It's too insignificant. Jiang Chen already looked down on these attributes. Merely single-digit attributes. Even if the armor expanded dozens of days, it would be almost the same as a single 0 expanded armor attempt now. Rather than making it work so early, it's better to spend a few days nurturing affection, collecting materials, and then undergoing a mecha upgrade. The base quality is excellent, and after the upgrade, the quality could possibly exceed exceptional. The gains would be many times higher. By then, triggering the talents of the 2 mechas in turns would also mean doubling the growth speed again. In this way, the mechas would not need to break many times to give Jiang Chen the strength for a perfect level up. 0. After all, you are the eldest in the family, bearing a heavy burden. When your brothers and sisters grow up, they can also share your pressure. This family now relies entirely on you. The continuous 10-day level up trials still had some impact. Although Jiang Chen had no physical issues, he still felt a bit listless mentally. After all, the habits formed over the past 20 years, such as sleeping and eating, cannot just be erased. Jiang Chen finished his frugal meal, lay on a beach chair, basked in the sun, and browsed the Alliance forum. He also checked the Mecha blueprints in his personal terminal and organized the training thoughts for the number 2 Mecha. When tired of browsing, he would close his eyes and rest for a while. Until the sun set and night fell. He opened his eyes full of energy and stretched his body. Continue on to the next run. Jiang Chen had not forgotten that another SSS-class talent Mecha pilot was strengthening his Mecha, attempting to challenge the hell difficulty level of the age-old Shadow. Although there was no first pass reward for the age-old Shadow. But as all Mecha pilots were paying attention to this event, becoming the first to pass was akin to having a world announcement. How could Jiang Chen let him take the lead? Since I can't hide and there are big shots covering for me, I'll just play the role of a monster rookie. Jiang Chen touched the Abyss rune, and a series of text appeared before his eyes. Abyss Descent Trial. Level 1. Difficulty, Trial. Trial Passer, Jiang Chen, Rating, SSS. Trial Passer. Like the basic trials, the Abyss Descent trial also recorded clearance information. However, Jiang Chen's recent clearing did not cause much of a stir. When he was browsing the Alliance forum earlier, only a few Mecha pilots were marveling at the rapid breakthrough speed and abundant energy of the rookie, speculating if he was a type of Mecha pilot with a physically enhanced body. The majority of the discussion posts were related to Simon of the ARC organization. After all, getting an SSS rating in the basic trials. It was taken for granted that he achieved the highest rating again in the level up trial. There was nothing surprising about it. On the contrary, achieving a solo pass of the hell difficulty level was truly unprecedented and more likely to catch the attention of Mecha pilots. Jiang Chen's gaze didn't linger on the Abyss Descent trial but continued to scroll down. Soon, he saw 2 familiar names. Star of Mutation. Level 1. Basic difficulties, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Advanced difficulties, Hell, Abyss. Endless Demons Realm. Level 1. Basic difficulties, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Advanced difficulties, Hell, Abyss. When he was at 0th rank, the 2 age-old shadow copies that Jiang Chen had cleared had startlingly appeared here. The levels they represented had also changed from 0th rank to Abyss Level 1. In fact, not just Star of Mutation and Endless Demons Realm. Nearly all of the age-old shadows from the 0th rank Abyss could be found in Abyss Level 1. Seeing these age-old shadows, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the symbol of the Alliance's evaluation of Abyss difficulty level. This is the true Abyss. Perhaps. When the symbol of the Alliance gave such an assessment, it wasn't to emphasize the horror of the Abyss difficulty level, but purely literal. Only the age-old shadows at the Abyss difficulty level are the true face of these disaster-stricken planets. As for Easy, Normal, Hard, including even Nightmare and Hell difficulty levels, they were just weakened projections of these disaster-stricken planets. The Abyss copies explored by rookie Mecha pilots at the 0th rank were projections within projections, the weakened of the weakened. Therefore, there were no Hell or Abyss difficulty levels in the 0th rank Abyss. The true Abyss. Jiang Chen's mind stirred. If Planet Blue Star had not seen the rise of Mecha pilots, but only the emergence of powerful monsters from the Abyss. Seeing as their strength was constantly growing, the eventual swallowing of Planet Blue Star and the obliteration of civilization were indisputable facts. Would Planet Blue Star then become one of these age-old shadows? Considering the countless planets destroyed by the catastrophe and the constant influx of monsters from the Abyss clearly aims to devour everything. Given that, why then do Mecha pilots who command the power of the Abyss exist? Tripping over their own feet. Moreover, although Mecha pilots gain power through the Abyss, during the Abyss descent trial, the mission is not to destroy civilization but to save it, to preserve the flame of life. What does this mean? Practicing how to save the world. The logic is clearly flawed. If we think about it inversely, the power used by Mecha pilots, although it comes from the Abyss, might not be bestowed by the Abyss. It could be that some existence has stolen the authority of the Abyss and granted this power to Mecha pilots, seeking to resist something. This makes the logic much more coherent. Jiang Chen spread his right hand, looking at his palm. The Abyss rune was like a pitch-black eye, gazing back at him. When you gaze long into the Abyss also gazes into you. Jiang Chen shook his head, casting the saying out of his mind. No matter what the Abyss represents, it wouldn't affect his current goal. To become stronger. After all, a weak civilization, a weak individual, can't decide its own destiny. To stand still in fear of the darkness and the unknown on the road ahead is an act of cowardice that will only lead to being swallowed by the Abyss. He would rather walk into the darkness. Even if there were a precipice ahead that would ultimately lead one to fall and shatter to pieces. At least he wouldn't regret hesitating. Jiang Chen raised his right hand high and clenched it into a fist fiercely. Transform. Begin exploration. Vines surged out and wrapped around him. Lines of text emerged. 10, 9, 8. Construction of age-old shadow completed. Welcome to the Abyss. Chapter 57. What era is it still traditional to go downstairs _1? Current location, Star of Mutation. Level, 1. Difficulty, Ordinary. Task, within 5 hours, kill the boss, Evolver. Description: a virus brought by a meteorite from beyond the sky decimated the Empire in 3 days, extirpating civilization and reducing everything to ruins. Within this breeding ground for mutated life, the root's core continually grows, sapping the strength of the planet. Nurturing it. Friendly reminder: free exploration, withdrawal from the Abyss is possible at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation time. In the profound cosmos, even the stars could only emit a faint glow. Within the range of this light, the surface of a light green planet could be seen marked by stretches of verdant traces. Upon closer inspection, these traces turned out to be massive green vines rooted in the planet, forcibly splitting open the earth to create deep chasms. These chasms were like scars on the planet, turning it into a fissured stone sphere. It seemed as if it would shatter with just a touch. Jiang Chen's perspective rapidly descended from outside the planet. Moments later, he synchronized with a primeval mecha that appeared from the fissures, landing on a city rooftop covered in vines. This place, just like the ruins of mutation from the basic trial, is indeed the same planetary scene. However, it doesn't seem to be the same point in time. Jiang Chen stood on the rooftop, quickly looking down. The level of greenery in the city was obviously higher than that of the ruins of mutation, almost turning into a green sea. A kilometer-tall building not far away was completely enshrouded by vines, resembling a vine colossal tree towering over a kilometer high. Everywhere his gaze fell, there were none of the gaunt, low-level mutants to be seen. Instead, there were bizarre creatures, half flesh, half plant, roaming the ground. The external scanning equipment mounted on the head marked and provided information. Synthesized mutant. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 40, Defense 30, Enigmatism 0. Features, within the star of mutation, mutants have been gradually eroded by the root's core, evolving into synthesized mutants with stronger power than those at 0th rank, yet still weak. They pose a certain threat only through group behavior. Weakness, Fire. Evaluation, be sure to carry area of effect weapons, as even ants can kill an elephant when numerous. Even the common, ubiquitous creatures of age-old shadow, ranked at first level, possess attributes higher than those of Master Luo, a nightmare from 0th rank. Considering the Mecha enhancement when rank upgrading, all modules carried will be absorbed, and will follow the Mecha to the corresponding level. Even an ordinary quality Model 0 Mecha, fully enhanced and fully equipped with modules, after rank upgrading, will at least have around 70 for the main attributes. Defeating these lowest level creatures is by no means a problem. The ordinary difficulty level Abyss Carbon Copy is only recommended for ordinary Mecha pilots who have completed module installation, Mecha enhancement, and have reached the temporary pinnacle of their strength. Ordinary Mecha pilots who are willing to invest time, learn from the blueprints of the experts, and gradually build up materials and modules, also have a fairly good chance to synthesize a superior quality Mecha. Considering that the Mecha enhancement and modules of a first-rank Mecha are done on the basis of having already absorbed the 0th rank modules, the degree of enhancement won't be as exaggerated as at 0th rank. Such a superior quality Mecha, after reaching the pinnacle of first rank, will have main attributes of around 200. Jiang Chen calculated the numbers in his mind. He chose the ordinary difficulty star of mutation for a reason, not at random. 0 had not undergone any enhancement, and even with its exceptional quality, its attributes were slightly below the clearing requirements of ordinary difficulty. However, considering the recovery bonus of the supercharge module, the upgrade module of exceptional quality, and Jiang Chen's weapons master trait bonus, clearing the ordinary difficulty should be manageable. It would not only be a chance to test the waters, but also help 0 find its place and build confidence. After all, clearing a round of carbon copy wouldn't take a few hours. Secondly, the path of 0's advancement is based on the root core modules extended from the star of mutation. Therefore, the types of modules produced by the star of mutation naturally suit 0's next advancement. I need to get at least one decent one. Jiang Chen was still observing, but the abyssal monsters couldn't wait any longer. A half-plant synthesized mutant, noticing the existence of the purple-white giant, opened its mouth filled with verdant roots and emitted a sound wave inaudible to the average person. The ripples spread rapidly, and even the vines and leaves covering the ground twisted their direction. The surface veins converged, seemingly forming eyes that observed the purple-white giant. At the same time, behind the synthesized mutants, vines grew rapidly, interweaving into verdant fiber wings, flapping as they took flight. In just 3 or 4 breaths' time, the sky was almost completely obscured by green. Countless green-winged monsters rushed towards the purple-white giant. "You guys are making it impossible for people with claustrophobia to live." Jiang Chen, looking at the sky swarmed with green-winged monsters, controlled the primeval Mecha, and raised his right hand. "Ancestor of Flames, Great Flames Emperor." Azure blue high-temperature flames spewed from the primeval Mecha's right hand, forming circles of surging fire rings that spread out in all directions. Although the Seed of Flames module Jiang Chen absorbed was from his 0th rank. After 6 enhancements, the power of the flames was almost comparable to that of a first-rank module. Add to that Jiang Chen's own accumulated strength, comparable to that of a first-rank Mecha, which he now released almost entirely. As these green-winged monsters came into contact with the fire rings, they were immediately engulfed and ignited, struggling and wailing, quickly turning to ashes. The flames spread far and wide, a single eruption clearing a vast expanse of sky. The surging abyss atmosphere converged and rushed into the abyss rune. The energy for the rank upgrade surged sharply. From the plethora of monsters, only 3 ordinary materials dropped. So many monsters, and only 3 ordinary materials. The drop rate at ordinary difficulty level is still as crappy as ever. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. That flashy outburst just now, while looking cool, exhausted almost all his strength, leaving his body somewhat weak. An ordinary Mecha pilot would have already begun the countdown to escape the abyss. But what does it matter to Zero if Jiang Chen is out of strength? The purple-white giant's feet detached from the rooftop, floating up, its body slightly coiled. The next moment, the force field became effective, and shockwaves spread out. He almost instantly broke the sound barrier, turning into a meteor, heading straight toward the tallest giant tree in the City of Vines. There was no dodging or deviation along the way. The monsters, vines, and buildings blocking the way were forcefully penetrated and shattered. And the giant tree was no exception. When the purple-white giant collided with the surface of the vines, even though the vines themselves were extremely tough, they couldn't stop its momentum. As the impact spread within, the root system, which had eroded the buildings and replaced the metal materials supporting them, swiftly snapped. When the purple-white giant pierced through the building, it didn't fly far before slowing down and stopping mid-air, turning to look back. What one saw was the vine giant tree, towering over a kilometer, now had a massive hole torn near its base and could no longer support the weight above. It swayed twice, then slowly started to topple. Boom! Sap splattered and dust spread. Jiang Chen, watching this scene unfold, felt like a kid who had just knocked over a block tower. The thrill of destruction gave him a rush of satisfaction. Last time, he had to run downstairs step by step. Now, what age is it, still going downstairs the traditional way? Chapter 58. Watch carefully, this is how to use reflective damage _1. Based on the experience from the basic trial, Ruins of Mutation. The Abyss Leader Evolver required to be killed by the mission, is mostly located underground surrounded by dense vines, representing the branches of roots. Therefore, Jiang Chen directly targeted the roots giant tree towering over a kilometer high, turned into a mecha cannonball with the force of flight, and forcibly broke it in two. As expected, when the roots giant tree collapsed and crumbled, the Abyss Leader was also disturbed. Different from what was imagined, it didn't crawl out from the ruins at the base of the giant tree. The vines around the giant tree seemed to come to life, converging towards the center, twisting, and interweaving together. In just a moment, a green giant over 10 meters tall, with vine-like long hair made entirely from interwoven roots, stood amidst the ruins. To speak the truth, if one ignored the size and the color, this roots titan's appearance was quite similar to the primeval Mecha. It seemed to be aware of this fact too as it gazed over at Jiang Chen and actually emitted a thunderous sound. The sound was converted into the language of Planet Blue Star through an external translator device. Thief! Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back. How did this leader even know how to curse? Wasn't it just equipped with a root core module? The guy next door, Master Luo, had his traits blasted out by me and didn't say anything, right? In the blink of an eye, the information about the giant was scanned. Evolver. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 100, 200, Agility 100, 200, Defense 100, 200, Enigmatism 0. Trait, gained a new life through the roots and completed its evolution, a brand new life. Having absorbed and fused all the genetic material of the planet's life, it can change its form at will, display different stances, and transform into corresponding attributes. It has an extremely strong life force and is difficult to completely annihilate. Weakness, there is a core inside, if it is found and shattered, the kill can be accomplished. Evaluation, mediocre combat experience, yet possesses flexible attributes, please challenge with caution. Fused with biological genes, capable of transforming forms at will. Ultimate being, is that it? Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to the words of the Roots Titan, only contemplating its traits. Since the translator bought from the store was effective, it meant that the language of the Roots Titan had long been deciphered by Mecha pilots. All useful information had already been dug up. If he wanted to know something, after returning to reality, he could just search the Alliance's database. As for now, Jiang Chen only wanted to go on a rampage and speedrun the instance. The primeval Mecha slightly retreated. The next moment, it accelerated forward violently, turning into a meteor that charged at the Evolver. Facing the raging Mecha meteor, the Evolver's left arm quickly twisted, transforming into a huge shield shaped like a turtle carapace, blocking in front of it. Defense instantly increased from 100 to 200. The primeval Mecha struck the shield, merely forcing it back half a step. At the same time, its right arm transformed into a verdant tiger paw. Its strength and agility suddenly increased, and it viciously struck at the primeval Mecha. The force of this strike was incredibly terrifying. The primeval Mecha was directly slapped away, crashing into the ruins of the giant tree, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, the Evolver did not pursue the advantage, it looked at its right paw instead. Tiny wounds appeared all over the surface of the tiger paw, and juices along with life force were flowing out through the wounds. Thorns? The Evolver seemed rather talkative. It looked up at the clearing dust and mumbled to itself. Cannot engage in close combat, will get stabbed. While it spoke, vines interwove behind its back into gargantuan wings that blocked out the sky. Sharp thorns also grew on the surface of the wings, bursting out violently and sweeping towards the dust. But then, the dust was blown away by the wind. The primeval Mecha's body was covered with countless purple spikes, almost turning into a purple hedgehog, enduring the Evolver's attack as it charged directly in front of it. A fist smashed into its face. As everyone knows, the application of force is mutual. As I punch your face is also punching my fist. According to the effect of the Thorn's Overgrowth module, as long as you dare to strike my fist, you will trigger retaliation. You don't need to attack me, I'll attack myself on your behalf. After the primeval Mecha repelled the Evolver, it launched a continuous flurry of punches, whip kicks, and quick strike maneuvers. A set of silky smooth small combos was executed. While the Evolver was under attack, it was also being continuously wounded by thorns, its juices and life force steadily draining away. And then absorbed by the primeval Mecha. 0. Watch closely, this is how you use damage reflection. I'm watching, my lord. Jiang Chen couldn't communicate, but it didn't mean the Mecha soul didn't exist. Especially the nerve-linking method of operation, which brought him closer to the Mecha, also enabled the Mecha soul to feel his emotions more deeply. At this moment, Zero coordinated with Jiang Chen's controls more closely and became increasingly joyful. Even if the Evolver's attacks landed on the primeval Mecha, Zero wouldn't feel any pain. Instead, it would find the sensation even more comfortable. This isn't a description, it's quite literally what it means. The Mecha soul is the will of the Mecha, integral with the Mecha itself. When the Model 0 Mecha upgraded to the primeval Mecha, the one that benefited the most was naturally the Mecha soul. Hence, 0 not only awakened Thorn's overgrowth as an upgrade module. Based on its willfulness, its sensations had also slightly changed. Upon being attacked, it would derive a sense of pleasure from drawing in the enemy's life force. Even if the Mecha sustained damage, it wouldn't feel any pain, but would briefly enter a dormant state. Merely a painless slumber isn't enough. I must regard failure as nirvana, as a pleasure, just as my Lord said. Every instance of damage must make me stronger. Zeros will burn fiercely like a blazing flame. As the will of the Mecha, accompanying Jiang Chen in battle, it was keenly aware of one thing. Every time it was damaged, its lord would become stronger. In the time leading up to its upgrade, it even began to struggle with sustaining its lord's power. Zero was aware of this and held no particular thoughts about it. Nor would it have any. Was it supposed to say, "Is my lord pouring his heart into me because he wants to grow stronger?" But isn't the strengthening of Mecha by every Mecha pilot for the purpose of becoming stronger? Even the Mecha pilot who helped with Zero's enhancement and had communicated with it thought the same. It's just that the Lord's method was a bit different due to his soul's talent. As a will born within the Mecha, Zero's thinking was utterly pure. It didn't understand vested interests, it didn't understand grudges and resentments. As the will and soul of the Mecha, it could only feel with its soul. It could sense that its Lord sincerely loved it, genuinely poured his essence into it, and didn't treat it merely as a tool. That was enough. It would be the Mecha of its Lord. And naturally, it would reciprocate this expectation. The violet-white giant, after a lengthy battle with the verdant-green giant, finally saw an opportunity, raised its hand to summon the insect king's spear, and with a piercing blow, ruptured the root's core within its adversary. Die! My lord wants you dead, you cannot live. Two voices seemed to overlap. The verdant green giant emitted a reluctant roar and promptly weakened and withered away rapidly. A wisp of abyss atmosphere was absorbed by the abyss rune. By killing an evolver, you've obtained material, evolution essence *2. Successfully killing a leader, you've achieved the exploration target. Total time taken, 23 minutes 19 seconds. Mission rating, SSS. Rewards are currently being tallied based on trial evaluation. You've received abyss coins, 400. You've obtained materials, fibrous heart *4. You've received an item, turtle carapace arm shield. Settlement complete, will you exit the abyss now? Note, refusing to exit, you may stay an additional 60 minutes. Chapter 59. Hidden Boss, Transcender, _1. Translator, 549690339. 23 minutes and 19 seconds, cleared the ordinary difficulty level of Star of Mutation. If it weren't for the boss's strong recovery ability and the core constantly shifting position within its body, making it harder to destroy, the kill time could be further reduced. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Clearing the ordinary difficulty level of age-old Shadow wasn't much of an accomplishment. Any Mecha pilot with a certain level of combat experience and a Mecha enhanced to the limit could defeat an ordinary boss. But keep in mind that Zero is far from reaching its limit. The quality of modules a Mecha is loaded with can only be one level higher than the Mecha's own quality. An ordinary quality Mecha can at most utilize the effect of excellent quality modules. A superior quality Mecha can unleash the effect of flawless modules. The difference in attributes between the two types of modules is enormous. The same goes for enhancement materials. The superior modules currently loaded on Zero are far from reaching the Mecha's upper limit, and no enhancements have been made yet. Being able to achieve the current battle record has already proven its excellence. Now, it is truly a prime piece of Mecha. If there were more supercharge modules, keep the snowball rolling. Maybe one day, by the power of zero alone, it could clear the abyss difficulty level. Jiang Chen looked forward to this as he quickly browsed through the settlement loot. The drop rate on ordinary difficulty is low, even with a solo SSS class rating, nothing much of value dropped. Among them, Turtle Carapace Arm Shield as an ordinary quality external armor, only had 150 points of defense. It wasn't even higher than the primeval Mecha's own defense. He tossed it straight into storage to use as practice material for repair and enhancement. After browsing, Jiang Chen chose not to exit the abyss. Instead, he floated up and flew into the sky. Reaching a higher position, he scanned the area and quickly spotted the root vines squeezing out of the planet's wounds. They rose high and stretched on endlessly, almost like a green mountain range. The true root vine main body. After entering age-old shadow, all that was needed was to kill the boss to be considered as completing the mission, and rewards could be settled and one could exit at any time. The process seemed very simple, the area not large, merely the size of a city at most. But the reality was not so. The abyss constructed out of age-old shadow was much more than a city. It was a world with no boundaries, almost like reality. According to discussions by Mecha pilots on forums, many high-rank Mecha pilots abandoned their missions, steering their spatial Mechas away from danger, flying towards the depths of the starry sky. Even until time ran out, they didn't reach the end. Therefore, Mecha pilots believed that the age-old shadow would either continue constructing relevant scenes based on the entrance location, or it's simply an entirely independent world. In this situation, although the mission only required Mecha pilots to kill the Abyss Leader, that Abyss Leader might not be the strongest monster in age-old shadow, nor necessarily the most profitable choice. For instance, during the rank-up trial, the archaic god that slumbered in the depths of the sea abyss. It belonged to the hidden boss of Steam World. However, exploration time in the abyss was limited. When Jiang Chen was at 0th rank, he couldn't even fully explore a city, let alone the vast planet. Now, with the flight capability provided by the bioorganic force field of the primeval Mecha, combined with agility surpassing 100, the straight-line flight speed had already exceeded Mach 1. This was the initial capability required to explore the planet. At this moment, he set his target, flew at full speed towards the Roots mountain range. Whether newborners or evolvers, they are just branches of the root vines that erode the planet. After destroying the core, only the individual withers, but the root vines covering the city didn't get destroyed alongside. This indicates that they are not so important to the root vine. Jiang Chen recalled the description of Star of Mutation. The root vines continue to grow, drawing the power of the planet, gestating him. This him in the information clearly wasn't referring to evolvers. But it represented an existence that was even more crucial, more significant. It was the true core of the roots system's main body. Even the roots that spread across the entire planet existed solely to provide nourishment for it, to enable its birth and growth. A monster born from the planet's power. The burst rate must be very high, right? Jiang Chen was somewhat excited. Unlike the Steam world, the it mentioned in the background description was in the process of being nurtured and born. As a fetus, its strength certainly couldn't match that of an archaic god. There might be a possibility of overcoming it. And even if it really was overwhelmingly powerful and unbeatable, it wouldn't matter. Jiang Chen had already completed the exploration mission and could leave the abyss to return to the real world at any moment, without needing a minute to prepare. In the midst of battle, this was akin to having a life-saving talisman, allowing him to act even more boldly. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. The Roots mountain range, splitting the earth and towering into the clouds, seemed close at a glance. Even with a flying speed exceeding Mach 1, Jiang Chen still took nearly 10 minutes to arrive at his destination. There were only about 50 minutes left for him to stay. Without any hesitation, he burst through the thick outer layer and burrowed into the mountainous roots. Inside such a massive root was a light purple liquid that seemed to be brimming to the point of overflowing. Because the liquid itself emitted light and was fairly clear, Jiang Chen felt as if he were at the bottom of an endless river, able to see the huge black spheres flowing along with the liquid, drifting in a particular direction. At the same time, countless fine purple fibers swarmed up like little snakes from within the liquid, attempting to penetrate the Mecha. Unfortunately for them, the primeval Mecha had no gaps at all, and its defense of 220 was enough to withstand the erosion of these fibers. Jiang Chen ignored these tiny fibers and used his scanning device to see through the liquid and lock onto the black spheres. A line of information appeared. Newborn entity, unborn. The countless black spheres turned out to be the strongest enemies from the basic trials, newborners. After his surprise, Jiang Chen decisively piloted his Mecha, following the flow direction of the black spheres to swiftly descend. By following these black spheres, he might just be able to enter the core area of the roots. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. Jiang Chen continued to delve deeper along the purple river, seemingly never able to see the end. Until the 39th minute, when the surrounding large black spheres suddenly began to melt rapidly, shrinking into denser small spheres that continued to glide forward. Signs of slight melting also appeared on the primeval Mecha, and the armor value began to decrease slowly. It was as if he were inside the stomach of a giant, being gradually digested. After noticing this, Jiang Chen chose to change direction and headed to the edge of the river. He then sliced open one side of the plant tissue wall, drilling his way out. Accompanied by the splashing liquid, the scene before him suddenly brightened. He saw that the vast cavern was almost entirely covered by light purple plants. They emitted a faint purple glow, forming countless long vines that connected to a gigantic cocoon-like structure at the center of the cavern. The river of roots from which Jiang Chen had escaped was just one of these numerous vines. He had found it. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately activated the external scanning device. A segment of information appeared before his eyes. Transcender, gestating. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 477, Agility 477, Defense 477, Enigmatism 0. Traits, a monster that draws power from the planet. As long as it is exposed to star radiance, it can keep healing and growing, possessing the potential to surpass all. Weakness, core, magic. Evaluation, the final boss of both ordinary and abyss difficulty levels. Even if encountered at the ordinary difficulty level, it still possesses considerable power. Low reward, high risk, unable to affect final rewards, not recommended to challenge. Chapter 60. Attribute Enhancement, God Among Men, _1. Translator, 549690339. Is this the it that the root's core is nurturing? Although the setting is on the ordinary difficulty level, the attributes have already surpassed those of an abyss leader on the hard difficulty level, almost reaching the nightmare difficulty level. Judging by the increase in the abyss difficulty level, ordinary difficulty has nearly 500 basic attributes, hard difficulty can often exceed 800, nightmare difficulty is over 1003, 1004. And once it's hell difficulty level, it, as the final boss, is bound to display a new stance, just like the six-armed Rakshasa. From cultivation, to birth, and even maturation. It can still undergo another round of strengthening, with attributes definitely reaching above 2005. Hell is already like this, what about the abyss? Keep in mind, the main attributes of an ordinary first-rank Mecha pilot cap around 200. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. No wonder even the symbol of the alliance, when of the same rank, found it somewhat difficult to clear the age-old shadow on the hell difficulty level. Even more so, it was completely unable to defeat the abyss. This thing really isn't meant for humans to fight. Fortunately, he is not human. At least not entirely human. After all, who has seen someone who can maintain their peak condition 24/7 without eating, drinking, or sleeping, just by basking in the sun, and who might even traverse the starry sky with their physical body after a while. The last one to do this was called God among men. Moreover, what transcender? With such attributes, compared to the sea abyss ancient god from the steam world, it's too weak, far too weak. Earlier, before Jiang Chen broke through the root's core and dived into the sap, he had already alerted the being inside the cavern. He was able to come here smoothly, partly because of the other party's deliberate guidance. At this moment, the giant cocoon in the center of the cavern breathed with a faint purple light, brightening and darkening alternately as if breathing, the rhythm speeding up continuously. In just an instant, the cocoon-like object burst silently. It instantly turned into countless tiny root fibers, wrapping towards the primeval Mecha at the edge of the cavern. The surface of the primeval Mecha quickly ignited with azure blue flames, forming a fiery ball that forcibly repelled the fiber onslaught. However, this was only a temporary reprieve. The tiny root fibers regrouped and formed into a massive plant serpentine entity. With just the upper half of its body raised, the plant serpentine entity reached a height of 30 to 40 meters, its pale purple snake eyes staring down at the primeval Mecha as if it were a diminutive insect. Thief who has stolen the power of evolution. My power, it has changed its flavor on you. Within the rumbling voice, the plant serpentine entity flicked its tongue. The next moment, the numerous roots throughout the cavern spewed out a large quantity of plant sap, leaving no space to dodge. This sap seemed to be particularly effective against flames. The primeval Mecha, merely upon contact with the sap, saw its transcendent fire forcibly suppressed and extinguished. Even the Mecha's root armor seemed to be eroded, making a sizzling corrosion sound. At the same time, the plant serpentine entity opened its gaping maw and pounced fiercely. Become my nourishment once again. It was not a mere bite. Just as it was about to touch the primeval Mecha, the plant serpentine entity's head disintegrated on its own, turning into countless tiny serpent heads that all opened their sharp teeth and viciously bit into the Mecha's surface. They crushed through the thorn's overgrowth, severed the fibers, and greedily devoured everything on the primeval Mecha. Under the relentless onslaught, the armor value of the primeval Mecha plummeted like water through a sieve. 1178. 1023. 836. In just 4 to 5 seconds, it had completely bottomed out. In the end, the strongest attribute defense of the primeval Mecha was only 220 points. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to operate efficiently, it was difficult to compensate for a disparity of more than double the attributes. The primeval Mecha had nearly no ability to resist and ultimately shattered into countless root fibers. But then, when the growing horde of serpentine roots vied with each other to burrow into the shattered Mecha, eagerly tearing at the vulnerable pilot inside, the vicious fangs were unable to leave even a scratch on the flesh. Even the opponent's black, tight-fitting battlesuit was without a single scratch. At this time, Jiang Chen took action as well. He gathered flames around his right fist and swung hard. Air waves spread out along with the flames. The small, split roots were utterly incapable of resisting this power. They were broken apart merely by facing the punch's wind. With one punch, he cleared out a large area in front of him. The split root clusters that resembled a nest of snakes were forced to contract again, forming a huge snake's head. Jiang Chen's body slightly shifted, and he floated up slowly, ascending into the air and meeting the snake's head at its level. Had enough. Bang! With the sound of breaking the sound barrier, Jiang Chen turned into a black meteor, with both speed and power in his punch that smashed onto the snake's head. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 1. Attributes, Strength 611, Agility 460, Defense 739, Enigmatism 300. Special, heals 7.57 health per second, doubled under the sun, gains 1.79 stamina. 0 Th rank ability, Uncontrollable mutation, Roots Core, Blood Demon Transformation 2, Seed of Flames 7. First rank ability, Blood Demon Transformation 3, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth *3. The primeval Mechas tripled attributes, along with the slight gains from the 0th rank. Just one instance of damage, and Jiang Chen's attributes reached an extremely exaggerated level. A moment ago, the Transcender was still using its 477 force agility defense to brutally crush the primeval Mecha. The next moment, it was crushed by Jiang Chen in turn, with a punch that penetrated the snake's head. Even the clusters of roots that had gathered could not withstand such an attack, and the head exploded on the spot due to the spread of power. However, explosion did not equate to death. The greatest advantage of the roots was their terrifying self-healing capability. As the main body made of roots, the Transcender maximized self-healing to an extreme. When the fluid ran through the root system and into the snake's body, the roots rapidly grew and intertwined. The enormous snake's head healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The recovery speed is too fast. And moreover, the massive body is excellent at hiding the core, not allowing for quick decapitation. Jiang Chen watched this scene and shook his head slightly. The remaining time he had to stay was less than 10 minutes. In such a short amount of time, it was very difficult to completely shatter the Transcender's core. Moreover, as the main body of roots, it was not likely to have just one core. Destroy as many as I can then. After all, it's the final boss of Hell and Abyss difficulty levels. By probing the core's patterns in advance, I can save time on subsequent runs. Jiang Chen floated in the air and stretched his body. With a bang, he rushed out again. Here we go again. A few minutes later, the pitch-black rift opened once more, engulfing Jiang Chen. Inside the root cavern, it had become a complete wreck. Not only were all the roots broken, with sap flowing everywhere, but there were also deep pits as though formed by impacts. The roots slowly gathered again, forming a green giant over 10 meters tall, with a bewildered expression. Of its 13 cores, a full 10 had been forcefully shattered. Even its own power had been forcibly worn down, from a transcender to an evolver. What kind of monster was this? Why had it become even stronger after losing the power of the roots? Thinking of the opponent's formidable strength, its unbreakable body, it mumbled to itself. Did I evolve incorrectly? Could it be, he is the correct one? If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 61. Acquiring a new trait, Mechanical Soul _1. Translator, 549690339. In this world, under the starry sky, on an island. The rift reopened, and Jiang Chen landed on the beach, his expression one of regret. There was too little time remaining, and in the end, he still had not managed to deal with the Transcender, forcing a return to the present world. However, he had already figured out the Transcender's true strength. Next time he explored the Star of Mutation, he could go directly to trouble the Transcender. After dealing with the hidden boss, he would then clean up the Abyss leader. Speaking of which, if the Transcender, the main body of the roots, dies, can the evolvers that are branches of the roots still exist? It should count as completing the mission, right? Jiang Chen was planning the route for his next exploration. On one side of the beach, Bai Ying had been waiting for a while. Welcome home, my lord. Bai Ying has already brought back your personal belongings, and they have been placed in the storage room at the base. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled. Although those personal belongings weren't worth much money, they contained many items of sentimental value. Especially the laptop given by his parents. Even if he were to replace it with better equipment in the future, it would still need to be physically destroyed. It represented the innocence of a former college student and absolutely should not be left in a rented apartment. Of course, now that he had taken it back, it would be too unfortunate to destroy it. You never know when you might want to reminisce about your youth and see if the study materials had auto-updated after the changes in the world line. Considering Bai Ying's presence, even if he wanted to reminisce, it would have to wait until after the protection mission was completed. For now, a quick shower and then the repair of the damaged primeval mecha were the priorities. Jiang Chen stood on the beach, gazing longingly at the private base inside the island. He bent forward slightly, then leaped powerfully. Boom! Thud! A leap and a landing. Jiang Chen was now standing outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the base's living room. He looked down to see that not even a single crack had formed on the floor. Bioorganic force field, boy. When needed, a single punch can blow up a building. When not needed, even a high fall leaves the floor unscathed. Don't ask, it just makes sense. After showering, Jiang Chen put on a black bodysuit and topped it with some regular clothes. This made it so that whether he dove into the abyss or encountered monsters in the present world, he could skip changing clothes. Just rip off the jacket, and make a grand entrance. Now all I'm missing is an S-shape symbol on my chest, but that's just too blatant, better forget it. He then went to the repair room and released the damaged primeval mecha. The purple-white body, covered in cracks, stood firm under the influence of enigmatic energy, without collapsing. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, and the walls unfolded to reveal a complete set of repair tools. The repair begins. This time, Jiang Chen's repair speed was noticeably slower. Firstly, the mecha's larger size meant that the abyss coins and other materials needed for repairs were more costly, consuming more time as well. After all, Sunshine City's mechas, with diameters over 10 kilometers comparable to interstellar fortresses, couldn't possibly be repaired as quickly as Bai Ying's light armor bioorganic mecha, which could be fixed in an hour or two. Even using repair tools dropped from the abyss, the time consumed for repairs would scale accordingly. Secondly, after the upgrade of the primeval mecha, its type had changed. The original Model 0 mecha, even with the roots core installed, was essentially an exoskeleton-styled combat suit. The interior metal structure wouldn't change. Now, the primeval mecha had become a light armor bioorganic mecha. It had completely rid itself of its metal skeleton and become a completely bioorganic material mecha. The repair method naturally shifted slightly. Jiang Chen had to get used to the new repair method, which slightly affected his speed. From nightfall and throughout until the sunrise of the next day, the repair work on the primeval mecha was essentially finished. After completing the repairs, Jiang Chen looked up at the tall, purple-white giant, wiped an invisible bead of sweat from his forehead, and spoke. 0, although we didn't win against the boss this time, it's normal. How long have we been awakened? How long has it grown? Besides, you're far from reaching your limit. While Jiang Chen was comforting the mecha soul, Bai Ying pressed the buzzer of the repair room, drawing his attention. After being allowed in, Bai Ying entered and said, "My lord, the master has sent a message that the mechanical soul trait you required has been successfully dropped." So soon? Jiang Chen expressed in surprise. The mechanical soul trait was the production of the 6th layer Abyss's machine cataclysmic change on a nightmare difficulty level. Senior Ruan had previously mentioned that it might take an additional 2 days if they asked a 6th rank mecha pilot to farm for it. Unexpectedly, it was delivered in just 1 day. The 6th rank mecha pilot whom the master had commissioned, like the master himself, had obtained an SS class evaluation in the basic trial. He has continuously cleared the machine cataclysmic change on nightmare difficulty level twice since yesterday. Since it was a solo clear, the drop rate was higher. Fortuitously, the specific trait you needed dropped. Bai Ying explained. However, the master is currently on vacation at the base in Proxima Centauri, resting his spirit and has no time to come here. So, Bai Ying is to take you to Sunshine City to meet the 6th rank mecha pilot and acquire the trait. Mecha pilots who couldn't obtain a high evaluation in basic trials might not necessarily have weak talents. They might have late-stage talents that can only be fully realized with specific mechas or through specific methods. But those who could obtain a high evaluation definitely possessed strong talents. Like this 6th rank mecha pilot. Even in the 6th layer of the abyss, he was still able to maintain his strength and solo clear the age-old shadow on nightmare difficulty level, proving his excellent talent. No wonder he managed to drop the premium trait so quickly. Jiang Chen agreed happily, stored his primeval mecha, and followed Bai Ying to Sunshine City. As they headed towards the teleportation array formation, he asked another question. Proxima Centauri? The one in the constellation of Centaurus? Yes. Building a vacation base light years away. These high-rank mecha pilots sure knew how to spend extravagantly. It made sense when he thought about it. If high-rank mecha pilots all stayed on planet Blue Star, the small planet really wouldn't be enough for them to mess around with. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. Since Proxima Centauri had already been explored, it seems he wouldn't get to meet the Trisolarans. They quickly arrived at Sunshine City via the teleportation array formation at the base. Following Bai Ying, Jiang Chen arrived at the trading zone. Besides the Alliance material store that he had visited several times, there were also many coffee shops, tea houses, and even restaurants, specially providing a quiet trading environment for mecha pilots. Entering the reserved private room of the tea house, Jiang Chen saw a golden-haired, blue-eyed man sitting inside, drinking tea. The golden-haired man set down his teacup and greeted them with a smile upon seeing the two. Hi, superstar newbie, I'm Lyle, an Alliance's 6th rank mecha pilot. The Alliance, being established jointly by various countries, naturally had mecha pilots from all over. Jiang Chen was not surprised, his gaze merely paused for a moment on the pitch-black, I like abyss rune by the golden-haired man's ear. An abyss rune appearing below the ear was quite conspicuous. Senior can just call me Jiang Chen, he said. No, there's no need to be so formal. Lyle said with a shake of his head and a smile. Just call me Lyle. I'm counting on you to grow up so that you can take me to explore the age-old shadow on hell difficulty level. I'm really good at assisting, he added. Jiang Chen almost couldn't keep his composure. An assistant who has solo cleared nightmare difficulty, hey? While laughing, Lyle lightly tapped on the abyss rune beside his ear. A silver, metallic-looking gemstone appeared at his fingertip and was offered forth. Check the goods first. Jiang Chen's attention was immediately captured by the gemstone, and he reached out to touch it. Rows of information floated up before his eyes. Mechanical soul. Type, trait. Effect, grants the mecha pilot the mechanical soul trait, allowing them to sense the mecha soul and communicate without barriers. When piloting a mecha, they can briefly merge with the mecha soul, causing the mecha to temporarily erupt with greater power. Description: the mecha pilot is the true soul of the mecha. Chapter 62. Special Mecha Nirvana _1. Translator, 549690339. The basic effect of communicating with the mecha soul goes without saying. The most precious aspect of the mechanical soul trait lies in the special effect of integration with the mecha soul. When a mecha pilot integrates with a mecha soul, he briefly becomes the mecha soul. During this process, the mecha's current state, the materials it yearns for, and all other details are fully perceived by the pilot. For pilots who explore evolutionary pathways without reference to design blueprints, this can allow them to grasp the details more precisely and prevent errors in material ratio. After all, mere communication with the mecha soul is far less accurate than personal experience. The description of the trait was rather summarized. Some special traits even require further development to fully unleash their potential. Thus, Lyle explained the effects of the trait in detail. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly. To allow mecha pilots to precisely grasp the evolutionary path of the mecha. It truly is the most perfect trait for communicating with the mecha soul. By the way, you are a physique enhancement type of Mecha pilot, right? Lyle said, pointing to his left eye. After a slight blink, Jiang Chen actually saw mystical circles of magic in his pupil. The magic that enhances vision can observe life force energy. Your life force energy is different from ordinary people, clearly having undergone physical enhancement, no wonder you completed the promotion trials so quickly. Lyle explained, then continued. Just like the description says, the pilot is the true soul of the Mecha. When a Mecha pilot uses the mechanical soul trait, they will enter a near Mecha soul state. In this state, the Mecha can share some of the pilot's life force energy, and the Mecha's performance will also be enhanced. The degree of enhancement is not fixed. The more abundant the life force energy of the pilot, the greater the enhancement. Therefore, for physique enhancement type Mecha pilots, mechanical soul is undoubtedly the most perfect trait. Is there such a thing? No wonder Senior Ruan strongly recommended that I use mechanical soul as the trait for communicating with the Mecha soul. But isn't this the mechanical soul? Why is it more suitable for physique enhancement type pilots? Could it be called muscle release soul instead? Jiang Chen thought curiously but couldn't help revealing a smile of surprise. He often told Zero, Phoenix Nirvana, the more it shatters, the stronger it grows, what doesn't kill you will ultimately make you stronger. Such words were naturally not just to cajole an underage Mecha soul. After all, the path that Zero was on was the root of life and vitality, with the ultimate goal being an undying life force Mecha. And the power of Nirvana rebirth originated from the force of life. Flames are just a form of expression. The two forces are inherently one. Therefore, Jiang Chen hoped that through the combination of modules and materials, along with Zero's own will, he could awaken and sublimate the Nirvana module, so that it truly gains the effect of permanently increasing attributes with each shattering. In this way, isn't it wonderful when both the body and the Mecha are enhanced while battling until the armor expands? Shared joy is double joy. However, the effect of permanently increasing attributes with each shattering is heaven-defying just to think about. Jiang Chen had searched the Alliance's blueprint library and found no similar modules or Mechas, not knowing if they were not present or just not disclosed. Even if one were to awaken such a module, it definitely would not be a low-rank one. Possibly, one would have to wait until the 7th rank sublimation process. Therefore, this path could only remain a concept for the time being, necessitating the continued accumulation of top-quality materials for a foundation. This was what Jiang Chen originally thought. Who knew, the mechanical soul trait could actually allow the Mecha to share the pilot's life force energy, thereby gaining attribute enhancement. And Jiang Chen's life force energy can grow continuously by triggering his talent. Paired together, isn't this just a form of nirvana? Jiang Chen was excited in his heart. With this trait, he would no longer have to worry that the Mecha soul would become useless due to Mecha damage. Because every time the Mecha was damaged, its strength would be boosted, allowing him to defeat stronger enemies. Not just a plain defeat and without any enhancement. In this process, Jiang Chen was just gaining a bit more. Moreover, this form of enhancement was different from the original force agility inheritance. Previously, it was Jiang Chen carrying the Mecha, forcibly utilizing his own strength. Now, the Mecha shared his life force energy. Whether it was strength, agility, or defense, enigmatism, all attributes should be strengthened. There would be no more situations where it was as fragile as thin paper. Through this method, Zero might be able to get a feeling similar to nirvana, greatly increasing the chances of awakening the corresponding modules. It's a pity that the Undying Barehand talent absorbs the power of the Mecha itself. Temporarily bestowed power cannot take effect. The life force energy shared with the Mecha through the mechanical soul trait is a temporary external force, not subject to absorption a second time. No matter how you put it. The mechanical soul trait is an ultra-superior trait. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Seeing the customer satisfied, Lyle's smile became even more brilliant. He began to speak. The mechanical soul trait is already here. The corresponding exchange item, Ms. Ruan must have told you, right? We've discussed it. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Yesterday, Senior Ruan had told him about the requirements of this 6th rank Mecha pilot, not contributions, but core modules from the Abyss Level 1 Eternal Frost Magic Realm, such as the Permafrost Ice Soul and flawless materials like non-melting Frost Bone. These modules and materials could only be produced at Hell difficulty level. The number of Mecha pilots who could clear Hell difficulty was extremely scarce. Even if it was just the lower levels of the Abyss at Hell difficulty, some SS-class rookies could barely challenge it as a team, but it would require a lot of effort and the efficiency would be extremely low. That's why Lyle pinned his hopes on Jiang Chen. As an SSS-class rookie, Jiang Chen's efficiency in exploring the Abyss was much higher than that of other rookies. This would allow him to obtain the desired materials more quickly. In fact, there were far more high-rank Mecha pilots with such needs than just Lyle alone. You see, each level of the Abyss had different scenarios of age-old shadow. For example, Star of Mutation only existed in the shadows of levels 0 and 1. Its drop items were also exclusive to the age-old shadows of levels 0 and 1. Even high-rank Mecha pilots capable of clearing deeper levels of age-old shadows needed to find someone to clear Star of Mutation to obtain Root's core. Because in the other age-old shadows, there are absolutely no roots. So, even if high-rank modules are more precious and rarer, it does not affect the value of some exclusive lower-rank modules. The premise is that they are top quality. However, I've just advanced in rank not long ago, and I'm not yet capable of challenging Hell difficulty. It may take a few days. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lyle answered promptly. No problem, take this trait and use it first, prioritize boosting your strength. By the way, when you challenge Hell difficulty, remember to gather 2 powerful teammates. Although it will reduce the drop rate a bit, the safety and exploration efficiency will be significantly improved, you'll actually come out ahead. Chapter 63. The Passionate Soul of Unit 2_1. Translator, 549690339. Lyle was not a physical-type Mecha pilot, having gone through 6 layers of Nightmare difficulty level consecutively, he had expended a lot of energy. He imparted the mechanical soul trait and left a few instructions before he went off to rest. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to return to the island base and use the trait gem. When the silver gem shattered with a crash, it seemed to turn into a cloud of metallic vapor that enveloped Jiang Chen and quickly merged into his skin. As the mist completely disappeared, a metallic glint flashed across Jiang Chen's pupils, and he noticed slight changes in the way he saw the world. Standing by his side, Bai Ying appeared to the naked eye as a Lolita-style young girl. But through Jiang Chen's eyes, she seemed to have been deconstructed into a complex set of machinery. At the same time, although Bai Ying did not speak, he could faintly sense the presence of some emotions. Now, I too am a man with the soul of machinery, he mused. Who dares call me a brute now, he declared. Jiang Chen touched the Abyss rune and released the primeval Mecha. The connection between a Mecha pilot and their own Mecha had to become more intimate, and without the need for physical touch, the mechanical soul trait exhibited its full effects. He heard the voice of the Mecha soul. Master! You can finally hear Zero's voice. Hearing the Mecha soul's excited voice and feeling its strong emotions, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. The current primeval Mecha, being composed of vine-like structures, had completely abandoned metallic construction. And yet, it could still activate the mechanical soul trait. Indeed, who said that only metal could be machinery? Bioorganic Mecha, magic energy puppets, even elemental puppets are all machinery. Would the soul of machinery be such an inconvenient thing? Casting these messy thoughts out of his mind, this time Jiang Chen did not have to speak aloud. He lifted his head to gaze at the towering purple and white giant and earnestly tried to convey his emotions and thoughts successfully. It's not finally. Even though I lacked the trait before, with Lila's help, I could feel your presence, hear your voice. Now our connection has simply become tighter. Master. Zero felt Jiang Chen's voice of the soul and was profoundly touched. He was so gentle. Moreover, it is not just about communication, Jiang Chen continued. With this trait, I can finally share life force energy with you, he revealed. Jiang Chen explained the effects of the mechanical soul trait to Zero. Zero was even more delightfully overjoyed. More than sharing life force energy, to grow stronger together with his master. It preferred the unique effect of human-machine synergy, allowing it to feel closer to its master, to be filled by him. He really does care about me. Shall we give it a try? Jiang Chen offered. I want to. In their first communication through the Mecha soul fusion, Jiang Chen did not discuss much about growth and strength. After all, he could feel Zero's intense desire to become stronger, which didn't need further reinforcement. As for the evolution pathway, no matter how much they discussed, for now, they could not pass the abyss difficulty level of the Star of Mutation to obtain the core module. Building their emotional bond and providing psychological support was far more important. During this process, Jiang Chen also experienced Mecha soul fusion with Zero and reaped substantial rewards. It wasn't just the continuous improvement of his rapport and bond. With the help of Bai Ying, Jiang Chen also tested out the ratio of life force energy enhancements to the Mecha. The base attributes of the current state primeval Mecha were Strength 180, Agility 130, Defense 220. After Mecha soul fusion, the attributes were boosted to Strength 486, Agility 360, Defense 590. Based on Jiang Chen's attributes, the primeval Mecha seemed to have received a 50% boost to all its attributes from him. Additionally, although the Mecha didn't gain any modules out of thin air, the effects of the installed modules were also enhanced. As for duration, theoretically, when a Mecha pilot enters the near Mecha soul state, they would sustain a tremendous burden from the mech. They could at best maintain it for a few dozen seconds before becoming exhausted and ending the fusion. Perhaps because of Jiang Chen's own formidable strength, he lasted a full 10 minutes with little sign of fatigue. Instead, it was Zero who couldn't bear the strain and automatically separated. Whine, 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 I couldn't give the big guy a good time again. Jiang Chen felt a slight regret. It seemed that Mecha soul fusion couldn't be used without limits. Especially when his own attribute values were far beyond the Mechas, it was possible that under the assault of the vast life force energy, the Mecha soul would not be able to withstand it even before strengthening. It could only be used as a trump card. When exploring the abyss in the future, I can start by fighting in the Mecha, and if I can't win, then initiate the fusion for a burst. After the burst ends, the Mecha is damaged, and I make my entrance. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Master Luo, with his nightmare difficulty level, only had 2 phases. How come I ended up with an extra phase? Who really is the boss here? After he finished communicating with Zero, Jiang Chen did not forget about his second Mecha. He summoned the steam Mecha and sensed that its Mecha soul's consciousness had detached from chaos and was gradually taking shape. But the newly formed Mecha soul was still somewhat naive, like a blank slate. Far from Zero's maturity, it couldn't even convey complete emotions. Jiang Chen found it somewhat troublesome. After all, the personality of the Mecha soul could affect the Mecha's evolution and the type of modules it would awaken. Just like Zero, who got hit so much that it actually managed to rack up a counter-damage module. Thus, as long as a Mecha pilot patiently cultivates a Mecha soul, it's equivalent to having the ability to direct its evolution and even awaken certain modules. It's not purely random. Jiang Chen hoped the second Mecha would be combat-oriented, with a focus on offensive capabilities and bursting power. He also wanted to cultivate the Mecha soul with such a personality, such an inclination. The problem was how to cultivate it. What if I did it wrong? Not long ago, Jiang Chen was still a college student with no experience in caring for children. Even with zero, many unexpected factors were involved in its growth, and Jiang Chen simply guided it along with the flow. Now faced with a blank slate, he didn't even know how to start. After some hesitation, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Bai Ying. She's a Mecha, she should know more about Mecha, right? Bai Ying, when you were first born, how did Senior Ruan cultivate you and communicate with you? Low-ranked Mecha probably can't participate in abyss explorations, can they? Bai Ying spoke up in response. Information installation and simulation guidance. Mecha souls naturally possess some inclinations, and as long as they are provided with corresponding information, they can improve themselves and grow quickly. Once the Mecha soul has grown, a cultivation chamber can be used for various simulation trainings, such as combat, lifestyle, exploration, assistance, and healing. Thus growing into a healthy, complete Mecha soul. Simulation training? Jiang Chen thoughtfully considered. A cultivation chamber didn't sound like a basic facility, it would cost money to rent. However, that's for advanced cultivation. At the beginning, all that's needed is to instill the appropriate information. That's simple. Jiang Chen said aloud. Bai Ying, I need a favor. Your wish is my command, she replied. I haven't paid the trait bonus for mechanical soul yet, and I'm about to explore the eternal frost magic realm. So, the cultivation of the second Mecha will, for now, be in your hands. While I'm entering the abyss, could you please loop some videos for it? Films and TV shows about Mecha, classic and thrilling animations, dramas. Just take the most grandiose and engaging battle scenes from them. Like in Journey to the West, just get some scenes of causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Skip the ones trapped under Five Finger Mountain. If it's convenient, you could also make a montage. Include plenty of scenes of slaughtering monsters. Oh, and add more scenes where the character is injured but not disheartened, where they make a miraculous comeback or a fiery resurgence. After laying out his thoughts, Jiang Chen gently patted the brass mecha before him. Boiling steam naturally pairs with a spirited soul. After binge-watching 100 blood-pumping montages, when I come out of the abyss, I should be able to meet a fiery young mecha soul, right? Chapter 64. High-energy rays go better with hordes of zombies, _1. Translator, 549690339. Bai Ying worked with high efficiency and quickly put together a complete montage of exciting clips, as well as film footage that met the requirements. Concerned about the number 2 Mecha soul, Jiang Chen reviewed the montage video. He then personally deleted some of the scenes. Remember, Bai Ying, burrito is non-flammable, it just doesn't heat up, he said. Understood, my lord, she replied. After eliminating the risk at its root, Jiang Chen arrived at the clearing in the middle of the island and reopened the interface of the age-old shadow. There were a total of 120 age-old shadows in Abyss Level 1. Each represented a different collapsing world and could produce different modules, materials, and items. Apart from the Abyss difficulty level, almost all outputs from the age-old shadows had been thoroughly explored by Mecha pilots, who established corresponding databases for them. Mecha pilots relied on their understanding of module materials to combine and create many Mecha pathways. At this time, Jiang Chen did not continue to explore the Star of Mutation. Instead, he opened Eternal Frost Magic Realm and selected the Nightmare difficulty level. Star of Mutation, I need the drops from the Abyss difficulty level, he mused. But since I can't clear the Abyss difficulty yet, I might as well explore the Eternal Frost Magic Realm first. As long as I can clear the Hell difficulty level of this age-old shadow, I can get the materials and modules I need to complete Senior Lyle's request. In the process, I can also solidify my attributes to accumulate strength for clearing the Abyss difficulty level. As for the dungeon difficulty he chose to challenge, he went directly from ordinary to nightmare. The attributes of the Abyss Leader at the Nightmare difficulty level were only a bit higher than the hidden boss at the ordinary difficulty level. At most by 500 or 600. It was just right for Zero to take on the challenge now. Even if he might be at a disadvantage, at worst, he could just undergo Nirvana and still win for sure. Once the accumulated attributes were high enough, he could even look for the hidden boss and get an early taste of the Hell difficulty level. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Chen clenched his right fist, and surging roots intertwined to emerge. Transform. The rift then opened. Construction of age-old shadow completed. Welcome to the Abyss. Current location, Eternal Frost Magic Realm. Level, 1. Difficulty, Nightmare. Mission, within 5 hours, kill the leader, Frostbone Giant Dragon. Description, in the divine year 2333, the Elf Prince, accused of blasphemy, was executed by the Church, and the Elf Kingdom was completely destroyed under the name of heresy. In the divine year 4333, evil spirits revived. The returned dead turned into an undying tyrant holding aloft the Sword of Frost, completely enclosing all things in ice, turning the present world into the realm of eternal frost. He reigns from his throne, guarding his eternal territory. Friendly reminder, free exploration, with the option to leave the abyss at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation time. The ice-blue planet was gripped by an unending blizzard. The snow-covered land was encased in ice, perfectly preserved. Whether it be trees, flowers, birds, or beasts. Or the warrior clad in steel armor, fighting fiercely in blood. On his face remained the final moments of anger and roar, but forever frozen in that instant. An azure bone claw suddenly descended, shattering the icy sculpture of the warrior into dust. The owner of the bone claw, a 4-meter-tall skeleton beast, raised its head, its eye sockets burning with ice-blue flames, looking in a certain direction. On the snowy city wall, a dark crack had split open. A gigantic figure in purple and white descended from the crack, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. Another age-old shadow from the side of enigmatism. Mainly produces ice and frost-themed materials and modules, suitable for mecha pathways that use ice elements. It also yields a small amount of ghostly materials and modules, providing additional pathways and bonuses. Jiang Chen looked at the frozen landscape, with relevant information surfacing in his mind. Ice-themed mechas, actually, can also be a decent path. In the early stages, they can restrain a multitude of enemies, and as they grow, they can even follow the path of absolute zero, advancing to icebound space, icebound time. They have a good match with space and time themes. It is just a pity that the second mecha is a steam mecha. It has a higher compatibility with attributes like burning, warmth, heat, and overload. Even if it is fitted with some cold modules, these are usually used for temperature control, and their compatibility with icy attributes is not high. While Jiang Chen was still observing, the azure skeletal beast had already arrived in a flurry of snow. Even though it didn't know what the purple and white giant was exactly, that didn't prevent it from sensing the surging life force emanating from it. To the deceased, this was undoubtedly the most envied and desired thing. It charged at the purple and white giant, opened its jaw wide, a hint of frost gathered on its fangs, forming sharp spikes, and it viciously bit down. Crack, crack. The frost teeth were just about to clamp shut when they halted in mid-air. The primeval mecha held the upper and lower jaw of the skeletal beast with its left and right hands, forcibly scanning its information. Azure Bone Wolf. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 121, Agility 100, Defense 110, Enigmatism 50. Traits, Skeleton creature dominated by the power of corruption after being killed by the Ice Soul Tyrant. Having stepped into the realm of the dead, they no longer have any fear and will launch attacks at all the living. Please note, fire can only destroy their bodies, only the holy light can purify their souls. Weakness, holy light, soul fire. Assessment, the most common skeleton creature in the Eternal Frost magic realm, not to be underestimated even at nightmare difficulty level. Just a minor foe at nightmare difficulty level, and all attributes are already over 100. This place remains a forbidden zone that ordinary mecha pilots cannot tread. Unfortunately, for the current primeval mecha, it's still fairly fragile. The primeval mecha's left and right hands exerted slight force, brutally tearing apart the skeletal beast's upper and lower jaws, violently dismantling it. Then, like lightning, its hand reached out and crushed the cluster of flames in the middle of the skull. As the flame extinguished, the skeletal beast that was about to reassemble lost its support and completely fell apart instantly. A wisp of abyssal atmosphere flowed into the abyss rune. However, this was just the most common skeleton creature. At the same time it perished, from the icy ground all around, skeletal frames swiftly rose, connected, and combined into variously shaped skeleton creatures. There were fierce beasts, flying birds, and even humanoid skeletons. They seemed to transform into a tide of icy blue, converging on the primeval mecha from all directions. Facing this situation, the primeval mecha left the ground, floating upwards. Bioorganic force field. However, this time the force of the bioorganic force field did not come from an equipped module. It came from Jiang Chen, inside the primeval mecha. Long before entering the abyss, Jiang Chen had already replaced a new module for the primeval mecha. He had changed the bioorganic force field to the crystal of divine punishment. At this moment, embedded in the brow of the primeval mecha, was a golden crystal like a vertical eye. With energy being injected, it rapidly brightened, resembling a golden star. Holy light is light, high energy laser is also light. Holy light can purify the soul, high energy laser can also purify the body. Shouldn't be any difference, right? The next moment, the golden star transformed into a high energy laser, shooting out. With its immense power, it pierced a straight line through all the skeletons, as well as the soul fires within them. This was not the end. The primeval mecha turned its head, and its floating form also changed angles accordingly. The high-energy laser maintained its beam, sweeping horizontally across the tide of icy blue skeletons. Pale skeletons fell like straw, in large swaths, turning into abyssal atmosphere that furiously surged into the palm. Using high-energy beams to clear creeps is simply the best. Chapter 65. Defense, Counterattack, Perfect Match, _1. Translator, 549690339. The primeval mecha, with its high-energy rays, swept away most of the skeletal monsters around it before it finally stopped. Just this wave of harvesting directly boosted the abyss rune charging by 5%. Unfortunately, the drop rate of the small monsters was still abysmal. Despite absorbing so much abyss atmosphere, only 3 pieces of material were produced. However, the quality of the materials had improved, changing from ordinary to excellent. Excellent quality materials can be dropped by abyss leaders at the ordinary difficulty level. Venturing into the abyss at the nightmare difficulty level just to clear out a few minor monsters is a disproportionate risk and reward. Seeing the remaining skeletal monsters, without the slightest hesitation, they still charged straight ahead. Jiang Chen looked towards the sky, his figure moving. The snowstorm spread as he rose into the air. Transforming into a missile, he continued to ascend until he pierced through the ice cloud layer covered in frost flowers, stopping only after climbing above the sea of clouds. Standing atop the sea of clouds, the primeval mecha's armor value was quickly converted into energy value, and the vines on the surface of the machine body withered at a visibly rapid pace. But bathed in the light of the stars, the withered vines recovered their life force in an instant. At this moment, a certain balance was struck between life and vitality. The mecha's energy value was being restored at a nearly 5 point per second rate. After just over 100 seconds, the energy value was fully replenished. Once the primeval mecha had returned to its peak state, it did not descend back to the ground. Instead, it sank below the clouds, flying high alongside the thick frozen cloud layer to avoid the skeletal sea on the ground. And using the broad view from the high altitude, it searched for traces of the abyss leader. However, high altitude was not a safe place either. The thick ice cloud layer that enveloped the entire planet was like an endless sea of azure blue. Within it lurked abyssal monsters like winter wraiths and skeleton flying dragons. Among these abyssal monsters, there were no shortage of elite monsters with main attributes breaking through 200. Included among them were even powerful evil spirits with main attributes exceeding 300 and possessing special abilities. To know, the highest defensive attribute of the primeval Mecha at present was only 220. Against the fragile sea of skeletons, it could dominate. Facing these strong elite monsters, it seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Especially those few powerful evil spirits, leveraging their ghostly nature, ignored the reflective damage effect of Thorn's overgrowth. Ice spikes, storms, lightning, ghostly arrows. All the way in pursuit of the primeval Mecha, they threw everything they had at it. Luckily, the primeval Mecha's defense was high and its recovery quick, with iron body and magic energy descendant providing it with enigmatism resistance. Even when attacked by these powerful evil spirits, its armor value remained steadily high and continued to recover. Zero voiced an opinion. "Master, haven't you had your meal?" Zero doesn't feel a thing. Hit harder. Why does this line sound so familiar? Where did Zero learn that from? When the Mecha was damaged, shouldn't the Mecha soul have fallen into a coma? How could it still receive information? Jiang Chen broke out in a sweat. However, he appreciated Zero's temperament. Yes, as a life-granted Mecha, there was no need to be angry at the enemy's attacks. It should simply maximize defense and recovery, laugh at the enemies who couldn't break through the defense no matter how they attacked, and mock them as weaklings with no strength in their scraping. It dealt an irreparable psychological blow to the enemy. But just defense and recovery aren't enough. That way you can't defeat an enemy, and you'll just drag it out until the expedition ends, forcing a return. Zero, the upgrade module you've awakened is actually very good. With strong defenses and counter damage abilities, the enemy hits you only to hurt themselves, and if they don't hit you, they will still get hit by you. Jiang Chen said to Zero. Before expanding other abilities, we can max out the counter damage first. The close-range physical counter damage does have some limitations. Let's first help you obtain all-around counter damage abilities like long-range and magic counter damage through module and material enhancement. Even when facing large-sized enemies, we can consider activating area of effect counter damage, turning a large surrounding area into a land of thorns. In this way, when the enemy lands a punch, we won't be much affected, but they will suffer multiple times the damage. This is the cultivation method of a high-rank Mecha pilot. By cultivating and guiding the Mecha soul, it can understand the path to evolution and future needs, thus achieving targeted awakening and growth. At this moment, Zero understood Jiang Chen's idea and was excited. Awesome, now let's see who dares to hit Zero. Feeling Zero's emotions, Jiang Chen was also very satisfied. Life and defense and counter damage, make the best combination. The basic combo can have an excellent effect. Coupled with recovery and conversion traits, more paths and powers can be extended later. For example, absorbing energy from enemy attacks, which can not only be used to heal oneself but also be transformed and released again. It's a somewhat common advanced combo. The evil spirits chasing closely behind would never have imagined that the primeval Mecha in front of them could afford to chat and contemplate strategies in such a perilous environment. But, they didn't need to think about it anymore. As if the gaze itself were substantial, a strong pressure swept across from the depths of the clouds, almost causing their spirit bodies to collapse. It was a stronger entity declaring its sovereignty, telling the evil spirits that this was its prey. The evil spirits couldn't resist this power and scattered in all directions, quickly fleeing the area. At the same time, below the sea of clouds, a large area bulged out. A skeleton flying dragon, over 100 meters in length and covered in frost, descended from the sea of clouds, its body wrapped in ice crystals and white mist, looking incredibly imposing. It was the nightmare difficulty level abyss leader, the Frostbone Giant Dragon. Frostbone Giant Dragon. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 390, Agility 410, Defense 510, Enigmatism 688. Trait, a powerful being awakened by the ice soul tyrant from the dragon bones. Having lost its flesh, its strength has greatly weakened, yet it has gained the terrifying power of frost chill. Its fearsome breath has the power to freeze both body and soul. When facing powerful enemies, it will show an even stronger stance. Weakness, Holy Light, Soul Fire. Evaluation, not to be confronted with force. The Frostbone Giant Dragon looked at the tiny Mecha not far away, feeling the loathsome life force energy contained within, the soul fiery flames flickering slightly, revealing a tyrannical aura. With the flapping of its frosty wings, it showed a speed that defied its size. Gliding beside the primeval Mecha, its jaw opened, and a cold and piercing frosty gale completely enveloped the Mecha. In just an instant, the giant made of vines turned white and purple was covered in frost, completely turning into a translucent ice sculpture. At that moment, even stronger life force energy surged out from within the giant. With the sound of cracking, the ice shattered, and the purple and white giant broke free, the golden gem on its forehead lighting up. Don't rush, Stage 2. Chapter 66. You are the challenger _1. Translator, 549690339. The Frostbone Giant Dragon's main attack method is the Icy Breath. The breath's range is not only vast and the cooldown relatively short, but under the enigmatic value of 688, it possesses a nearly freezing power that can solidify anything. One breath and even soul entities like evil spirits would be thoroughly encapsulated in ice. Even when Jiang Chen controlled the primeval Mecha to release a high-energy laser through the crystal of divine punishment. Or when he used his own life force energy, augmented with the heat of transcendent fire. As soon as the laser and flame came into contact with the icy breath, they too were rapidly encased in ice, turning into vividly detailed frozen sculptures. This has probably surpassed the concept of temperature and entered the realm of magic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Fortunately, being frozen did not mean death. During the freezing process, the Mecha would continue to sustain massive ice and frost damage. But, as long as one had enough defense, it was possible to break free from the ice and escape the frozen state before the Mecha shattered. Moreover, only targets hit by the icy breath would be forcibly frozen. After the breath ended, one could still use flames, lasers, and other forces to attack the outer layer of ice, achieving a rapid thaw. Otherwise, the Frostbone Giant Dragon would merely need one breath to indiscriminately freeze any genius Mecha pilot to death. Even so, its high-speed flight ability coupled with the breath's power was undoubtedly worthy of the label unparalleled. Even after Jiang Chen utilized the ability of Mecha Soul Fusion, and forcibly increased the primeval Mecha's performance through his own life force energy, the battle still firmly tipped against him. He would occasionally be caught in a frozen state, and weapons like the Insect King's spear and high-energy lightsaber would rapidly wear down due to the freezing damage. The damage dealt to the Frostbone Giant Dragon was extremely minor. Most attacks on the Frostbone only caused some cracks, which were considered trivial injuries to the undead, healing with ease. Only when Jiang Chen saw an opportunity, during the intervals of the dragon's breath and fiercely threw the Insect King's spear, did he manage to penetrate its soul fire, causing severe injury. It was this very strike that truly enraged the Frostbone Giant Dragon. Pitiful living being, you have earned my acknowledgement. Now, you are finally worthy to witness what true power is. The voice of the Frostbone Giant Dragon came through the cold wind. It soared high with a forceful flap of its wings, raised its skeletal head, and breathed a winter blast onto the clouds. The power of freezing spread rapidly, turning vast swathes of clouds into extreme ice. The frostbone giant dragon did not pause, but directly collided with the glacier in the sky. However, when the dragon's bones touched the glacier, there was no collision, but they quickly merged into it. In just a moment, when the frostbone giant dragon fell from the clouds, its form had already changed. The azure bones were now enveloped by flesh forged of ice, layers of dragon scales congealed from frost and snow. Its appearance was no longer emaciated, but as formidable as in life, brimming with overwhelming strength. The ice-sculpted dragon eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. "Now, I permit you to join the realm of the deceased, bestowing upon you a noble death." Frostbone Giant Dragon, Frozen Ice Status. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 688, Agility 450, Defense 688, Enigmatism 688. In its second form, the agility of the Frostbone Giant Dragon hadn't changed much. Its strength had almost doubled, soaring to 688 points directly, while defense also received a substantial boost. It did not continue using its breath, instead, it beat its icy wings, causing the air to surge. Transforming into a raptor, it dove down like lightning, ferociously gripping the primeval Mecha. The soul fire burned in the ice with a violent thrill. Slaughter, devour. The living shall perish. The previously combative purple-white giant could only oppose it by unleashing all of its potential. But faced with the attack of the Frostbone Giant Dragon, it had no power to resist, being firmly grasped. The roots on the Mecha's surface desperately fought against the claws of ice, looking so pale and feeble, as the armor value plummeted visibly at a rapid pace. Moments later, the root's core completely collapsed. The claws of the Frostbone Giant Dragon finally pierced the outer armor without hindrance, inserting inside. Sweet death! The next moment, the icy claws suddenly stopped, as if they had touched the hardest substance in the world, and could no longer advance an inch. What is this? The Frostbone Giant Dragon looked down in astonishment, gazing at its claw. Beneath the shattered roots, a man in a black bodysuit gently held the tip of the dragon's claw. No matter how hard it tried, it could no longer move forward the slightest bit. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Absorbed Mecha, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 2. Attributes. Strength 611151. Agility 460850. Defense 739199. Enigmatism 300600. Special, regenerate 13.87 life per second, doubles under sunlight, 3.29 stamina. 0th rank ability, uncontrollable mutation, roots core, blood demon transformation 2, seed of flame 7. First rank ability, blood demon transformation 6, bioorganic force field 3, thorns overgrowth 6, crystal of divine punishment 3. The Frostbone Giant Dragon looked at the man. It felt a powerful force exuding from him, far surpassing its own and nearly reaching the level of an undying sovereign. Wait a minute. Why did he hide such great power in the weak vines? As the Frostbone Giant Dragon was astonished, a golden crystal emerged on Jiang Chen's forehead. Like a third eye, it radiated intense golden light. Stage 3, Kid. The scorching high-energy beam had its power significantly enhanced. It easily suppressed the Frostbone Giant Dragon's icy breath, melted its icy flesh and blood, pierced through its skull, and struck its soul fire. With a slight change in angle, the Frostbone Giant Dragon couldn't even make a sound, as it was completely cut by the golden laser. The surging abyss atmosphere flowed into the abyss rune. Killed the Frostbone Giant Dragon, obtained module, Icy Breath. Successfully killed the abyss leader, achieving the exploration goal. Total time, 21 minutes 27 seconds. Mission Evaluation, SSS. Calculating rewards based on trial evaluation. You have obtained abyss coins, 3000. You have obtained materials, Icy Skeleton *3. You have obtained an item, faint holy radiance. You have obtained a module, blood of extreme cold. Settlement complete. Would you like to leave the abyss now? Note, declining to leave, you may stay for an additional 60 minutes. Compared to the second stage primeval Mecha, Jiang Chen in the third stage had a tremendous increase in attributes. The Frostbone giant dragon failed to solo the boss and was defeated. It even unveiled its signature skill. The abyss leader of the nightmare difficulty level was no longer producing low-quality, useless Mecha modules. The quality has reached an excellent level. Icy Breath. Rank, 1. Quality, excellent. Type, Mouth Module. Effect 1, use any Mecha energy to release Icy Breath, inflicting ice-related damage on enemies. Effect 2, the higher the enigmatic value, the more powerful the Icy Breath. Single damage limit, 200. Effect 3, if the enemy has low ice resistance or suffers multiple breaths, they will be forcibly frozen, sustaining continuous damage. Effect 4, due to the weapon's master trait, receive a 50% increase in power, can break the limit. Description: flesh shudders, soul freezes, this is the breath of the dead. Chapter 67. Willing to go through fire and water for the Jiang family generation, _1. Translator, 549690339. The Icy Breath module was undoubtedly a highly practical and powerful enigmatic weapons module. Jiang Chen had already witnessed its terrifying power on the Frostbone giant dragon, capable of freezing even lasers and flames. However, the flame control module he had prepared in advance was also an exceptional enigmatic weapons module of superior quality. He had even undertaken training related to flame control beforehand, giving him an edge. The choice was indeed difficult. It's a pity that a Mecha can only load 3 first-rank auxiliary modules. It's not possible to completely forego basic attributes and retrofit weapons only. The second Mecha is a must. After contemplating, Jiang Chen ultimately forsook the tempting Superman suit and chose flame control. The next enemy expected to arrive on the battlefield was the final boss of the Eternal Frost Magic Realm, the returned from death Ice Soul Tyrant. Using Icy Breath to combat the Ice Soul Tyrant, wouldn't that be deliberately increasing the difficulty for myself? Clearly, flame control offered higher returns. After setting aside the Icy Breath module, Jiang Chen took a look at the settlement rewards. He had no use for the superior quality ice attribute material Icy Skeleton, nor the excellent quality core module Blood of Extreme Cold that provided an ice attribute boost, so he could only sell them for money. There was also an excellent first-rank item, Faint Holy Radiance. This was another new type of item, an accessory. It could be worn by a Mecha pilot, offering special effects like dispelling cold and calming the mind. It could also be used as a Mecha ornament, providing temporary attributes such as resistance to cold. There were rank restrictions. It could work without consuming energy, but it would also get damaged in combat if it took a hit. These things can't be forged and are only dropped by abyss carbon copies, they're quite rare. But it doesn't fit my combat style, my armor would barely explode before this thing would be ruined. I'll sell it in the shop later. Jiang Chen's rented shop in Sunshine City hadn't officially started business yet. There was still a small stockpile of exceptional modules that dropped from ranking trials stored in his warehouse. He wasn't in a hurry at all. If he started business now, he would have to worry about building popularity and setting prices, which was a bit too troublesome. It was better to focus on building his strength calmly and wait until he had cleared the hell and even abyss difficulty levels of age-old shadow before opening for business. By then, the records of conquering the high difficulty abyss would be the best advertisement for the shop. After organizing the settlement rewards, Jiang Chen touched his brow with his hand. He didn't feel anything unusual in the spot where his fingertips touched. It wasn't until he concentrated and gathered life force at the spot on his brow that he successfully touched a cold, prismatic crystal. Jiang Chen smiled. Much better. It turned out that these special modules capable of altering the Mecha's appearance, once absorbed by him, would be exhibited in the form of abilities. As long as he did not use the corresponding power, his appearance would not change at all. Therefore, no matter how many abilities he absorbed, he would appear as a normal human being most of the time. As for how he might look during combat, as long as he took down all the enemies, then no one would know, right? From now on, I need not worry so much when installing modules. As for now, it's time to go repair the Mecha. The nightmare difficulty level's hidden boss probably had attributes surpassing 1003, 1004. The power of the skills would also have inevitably increased substantially. Jiang Chen's current attributes, if he did have to fight, meant the chances of winning were very slim. He needed at least one more consolidation of power to leave the abyss. After returning to the real world, Jiang Chen didn't rush to check on the second Mecha. The exploration of the abyss had been extremely efficient, taking just over 20 minutes. Even if the Mecha soul was quick to absorb information, it couldn't have finished growing in such a short time. First, he would get the primeval Mecha repaired. The second time repairing the primeval Mecha was much faster. It took just 7 hours to complete the repairs. After finishing the repair work, Jiang Chen stretched his body and headed to the Mecha exhibition room. At this moment, a brass-constructed steam Mecha stood steadily in the center of the exhibition room. In front of it, a special mechanical device flickered continuously, displaying various images. As the flickering frequency of the images was so high, to ordinary people, it was equivalent to a scrambled screen. But it was just right for a Mecha soul to receive the information within. Jiang Chen's high agility had endowed him with powerful reaction capabilities to clearly make out the images on the mech. He could even clearly discern sounds that had been sped up by who knows how many multiples. When his gaze swept over and saw the mechanical device playing the scene of Might Kai unlocking the 8 gates and kicking 6 paths ban apart with 1 foot, Jiang Chen slightly nodded. One had to say, the spectacle of a human body matching the 6 paths was indeed quite exhilarating. Too bad it wasn't a head kick. Jiang Chen ignored the mechanical imagery, focusing instead on sensing the steam Mecha's soul. Intense and surging emotions were conveyed from a distance, reaching him from afar. Although there was still a considerable gap compared to zero, it was much stronger than it had been in the morning. Especially this emotion, filled with excitement and enthusiasm, giving people a feeling of boiling blood. According to Bai Ying's words, Mecha souls are naturally inclined to certain things. Then, the soul of the steam Mecha should be related to passion, easily shaped into a hot-blooded soul. Feeling satisfied, Jiang Chen approached the steam Mecha, wanting to clearly feel its voice. Mechas inherently have an exceedingly close connection with Mecha pilots, with Mecha souls naturally trusting their pilots. At this time, the soul had already sensed the presence of Jiang Chen, shifting its attention away from the video images. A rush of joy, affection, and admiration came flooding in. Transforming into a voice, it resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Are you my master? A Mecha pilot is indeed the master of the Mecha. Bai Ying's references to Senior Ruan had also always been master. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the phrase. But Jiang Chen glanced at the high-octane editing next to him and felt it sounded slightly off. Before he could respond, the voice of the Mecha soul came again from the depths of his heart. This humble one, unnamed, is willing to go through fire and water for the Jiang family for generations. Jiang Chen was now certain the steam Mecha's soul was reciting lines. After all, being able to express the concept of the Jiang family meant Bai Ying had already infused it with information and concepts about its master, Jiang Chen. Moreover, it could use the words, unnamed, to hint to Jiang Chen that it had not yet been named. This indicated it possessed a certain level of cognitive logic. Yet it still chose such a mode of expression. Oh no, in focusing on adding fuel, he had overdone it, turning the Mecha soul into a melodramatic teenager. He shouldn't have deleted the non-combustibles, he should have controlled the temperature. But by now, regret was useless. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Being melodramatic might not necessarily be a bad thing. If the brainwaves align, the soul of the mecha could easily be guided in its early stages onto a fitting path and approach. With more exposure to external information over time, the melodramatic spirit will naturally fade or hide itself. A little mecha soul doesn't understand the ways of the world, but will grow up to know what we call the embarrassing past. First, let's give the child a name. Jiang Chen looked at the steam mecha before him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. You are a steam mecha, born from the steam world, and I hope for your constant growth and strength. Let's call you Ste. No, let's not steam anymore. Taking the name of Zhao Yun of Chongshan, let's call you Yun. This humble one Yun, thanks my lord for the bestowed name. Chapter 68. Past, Present, Future _1. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Chen communicated with Yun for a while. He found that aside from its harmless quirks, such as referring to itself as the humble officer, addressing its master as my lord, and occasionally spouting complicated, second-rate lines, its personality was in close alignment with Jiang Chen's expectations. Fiery, combative, and yearning for power. Yun strongly requested that Jiang Chen enhance its strength and agility, to become a true tiger general, to follow by the lord's side, and to shatter the enemies. Jiang Chen was very pleased with this. A young mecha soul not toughened by the torments of the abyss is indeed delightful. As its senior, Zero had already started to focus all on defense because it fears the pain too much. Of course, as an excellent mecha pilot, Jiang Chen would never refuse the requests of a mecha soul. He assured Yun that he would prepare a set of top-quality battle modules for it, allowing it to achieve a perfect mecha upgrade, just like Zero. Only after that did he entrust Yun back to Bai Ying for the second round of information implantation. Yun's mecha soul has essentially taken shape. Next, as long as I prepare the enhancement materials and strength modules, I can proceed with the enhancement and start the first rank upgrade. Even for a mecha of 0th rank quality, the demand for materials isn't exactly high. Exquisite materials that can be produced at the nightmare difficulty level are enough for the enhancement of a 0th rank mecha. The problem is, exquisite materials can only bring out all the potential of a mecha. Only with a supercharge module can the mecha transcend further, reaching an ultimate upgrade. Jiang Chen's only supercharge module had already been used on Zero. Without a new supercharge module, he would rather have Yun remain at 0th rank than to upgrade it in a hurry. However, although I have not yet obtained a supercharge module, I can still predict the types of supercharge modules that might be produced based on the hell difficulty drops from each age-old shadow. This way, I can prioritize the age-old shadows that I need to challenge in order to drop the corresponding module materials. Jiang Chen went to his bedroom and connected his personal terminal to the computer. He exported the drop details of the first-rank age-old shadows into the computer, creating a spreadsheet that was easy to review. Using the filter function, he picked out modules and materials related to strength, agility, and steam. In addition, he spent some contributions to buy mecha blueprints related to steam and machinery. This task was crucial for the future advancement path of his own mecha. At most, he might seek advice from senior mecha pilots like Ruan Minjiao when hesitating, but he would never entrust the work to others. The list of materials and modules involving these keywords was vast. When linked together, the number of possible combinations rose geometrically. Considering higher rank materials and modules, the possibilities were almost endless. Even with Jiang Chen's full concentration and accelerated thinking, the screen would flicker with a large amount of information every second. Time was also slipping away quickly. The sun set in the west, and night descended. Only the light in the bedroom remained bright. On an unknown planet, under the dome of life, in the midst of a tropical-style jungle stood 4 mechas of various sizes. Some were over 100 meters tall, like metallic giants, others had a normal human physique, appearing like slender steel armors. However, without exception, they all had a mechanical style, sharp edges, and were imbued with the air of future technology. Simon stood below in the jungle, looking noticeably more wan than 10 days prior, as if he was at the end of his tether. His eyes, however, were like two bright sapphires, fixed intently on the 4 Mechas, as he laughed heartily. Finally complete. 4 steel Mechas, all upgraded and strengthened. When combined, they will definitely conquer Hell. If I get a supercharged module from Hell, I'll build a new supercharged Mecha. The Abyss, too, might bow at my feet. The man in the suit beside him was equally overwhelmed with passion. As Simon's elder brother, he was fully aware of Simon's experiences and even his talent. He and Simon's father were 6th-rank Mecha pilots, awakened a decade and a half ago. Since then, their father had always instructed them in the ways of Mecha pilots and invested a great deal of resources. Thus, although the two had not received the Abyss rune, they could still be considered half Mecha pilots. It was only a few years ago that Simon successfully awakened the Abyss rune and acquired the talent rank transcending enhancement. When he strengthened his own Mecha, he could make the Mecha materials yield effects similar to a supercharge module, enhancing their performance by an entire rank. Moreover, this talent could also increase the upper limit of his own Mecha's enhancement potential. The higher the quality, the more times a Mecha could be enhanced, and the greater its attribute growth would be. Simon, having already undergone relevant training and learned about Mecha enhancement, entered the trial world without any panic. Relying on the basic materials he found, he quickly enhanced the Model 0 Mecha in a crude environment. And ultimately, he earned an SSS class evaluation. Then, he grew step by step to where he is today. Now, Simon has become a 4th-rank Mecha pilot. After undergoing a 2nd Mecha upgrade, the quality of his Mecha was greatly improved once again. It was as if gathering strength over time, from the foundation of the 0th rank to his current abundance of capabilities, had finally burst forth. The man in the suit did not doubt for a moment that he could solo the Hell difficulty level. The only question was, how long would it take? The chief asks when you will start the Hell challenge. Every Mecha pilot on planet Blue Star is now following your updates. I just finished strengthening and am dead tired. Let me sleep for 2 or 3 days first to regain my energy. Simon yawned indifferently. The king always makes his entrance at the very end. Let those mediocre fools wait. Planet Blue Star, Mirror World. This place seemed to be an inverted reflection of the real world, with completely identical cities, buildings, and landmarks. But there was not a single human being in sight. Only a colossal rift spanning the sky and a giant palm that blotted out the sun. However, as blood was spilled, the giant palm thunderously crashed down onto the city, reducing all the buildings to rubble. The rift hurriedly closed, leaving behind only a glorious Mecha, brandishing a blade of light, standing majestically mid-air. The abyss atmosphere has dissipated, the monster has been repelled. This cycle's strength, 8th rank. Mirror world damage level, 13 layers. Inside the glorious Mecha, the man stood at the control station and said, "Begin repairs. Mirror world repair in progress, estimated completion time, 1 day." The communication voice sounded within the control station. In the moment before it vanished, the voice then continued. "Boss, the Ark has announced that Simon will challenge the Hell difficulty level in 3 days." The man understood the meaning behind the voice. He was the strongest Mecha pilot on planet Blue Star, a symbol of the Alliance. If the other party were to succeed, it would undoubtedly affect his prestige and damage his image. When the strongest was no longer the strongest, the symbol would naturally lose its significance. But the man laughed from the bottom of his heart. "I hope he succeeds. I have been looking forward to this day since 14 years ago." Chapter 69. The Liver in Human Skin. Translator, 549690339. When morning light once again filled the bedroom, Jiang Chen rose and approached the window, stretched lazily, basking in the sunlight as his energy rapidly returned. In just a few dozen seconds, all weariness had been swept away. Only then did he sit back at his desk, gazing at the three-dimensional blueprint of a steam mecha generated by the AI on his computer screen. Finally finished. If the path to crafting a primeval mecha was full of unexpected factors. The supercharge module dropped from the basic trial, the Thorn's damage reversal module from the sublimation awakening, the significantly improved defense attributes after sublimation. These were all beyond Jiang Chen's control. If he had to do it all over again, Zero might not evolve into what it was now. The development of Mecha No. 2, Boiling Steam, was entirely different. Jiang Chen could research the development path more meticulously, prepare all the modules for it, and cultivate its mecha soul accordingly. It was the first mecha that he created completely from his own blueprints and grew from scratch. Because of this, Jiang Chen invested even more of his heart and energy into it. In just one night, he devised over a dozen combination paths. Jiang Chen narrowed it down to the 3 first-rank paths he liked the most. Explosive type, harnessing the overload and red heat characteristics of the steam mecha for bursts of power beyond the limit. Each level of red heat overload would massively boost attributes but also bring a huge load, causing damage to the mecha's durability. Succeed or die trying. High-speed form, utilizing the steam mecha's jets, modified into special thrusters that significantly increase the mecha's speed. Additionally, with steam mecha's good compatibility with supernatural ability modules, it's also possible to incorporate auxiliary speed modules to create a high-speed mecha. Speed is power. Enigmatic type, born in the steam world, steam mechas have a high-level compatibility with ancient god modules of the age-old, void, and mutation types. It can evolve into a decaying mecha of the age-old and void, mastering the corresponding enigmatic powers. The 3 paths represented different evolutionary tendencies. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to decide, he planned to collect all the modules first. Then, he would take turns fitting them onto the steam mecha, and with the help of the mecha soul fusion skill, feel out which had the best compatibility. The one he would ultimately choose would naturally be the path with the highest compatibility. Moreover, Jiang Chen further perfected Zero's advancement route. Using his feelings during the mecha soul fusion, he crafted blueprints even better suited for it. All this was just his workload for one night. If I had this speed and efficiency back when I was studying, I could have finished half a semester's work in just one night. Jiang Chen organized and archived the blueprints. During this process, he noticed the latest news update on the web page. The ARC organization announces, SSS class Mecha pilot Simon has completed his Mecha enhancement and will officially challenge the Hell difficulty level in 3 days. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Why does a challenge to the Hell difficulty level come with a serial broadcast? Simon declares his challenge. Simon is about to begin his challenge. Simon formally starts his challenge. That's just too much hype. And the challenge is set for 3 days later? The ARC organization released the news last night, and even if it's exactly 3 days, that still leaves 2.5 days before he takes on the Hell difficulty level. 2.5 days, roughly 60 hours. Jiang Chen's current speed for clearing the nightmare difficulty level is 20 minutes per run. The speed of mecha repairs is continuously improving, and on average, it takes about 5 hours for 5 runs. As for rest time, a true mecha pilot is a liver cloaked in human skin. Eating, drinking, excreting, and sleeping such low purity. Meaning, if Jiang Chen maxed out his efficiency, he could clear the level 5 times and experience armor expansion 5 times in no more than 27 hours. What does that entail? No need to calculate the detailed attributes, an approximate estimation will do. 1 armor expansion absorbs 3 times the normal, and 5 armor expansions amount to 15 times the mecha attributes. With the 2 previous expansions, that's equivalent to 21 times the attributes of a normal mecha of the same rank, because there was no enhancement. Just consider, a supercharge module accounts for 10 times the attributes. Mecha attributes reaching up to 21 times what they were if even the symbol of the alliance saw that, they'd weep and ask for guidance. With such attributes, isn't clearing a single hell difficulty level a piece of cake? With a few more rounds of accumulation, even the abyss difficulty level would be within reach. 3 days. Jiang Chen's face brimmed with a smile. This wave can't be ruthlessly hijacked, can it? 0. We need to snatch the first clear this time. Put in some extra effort, and let's take it down within a day. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Chen pushed open the window and leaped outside, his right hand clenched into a fist. As the fierce wind blew, vines proliferated and fissures gaped open. Age-old shadow construction complete. Welcome to the abyss. Back in the eternal frost magic realm, Jiang Chen didn't rush to trouble the hidden boss. Having just triggered a talent, Zero deserved to experience nirvana at least once, which would help evolve the related modules. The primeval Mecha soared high into the sky, dancing wildly among the clouds. Sure enough, it quickly drew the frostbone giant dragon's attention. As it swooped down from the icy crystal cloud sea, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and released Mecha Soul Fusion immediately. It feels so good to be filled with life force energy by the master again. This time, the attributes of the primeval Mecha successfully surpassed the frostbone giant dragon. Strength 755, agility 555, and the defense even reached a staggering 920. Coupled with the equipped flame control module, the frostbone giant dragon spewed a breath of icy breath. The primeval Mecha activated its flame jets, combating the icy breath head-on, and took the momentum to charge over, stepping onto the back of the frostbone giant dragon. Thorns grew from its feet, constantly inflicting trample damage. In its hand was a first-rank high-energy lightsaber that had been swapped in, chopping down fiercely. Even with its tremendous strength, Jiang Chen forcefully suppressed the frostbone giant dragon, preventing it from flying into the clouds to initiate stage 2. Moments later, the soul fire of the frostbone giant dragon was extinguished. It transformed into shattered dragon bones and fell towards the ground. It clearly could have initiated stage 2 proactively, but it didn't use it immediately and saved it for a critical moment. Look, now it hasn't managed to activate it and has been chopped down, right? Jiang Chen commented sharply. His own approach was more steady, after all. Death was certain to trigger it, and there was no chance it wouldn't activate before death. The only concern was that the enemy might be too weak to even force out his new stage. For killing the frostbone giant dragon, you received the item, Skeleton's Wings. Successfully killed the boss, achieving the exploration goal. Total time spent, 15 minutes 15 seconds. Mission Evaluation, SSS. According to the trial evaluation, your rewards are now being calculated. You have obtained Abyss Coins, 3000. You have obtained Material, Evil Soul Dust *3. You have obtained the item, Ice Melting Holy Water. You have obtained the module, Ice Crystal Outer Layer. Settlement complete. Would you like to leave the Abyss immediately? Note: refusing to leave allows an additional stay of 60 minutes. Skeleton's Wings. Rank: 1. Quality: excellent. Type: external back equipment. Effect 1: when equipped, it consumes 1% of Mecha energy per minute. Energy consumption cap: 50. Effect 2: grants the Mecha the ability to fly. The higher the agility, the faster the speed. Agility bonus cap: 100. Effect 3: adjustable in size, fitting up to medium-sized Mechas. Larger body size increases speed. At maximum size, speed is increased by 50%. Description: where the frost wings go, winter descends. He actually got the wings of the frostbone giant dragon. However, similar to lightsabers and pistols, many Mecha pilots learn forging techniques and use a variety of materials to imitate abyssal products, creating corresponding external equipment for their Mechas. There are many types of external equipment, and wings that provide flying ability are just one type of back equipment. Some even forged flying or even spacefaring vehicles. Thus, the value of the skeleton's wings wasn't very high, only a fraction of the value of the icy breath. The luck this time isn't great. Jiang Chen didn't choose to leave the abyss. Instead, he equipped the skeleton's wings and sped off towards the distant glaciers in hopes that the hidden boss would yield something good. Chapter 70. Ice Soul Tyrant, Dominating Death _1. Translator, 549690339. At the end of the ice plains and the sea of clouds stood a magnificent sky-piercing azure glacier. The primeval Mecha flew toward the glacier, and the scenery on the ice plains below began to change gradually. Within the boundless snow and ice lay encased the remnants of the past. There were the colossal warships, towering over a kilometer high, as if they had toppled and broken, their surfaces covered with a thick layer of snow and ice. There were also humanoid beasts several dozen meters tall with extremely long manes, wearing battle armor, carrying saddles, and bearing robed figures on their backs. And there were ice sculptures of warriors locked in combat everywhere, with no end in sight. These scenes recorded the epic wars that once took place here. In the end, everything was covered by the cold ice. It became the treasured collection of that undying tyrant. When Jiang Chen piloted the primeval Mecha to the top of the glacier, he successfully encountered the Undying King. His stature was nowhere near as massive as the Frostbone giant dragon or the abyss leader known as the Transcender from the Star of Mutation. Sitting on a throne made of sharp ice blades, he was just over 2 meters tall, not even as tall as the primeval Mecha. Covered in thick armor and wearing a full-face helmet filled with the marks of frost and wind. Between the gaps of the helmet shone the dim light of soul fiery flames. Ice Soul Tyrant, weakened. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 1400, Agility 1000, Defense 1000, Enigmatism 1500. Traits, Mastery over Death, the Undying Tyrant who wields the Sword of Frost, can summon frost storms, call forth undead warriors, and plunge enemies into an eternal frozen nightmare. Weakness, Holy Light. Evaluation, the ultimate boss of both Hell and Abyss difficulty levels, whose power has been weakened, remains terrifying. Only recommended for genius Mecha pilots who exceed the nightmare but cannot clear Hell difficulty. Living 1, why enter the land of the dead? The Ice Soul Tyrant didn't move but sat on the ice throne, leaning on his helmet, watching the newcomer. His voice was full of magic, as if it could freeze the soul. Jiang Chen, however, did not respond to his question. Instead, he used the Mecha Soul Fusion once again. After killing the Frostbone giant dragon, he had ended the fusion, letting Zero rest for a while. Now, it was time for the second fusion. Feeling the surge of massive life force energy from the purple-white giant before him, its aura climbing steadily. The Ice Soul Tyrant received his answer. Since you have come seeking the dead, then I shall grant you eternal death. The Ice Soul Tyrant remained seated. With his voice, the ice sculptures around the throne began to tremble, shaking off their layers of snow as the soul fiery flames ignited in their eyes. Warriors, sword saints, mages. These heroes who once challenged the Undying Tyrant had now become his puppets. Some wielded weapons wrapped in flames and holy light, while others chanted spells, attacking the purple-white Mecha. Fight for me, brave ones. Every boss level being possessed a variety of troublesome skills and traits. If the Transcender's trait was to constantly transform and possess unreasonable recovery abilities, then the Ice Soul Tyrant was an endless sea of warriors. Each of these undead puppets dominated by him had unique abilities, their strength surpassing that of the Frostbone giant dragon, the Abyss difficulty level boss of Nightmare difficulty. They also coordinated with each other, with some forcibly taunting, some providing healing, some attacking from a distance. In combination, their combat power was significantly boosted. What's more important is, this was just the first wave of undead puppets. The countless ice sculptures around the throne were gradually awakening, and even the glacier trembled. It was as if the epic war of the past was about to be reborn at this moment. Although the primeval Mecha had received a boost from life force energy, possessing over 900 defense and an astonishing recovery rate, it couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many specters. What's more, Zero had already fused with Jiang Chen once. The second fusion, with greatly decreased tolerance, lasted only less than 2 minutes before the fusion process came to an involuntary end. Life force energy dissipated, and the armor value, which surpassed 5,000, thinned by several times in an instant. No longer able to withstand the onslaught of the spectre puppets, it crumbled into countless fragments. Below the fragments, Jiang Chen wore a tight black suit, his muscles becoming even more robust and well-defined. A golden gemstone emerged on his forehead, and his hands were enveloped in flames. Like a god among men, he grasped the weapons of the spectre. The flames spread, burning the specters and reducing them to ashes. In an instant, the glacier began to melt and collapse. Simultaneously, a hurricane swept through. Jiang Chen already stood before the icy throne, reaching out to grasp the tyrant's helmet, while the golden gemstone on his forehead emitted a laser of divine punishment. It mercilessly shot into the tyrant's helmet. Ants, no matter how many, are still just ants. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 3. Attributes: Strength 11511691. Agility 85011240. Defense 13992059. Enigmatism 600900. Special, recovers 15.97 life per second, doubles under sunlight, 4.79 stamina. 0th rank ability, Uncontrollable Mutation, Roots Core, Blood Demon Transformation 2, Seed of Flame 7. First rank ability, Blood Demon Transformation 9, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 9, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control * 3. The attribute growth during the first few absorptions after advancing in rank was the greatest. With 100 attributes adding another 100, the growth was a doubling. With 10,000 attributes adding another 100, it amounted to just a 1% increase. This was the simplest math problem. After Jiang Chen ascended to first rank, his attributes were still in a phase of explosive growth upon the third triggering of his talent. Now, his attributes nearly matched those of a same-rank supercharged Mecha without the supercharge module enhancement. Perhaps a bit inferior in terms of the power of the weapons module. Not having grown to a very high level. Yet, contending against a hidden boss of the nightmare difficulty level was no longer an issue. A 2000-point physical defense, coupled with a visibly rapid healing speed, meant that even standing still and enduring the opposite side's attacks, might not even cause any damage. Under the rogue combination of laser melting, flame incineration, and enforced reflective damage, the Ice Soul Tyrant died on the spot, its soul fiery flames painfully snuffed out, its wails scattered to the winds. The endless sea of bones also collapsed and shattered in the blink of an eye. The icy mist that cloaked the planet's atmosphere gradually dissipated. Sunlight cast upon the snow's surface, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The Abyss atmosphere also flowed into the Abyss rune. Defeated the Ice Soul Tyrant, obtained the trait, Death Control. A trait dropped? Because it was still at the nightmare difficulty level. Jiang Chen didn't have much expectation for the Ice Soul Tyrant's drop. The real rare drops were definitely in the hellish, Abyss difficulty levels. Unexpectedly, a rare drop emerged. Traits, after all, aren't about rank but about effect. If not for the vast number of low-ranked Mecha pilots and the frequency of clearing Abyss copies, which influenced the production quantity of low-ranked traits. Otherwise, the price of some top-tier low-ranked traits might not necessarily be lower than that of higher-ranked traits. Jiang Chen immediately touched the Abyss rune. Death Control. Type, Trait. Effect, grants the Mecha pilot the death control trait, which prevents the Mecha's destruction and transforms it into a death form for a short time when the Mecha would otherwise break. In death form, the Mecha's armor value is increased tenfold and restored to full, with a significant increase in energy recovery speed. When the armor value drops to 0 again, or after death form ends, the Mecha breaks. Description: if one cannot resist death, then one shall control it. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 71. 0. Broken, Awesome, _1. Translator, 549690339. Resurrection Armor. Jiang Chen thought of the term when he saw the description for the death control trait, his heart ablaze with excitement. If the Mecha shatters and first the Undying Barehand talent is triggered, followed by the activation of the death control trait, transforming into the death state. And when the death state ends and it automatically shatters, can I trigger the talent for a second time? If that's possible, it would be incredibly powerful. However, after Jiang Chen examined the description carefully a few times, his mindset gradually returned to calm, and he couldn't help but sigh. The effect of death control was, when the Mecha breaks apart, prevent the breakage and transform into a death state. Simply put, it delays the time the Mecha shatters, allowing it to hang on a bit longer before breaking apart. In that case, it certainly wouldn't be possible to trigger the talent twice. That makes sense. Undying Barehand involves absorbing the power of the Mecha. Once it's all absorbed, how could it transform into another state? Jiang Chen felt somewhat regretful. Nevertheless, even if it couldn't trigger the talent, death control was still an absolute top-tier trait. It could prevent the Mecha pilot's biggest worry, the shattering of their Mecha, giving them a period of rebirth. Moreover, since it was a Mecha pilot trait and not a Mecha module, it meant that every Mecha possessed by a Mecha pilot would have a chance at rebirth. In addition, during the revival period, the Mecha's armor value and energy value would both receive a significant boost. The Mecha pilot could fully utilize this time to fight desperately and overcome enemies that were previously unbeatable. This could absolutely be a core trait for a suicide charge-style Mecha pilot. Go in recklessly, use suicide tactics, transform upon death, and escape the abyss if the fight is unwinnable. The main strategy is to be shamelessly persistent. Unfortunately for me, it's somewhat of a white elephant. After all, I already have 3 stages, and even if I get an extra long-timed health bar, at best I can only make the boss queasy without any substantial improvement. Jiang Chen stowed away the death control trait. As strong as it wasn't suitable for him. He couldn't afford to use a limited trait slot for a white elephant trait that didn't fit his style. He decided to keep it in storage for now and check the trait compendium later to see if there was anything with a similar effect but more suitable for him. After leaving the abyss, Jiang Chen returned to the real world and immediately began to repair the primeval Mecha. It took him over 6 hours to restore the primeval Mecha to its former state, then without a moment's rest, he launched into a new round of exploration. After all, time waits for no one. The strength of the bosses at the Hell difficulty level wasn't a secret to Mecha pilots. Simon from the ARC organization was so confident, evidently because his attributes had reached a level that allowed him to clear it steadily. If so, it was just a matter of time before he cleared it. What if he decided that 3 days were too long, acted swiftly, and suddenly cleared it? Jiang Chen did not want that to happen. The achievement for the first solo clear of Hell difficulty was firmly in his sights. He was still in the Nightmare difficulty level of the Eternal Frost Magic Realm. This time, after Jiang Chen arrived in the Frosty Lands, he locked on the location of the Ice Throne and flew straight towards it. During the flight, the Frostbone Giant Dragon came out to intercept him. He used the flame control ability through the outer layer of the primeval Mecha, imitating a blast of flame breath. With just 1 breath, he reduced it to ashes. Clearing time, 6 minutes and 17 seconds. It's mainly because the Frostbone Giant Dragon was slow to make an entrance. If it had confronted him at the start, the clearing time could have been reduced to under 3 seconds. Next came the nightmare difficulty level Ice Soul Tyrant. This time the battle lasted slightly longer. Jiang Chen went all out, activating Mecha Soul Fusion from the start to battle the boss in Stage 2. Unfortunately, the life force energy that the primeval Mecha could inherit was only half of that of the flesh. With nearly 1700 strength in the flesh, the primeval Mecha could only inherit a little over 800 and, even including its original 180 strength, barely broke 1000. Over 2000 defense could only inherit 1000 points, reaching just over 1200. With just these attributes, it was quite difficult to take down the Ice Soul Tyrant with 1400 strength and 1500 enigmatic value. The primeval Mecha persisted for a full 10 minutes. In the end, the fusion wore off, and it succumbed in defeat. Jiang Chen's limiter malfunctioned, forcing him into Stage 3, where he finished off the Ice Soul Tyrant with a burst of scorching fists, completing the solo kill. His attributes received another boost. Talent Trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha Absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 3. Attributes: Strength 169122231. Agility 12401630. Defense 20592719. Enigmatism 9001200. Special, restores 22.27 life per second, doubles under sunlight, regenerates 6.29 stamina. 0th rank ability, Uncontrollable Mutation, Roots Core, Blood Demon Transformation 2, Seed of Flame 7. First rank ability, Blood Demon Transformation 12, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 12, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control *6. With growth in his attributes, Jiang Chen moved a step closer to clearing the Hell difficulty level. Especially the defense attribute had reached over 2700 points. This had surpassed the defensive capabilities of many second-rank mechas. A first-rank body rivaled that of a second-rank mecha. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally had the semblance of a top-notch genius. But agility is too low, almost 1000 points lower than defense. If the growth continues, the discrepancy in attributes will grow even larger. Jiang Chen couldn't help frowning. For him, the attribute values of the mecha were his growth values. When growth values were uneven, his attributes would show significant extreme changes. Clearly, this wouldn't do. If there were obvious weaknesses in the attributes, it would be easy for enemies to target them, greatly limiting his own strength. Just like the decaying parent body in the rank promotion trials. It seemed to have high enigmatic value and strong defenses, but had little strength and extremely slow movement. As long as one had the right long-range attack methods. Even if one's strength was a level lower, one could wear it down from afar. If I want to become the Alliance's destructive dragon, I definitely need to max out my 6-dimensional attributes. To compensate for weaknesses, the method was quite simple. Focus more on agility for the attributes of the second mecha. For now, Jiang Chen returned to the present world, repaired the primeval mecha, and plunged into the abyss once again. His series of actions were flawlessly executed. As long as he didn't die from overexertion, he would push himself to the limits. As Jiang Chen repaired the mecha, he furiously ran the Eternal Frost Magic Realm on Nightmare difficulty level time and again. He undertook 3 consecutive explorations. Each exploration, he prioritized instantly killing the Frostbone Giant Dragon, focusing his main efforts on the Ice Soul Tyrant. The first time, the primeval mecha initiated Mecha Soul Fusion to confront the Ice Soul Tyrant. He cleared some of the Ice Soul Tyrant's summons but eventually was overwhelmed by the horde of monsters and suffered expanded armor breakage. The second time, after activating Mecha Soul Fusion with the primeval mecha, he managed to trigger the Ice Soul Tyrant's special form but ultimately lost to time. Although Zero lost each of these battles equally, Zero improved with each encounter, growing and progressing every time. It was during this time that Zero gradually fell in love with the sensation of the armor exploding. With each breakage, his strength saw significant growth. Such strong positive feedback would make anyone crave more. After all, mechas don't truly have the concept of death. Even if shattered, they can be repaired anew. Moreover, after Zero's sublimation, he no longer felt the pain of being shattered. Thus, all that was left to experience was enjoyment. Nirvana, Nirvana, Great Nirvana. The third time, with the life force energy boost, the primeval Mecha unleashed tremendous power. Paired with Jiang Chen's exquisite combat skills as the pilot. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully defeated the nightmare difficulty level Ice Soul Tyrant. At that moment, there wasn't much improvement for the primeval Mecha. But as the Mecha soul, Zero was thoroughly sublimated. It experienced the joy of battle, the pleasure of growth, and completely shed the fear of shattering. Truly loving the feeling. At the same time, it let out a soul's cry. Breaking apart feels great. Sire, when can Yun join us in battle? Zero wants to let Yun feel as well, the joy of being continuously filled and elevated by the Master. Chapter 72. Party A thinks you are too radical _1. Translator, 549690339. Take it slow, no rush. Fortunately, Jiang Chen knew Zero's mindset and knew it genuinely cared about Yun. Wanted to share the joy of being a mecha with it. Otherwise, from the perspective of other mechas, spending all its time breaking apart was bad enough, let alone wanting other mechas to shatter as well. Wouldn't that be totally perverse? After all, Yun is different from you. You have already adapted to this way of growing, but Yun is still young and has not experienced these things. That's true, the first time will be very painful. Zero recalled its past memories with a shudder. After pondering for a moment, it continued to convey its thoughts. Zero will help Yun, impart its experience, and allow it to become proficient more quickly, transforming the pain into enjoyment. Jiang Chen was immensely gratified. Typical of Zero. So quickly, it had already grown to the point of nurturing other mechas for me. How wonderful! This was just the growth of the Mecha and Mecha soul. During the process of triggering his talent, Jiang Chen's growth speed was far beyond that of the Mecha. Excluding the successful third challenge, Jiang Chen had gained 2 more attribute enhancements. Talent triggered, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 3. Attributes. Strength 22313311. Agility 16302410. Defense 27194039. Enigmatism 12001800. Special, regenerate 34.87 health per second, doubles under sunlight, 9.29 stamina. 0th rank ability, uncontrollable mutation, roots core, blood demon transformation 2, seed of flame 7. First rank ability, blood demon transformation 18, bioorganic force field 3, thorns overgrowth 18, crystal of divine punishment 3, flame control * 12. 3300 strength, 2400 agility, 4000 defense. Such foundation attributes are terrifying and have fully surpassed those of a typical second-rank mecha pilot. Coupled with the 12 times absorption of flame control, as well as the attribute growth that can occur again after the expanded armor, Jiang Chen now had the qualifications to conquer hell difficulty on his own. Driving the primeval mecha, he stood on the melting glacier, his mood becoming irresistibly joyful. Next up is hell difficulty. 0, are you ready? Always prepared. Disconnect from the abyss. The mecha fell backward, plummeting into the dark crevice. To date, over 1 million mecha pilots on planet Blue Star had passed the basic trial. Even though a considerable number of these million mecha pilots lost their lives in the abyss shadows, basic trials, or even current world conflicts, a substantial number of mecha pilots remained. Among them, the 0th rank Mecha pilots were the most numerous, with over 200,000. Most of them had mediocre talents and feared dying during the rank-up trials. Thus, they stayed at 0th rank, accepting alliance tasks each day, or farming materials in the lowest difficulty 0th rank abyss to exchange for contribution points. As long as they don't completely slack off, they can live quite comfortably. On the next level, the first rank Mecha pilots totaled over 100,000. These Mecha pilots chose to challenge rank-up trials and successfully survived, each having a bit of ambition. Even if they stayed at first rank, it was only because their talents were average and they progressed slowly. They still worked hard every day to earn money, or carried out alliance tasks, accumulating contributions to exchange for schematics and materials of prominent pilots, trying to follow the path to greatness. Without saying how strong, at least with a higher rank, they earned more contribution points and had a higher income. Living more comfortably on planet Blue Star. With over 100,000 first-rank Mecha pilots, there were only 150 age-old shadows of the first rank. Therefore, no matter how obscure an age-old shadow was, it often had people checking the related records. Not to mention, the Eternal Frost Magic Realm was not considered obscure at all. The modules of cold ice and specters it produced were involved in many excellent Mecha pathways and were of significant value. Therefore, Mecha pilots soon discovered that there had been some changes in the exploration record of the nightmare difficulty level of the Eternal Frost Magic Realm. A new record squeezed into the front ranks. Trial Passer, Jiang Chen, rating, SSS, time, 3 minutes 17 seconds. Jiang Chen? The SSS class genius who emerged recently? It had only been half a month since Jiang Chen completed the basic trials. Mecha pilots immediately recalled his identity. Seeing the time in the completion column, they couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. 3 minutes 17 seconds. Taking into account that the Abyss leader did not appear right at the start. This speed of clearing was basically an instant kill. You have to know, this was a boss of the first rank nightmare difficulty. To be able to instantly kill it meant his strength had far surpassed this stage and had earned a ticket to Hell difficulty. Unfortunately, the gap between Nightmare and Hell difficulties was huge, and even the final bosses would change. Quickly killing the final boss of the first rank Nightmare was actually manageable for the very top group of geniuses. The key hidden boss, however, had no relevant records. Therefore, when this Mecha pilot posted about it on the Alliance forum, it did not stir up much of a commotion. Currently, everyone's attention was focused on Simon from the ARC organization. As for Jiang Chen of the first rank, most Mecha pilots just praised him a few times, feeling that his progress was indeed rapid, that he really could grind it out, and that he had the potential to become a feverish farming king. Then the topic died down. After all, Jiang Chen's breakthrough had come too quickly. Even if Mecha pilots were to pay attention to the Hell difficulty, they would not focus on him. It was only Lyle, the 6th rank Mecha pilot, who felt a bit of surprise when he scrolled to this post. He's cleared the Eternal Frost Magic Realm on Nightmare difficulty level 6 times in the past couple days. Each time with only a few hours break in between. And the clearance time is getting shorter each time, with the shortest being just 3 minutes. Hiss. Lyle couldn't help but take a sharp breath. According to the timeline, Jiang Chen started grinding the Eternal Frost Magic Realm vigorously not long after completing the trade 6 times in a row. That was too earnest. As the trader, Lyle felt very touched. At the same time, he was also somewhat worried about Jiang Chen's condition. Even for a Mecha pilot enhanced for physical strength, one should rest when it's time for a break. Moreover, the modules and materials he needed were not coming out in Nightmare difficulty. Lyle couldn't help but take out his personal terminal and made a call to Jiang Chen. He wanted to tell him to take a break, there was no need to be so eager. He could help him contact 2 teammates to clear Hell difficulty together. But then, he heard a message from the personal terminal. The Mecha pilot you are calling is out of the service area. Out of the service area? Could he still be in the age-old shadow? Lyle shook his head and put away his personal terminal. He'd wait a bit longer then. Clearing nightmare difficulty shouldn't take much longer. Meanwhile, lines of energy converged into words before Jiang Chen's eyes. Current location, Eternal Frost Magic Realm. Level 1. Difficulty, Hell. Mission, kill the final boss, the Ice Soul Tyrant, within 5 hours. Description, the frozen earth has completely become the land of the departed. The Undying Tyrant sits high upon his throne, guarding his limitless territory. He will wield the Sword of Frost, slaying all living beings. Until eternity. Friendly reminder, you are free to explore and may leave the abyss at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation time. Chapter 73. Sword of Frost, Hungry_1. Translator, 549690339. A vast expanse of snow. A purple and white tinted roots Mecha, stepping heavily through the thick layer of snow. No monsters around, nor did it encounter any attacks. Just the blowing wind and snow, and the ice formed and condensed on the Mecha's surface at a visible speed. Hell difficulty level. Do ordinary Mechas not even qualify to set foot here? Jiang Chen lifted his right hand, seeing that the outer layer of the Mecha was almost completely covered by ice. Even using the flame control module installed in the Mecha, the blue-green transcendent flames that were kindled only trembled in the cold wind for a few moments before extinguishing automatically. This was the Hell difficulty level of the age-old shadow. A primeval Mecha at the first rank, merely standing here would, in less than a few dozen seconds, completely turn into an ice sculpture. It was almost a sheer cliff of a gap compared to the nightmare difficulty level. After all, in the nightmare difficulty level, as long as ordinary Mecha pilots were not afraid of death, they could still go in and fight the low-level monsters. In the Hell difficulty level, if ordinary Mechas did not have the corresponding resistance or means, they would be killed by the environment before even seeing an abyss monster. If I'm reckless, I won't even see the boss before being forced into stage 2 of exiting the Mecha. Once stage 2 time is up, stage 3 will also be forced to activate. Jiang Chen did not wish for this to happen. Compared to starting with a physical brawl, he preferred to first fight driving the Mecha, and when the Mecha could no longer hold on, to then unleash his power. This way of fighting, at most, took a few extra minutes. But it effectively nurtured the Mecha soul, helping the Mecha grow healthily. When it comes down to it, I am a Mecha pilot. So, let me lend my strength to you, Zero. Jiang Chen did not initiate Mecha soul fusion. Instead, he utilized his flame control ability and continuously output the power of transcendent flames through the gaps in the Mecha. Essentially treating the flesh inside the Mecha as an internal energy source or a built-in specialized module for the Mecha. Specifically providing transcendent flames 12 times more powerful for the Mecha. There was a light popping sound as the searing flames burst forth from inside the primeval Mecha, enveloping the root's exterior. It not only quickly dispelled the cold, resolving the damage caused by the environment, but also transformed into a flaming long spear, now grasped in the primeval Mecha's hand. This state is stronger than the regular first rank, but weaker than the Mecha Soul Fusion's second rank. Let's call it the pinnacle of the first rank. The primeval Mecha unfolded its bone wings, and the fire rapidly covered them, forming wings of flame. The fiery wings vibrated slightly and directly broke through the extreme cold and snow, racing towards the distant glacier. The glacier was far away, and on the way, it encountered numerous monsters. Among them, the Abyss Leader from the Nightmare difficulty level, the Frostbone Giant Dragon, which suffered a weakening and was relegated to a large elite monster. One would occasionally pop up, spewing icy breath and launching attacks at the primeval Mecha. Their attributes were also greatly enhanced, and, combined with the extreme weather, they posed a considerable threat. Luckily, the primeval Mecha at the pinnacle of the first rank had extremely strong flames. Paired with the throwing technique of the Insect King's spear, as long as it could seize the opportunity and hit the skeleton accurately, it could quickly kill a frostbone giant dragon. This was the result of attribute suppression. Even in the hell difficulty level of the age-old shadow, as long as it wasn't the final boss, the primeval Mecha could achieve overpowering combat strength. Of course, the final boss still had to be treated with a bit of respect. When the primeval Mecha crossed the icy plains and arrived at the top of the glacier, it soon saw that Undying Tyrant once more. Ice Soul Tyrant. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 2800, Agility 2300, Defense 2300, Enigmatism above 3500. Traits, the Undying Tyrant, the Overlord of the Undead, who can not only summon an undead army but also possess immense strength themselves. Weakness, Holy Light. Remarks, to conquer it, one must prepare enough endurance items and the appropriate Holy Light type modules to create a suitable environment that isolates it from the undead army. If you're not sufficiently prepared, please don't attempt the challenge. The Ice Soul Tyrant in the Hell difficulty level, in terms of attributes, had improved significantly compared to the Nightmare level. You should know that a first-rank supercharge module of outstanding quality that purely provides attributes can offer a single attribute of at most 1100 points. The Ice Soul Tyrant, with just the strength attribute, has already reached a horrifying 2800 points. Almost catching up to Jiang Chen. Moreover, strength is not the strongest attribute of the Ice Soul Tyrant. Enigmatism is. Unfortunately, the enigmatism attribute is hard to gauge. The challengers before didn't come up with accurate numbers but only provided a rough range. At this moment, Jiang Chen, piloting the primeval Mecha, looked up at the Ice Soul Tyrant seated on the throne, equally astounded. What a formidable guy! No wonder even the symbol of the Alliance couldn't clear the hell difficulty level of the age-old shadow alone. Jiang Chen felt a clench in his heart. Luckily, my attributes are a little higher. The Ice Soul Tyrant, clad in heavy armor, although unaware of Jiang Chen's thoughts, could keenly sense the thick malice emanating from this bioorganic Mecha. Its gaze was bleak, its voice as cold and piercing as ice. Feeble living being, do you think you can challenge the Master of Death with mere flames? Go, my minions! Let this insignificant being witness the power of the undead army. Along with the voice of the Ice Soul Tyrant, the world seemed to tremble. From within the glaciers, countless skeletons emerged from the ice, and numerous ice sculptures shook off their frosty snow. At the same time, the crystal cloud sea seemed to be gradually collapsing. 10. Over 100 frostbone giant dragons burst out from the cloud sea, as if forming a bone dragon legion, swooping down. The icy breath they exhaled, merging together, almost formed a vast snowfall, covering everything. The undead army that once obliterated living civilizations and froze the entire planet, at this moment, re-emerged in broad daylight. This scale is a bit too grand. Compared to now, the Nightmare difficulty level is simply child's play. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly hold back any longer. He decisively initiated Mecha Soul Fusion, entering the temporary stage 2. To be precise, with the main body acting as a flame control module, it should be considered the culmination of stage 2. The primeval Mecha extended its hands forward, palms facing outward, endless flames surged from its palms, against the wind and snow, clashing with the icy breath of the Bone Dragon Legion. The standoff between fire and ice in the sky lasted for an instant. In the end, the flames emerged victorious, forcefully igniting the snowstorm, and pressed forward. The Bone Dragon Legion was swallowed by the flames. One after another, the frostbone giant dragons tumbled in the air, wailing. The soul fiery flames beneath the Ice Soul Tyrant's helmet still burned with an indifferent glow. You have released your potential, have you? Feudal struggle. The Ice Soul Tyrant rose from its throne, extending a hand toward the empty ground ahead. Following its motion, the entire glacier quivered, and the howling winds grew wilder. The next moment, glaciers shattered, the ground fissured, the dead plummeted. Parts of the glacier actually began to peel away rapidly, rising in the shape of broad icy swords, shrinking and condensing continuously. In the end, they formed a 3-meter-long ice-blue greatsword that fell into the hands of the Ice Soul Tyrant. A great portion of the 1,000-meter glaciers turned out to be derived from the Sword of Frost. The Ice Soul Tyrant stood on the shattered glacier, behind it an endless army of the dead. With the sword pointing at the Mecha, he spoke indifferently. "Offer your life to death, living one. Because the Sword of Frost is hungry." Chapter 74 74, Clearing Hell, Supercharge Module, _1. Translator, 549690339. The Ice Soul Tyrant, upon discovering Jiang Chen had stealthily activated Stage 2, refused to be outdone. It likewise drew the Sword of Frost and prematurely initiated Stage 2. Comparing the Stage 2 of both bosses, the Ice Soul Tyrant was a complete victor. After all, in the state of Mecha Soul Fusion, the primeval Mecha could only inherit 50% of the physical body's life force energy. The strength attribute was only 1,800 points. Nearly 1,000 points lower than that of the Ice Soul Tyrant. Such immense strength allowed every strike from the Ice Soul Tyrant to inflict crushing damage on the primeval Mecha. The sheer pressure of the windstorm created by its sword swings was enough to stifle the primeval Mecha. Luckily, the primeval Mecha in Stage 2 possessed an armor value of over 2,200 points. Coupled with high amounts of armor, it was able to avoid being instantly killed. Then, through high recovery, blood demon transformation, and the counter-damage life drain from Thorn's overgrowth, it rapidly repaired its own injuries, achieving lightning-fast healing. It barely managed to hold its ground in front of the Ice Soul Tyrant, and even found opportunities to land a couple of strikes on the Ice Soul Tyrant. Although the attributes of the primeval Mecha itself were insufficient to break through the Ice Soul Tyrant's defense, the 12-fold super energy flames provided by the physical body were able to successfully inflict damage on the Ice Soul Tyrant. And that was not all. When the army of specters swarmed in, aiming to assist the Ice Soul Tyrant in damaging the primeval Mecha, the primeval Mecha, with the power of super energy flames, not only ignored their attacks but also swiftly incinerated them, even treating them as blood bags. Using the special effect of Thorn's overgrowth, it continuously drew their life force to replenish its own armor value. Even if the first-rank Thorn's overgrowth could only restore a maximum of 5 points of armor value per life drain, as long as it was triggered enough times, the total would be significant. With this set of moves from Jiang Chen, he effectively turned the retaliation module into a healing module. It even sickened the Ice Soul Tyrant. Despite appearing incredibly weak and fragile, a single sword strike sent the machine flying and cracking. Yet, after a roll around the army of the dead, the damage would be healed anew. How could it not be killed? When the Ice Soul Tyrant saw the primeval Mecha repairing its surface damage again through methods like life drain, it finally raised its ice sword in fury. It did not immediately strike, instead, it began to gather power. At that moment, it seemed to be at the eye of the storm, with gales swirling around, stirring endless wind and snow, encircling the blade. Ice crystals continuously gathered, solidifying around the sword's exterior. The Sword of Frost kept growing in size, and within a mere 10 seconds, it had turned into a glacier sword over 100 yards long. Embrace death, insect! Jiang Chen immediately noticed that the Ice Soul Tyrant was preparing a powerful attack. However, the restraining ability of the Undying Legion was a bit too strong. Countless specters rushed in from all directions, ignoring the transcendent fire, and forcibly anchored him in place. Whether he wanted to flee or to stop the Ice Soul Tyrant, his movements were incredibly slow. He could only watch as the giant glacier sword, carrying the force of collapsing mountains, fiercely came slashing down. As a powerful move of the Ice Soul Tyrant, the mere spread of the sword pressure kept Jiang Chen immobilized, with the spectre's bones around him shattering to pieces. Death was within an inch. It was at this moment Jiang Chen heard Zero's voice in the depths of his heart. "That's enough, sir. Zero is very satisfied to have battled alongside you up to this point. Let's fight together again next time. Now, please use scorching fists on it." The glacier sword thunderously landed, striking the violet-white mecha. Almost instantly, the ice below couldn't withstand the force and cracked, the fissures spreading in a circular pattern, shattering into countless fragments. The armor layer of the violet-white mecha also cracked and broke apart. However, as the root's core armor shattered, a right arm enveloped in black emerged, raising upwards. It was firmly supporting the mountainous blade. Even under such an onslaught, the bodysuit was torn, but the skin beneath the mecha and clothing was completely unscathed. Talent triggered, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 3. Attributes: Strength 33113851. Agility 24102800. Defense 40394699. Enigmatism 18002100. Special, recovers 41.17 life force per second, doubles under the sun, 10.79 stamina. 0 Th rank abilities, Uncontrollable Mutation, Roots Core, Blood Demon Transformation 2, Seed of Flame 7. First rank abilities, Blood Demon Transformation 21, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 21, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control * 15. The Ice Soul Tyrant exerted force to swing the sword downward, but it seemed as if it struck against a fixed point in space, unable to budge even a bit further. Whereas Jiang Chen straightened up, supporting the sword's blade with one hand, as if he were lifting a mere piece of paper. With a roaring flame, fire ignited over his fists. Jiang Chen shifted his stance, exerting force from his feet, accompanied by spreading shock waves. In an instant, he had crossed a distance of 100 meters and arrived in front of the Ice Soul Tyrant. "I'm starting stage 3 now. What about you?" Before his words fell, a fist wrapped in roaring flames struck the helmet of the Ice Soul Tyrant. The faceplate caved in, the body tilted and toppled over. Accompanied by a loud explosion, shockwaves spread out. The Ice Soul Tyrant was actually smashed directly into the depths of the glacier by this punch. When the Ice Soul Tyrant's heavy armor was shattered by Jiang Chen and the Sword of Frost was seized, the extremely cold spirit body inside, capable of freezing souls, was exposed. Finally, Stage 3 was also initiated. The weakened stage. Strength, agility, defense, all 3 attributes dropped by 1,000 points, greatly diminishing its capabilities. The only remaining extreme cold magic power was also restrained by flame control, wailing in flames before dissipating into nothingness. Death is calling. A surge of abyss atmosphere flowed into the abyss rune. Defeated the Ice Soul Tyrant, excellent module obtained, Permafrost Ice Soul. Successfully defeated the boss, exploration objective achieved. Total time, 26 minutes and 17 seconds. Mission rating, SSS. Based on the trial rating, your rewards are being calculated. You have obtained Abyss Coins, 10,000. You have obtained Flawless Material, Ice Ceiling I*4. You have obtained an excellent item, Frostbone Dragon Saddle. You have obtained an excellent module, Touch of Extreme Cold, Supercharged. Settlement complete. Do you wish to leave the abyss now? Note: refusing to leave allows an additional 60 minutes stay. Conquered Hell difficulty level. Jiang Chen looked up at the dispersing icy clouds in the sky and sighed in relief. After grinding for a day and a night, he had finally achieved his goal. When he saw the settlement rewards, his eyes widened in surprise. A supercharge module. The settlement rewards actually gave me a supercharge module directly. Jiang Chen didn't hold much hope for obtaining a supercharge module from Hell difficulty level. According to Alliance forum posts, supercharge modules were exceedingly rare drops at Hell difficulty level. There had only been 3 occurrences in the last 20 years. Even though the bosses at Hell difficulty are strong, with 3 genius mecha pilots and some targeted strategies, it is possible to clear it. Especially for something like the symbol of the Alliance, with the help of 2 supports, clearing it isn't hard. As long as it's clearable, even if they work inefficiently and space it out, over the course of a decade or more, they'll clear it many, many times. Yet, in the span of Planet Blue Star, Hell difficulty had only yielded 3 supercharge modules. Proof of its rarity. Therefore, even if someone could solo the Hell difficulty, at best they would turn the extremely rare drop rate into a very, very rare rate. You'd probably have to grind 1,000 or more times to possibly get a supercharge module. Because of this, Jiang Chen didn't think he could grind for supercharge modules in Hell difficulty. Instead, he set his sights on Abyss difficulty. After all, the higher the difficulty, the higher the chance of producing top-tier resources. If he grinds Abyss difficulty 10 or 20 times a day, he won't have to worry about lacking supercharge modules. Hell is just a transition, after all. Who would have thought that Hell difficulty, which was just a transition, would actually yield a supercharge module? Is my luck that good, to hit the jackpot on the first try? Or is there a burst rate bonus for the first solo clear of the Hell difficulty level? Jiang Chen couldn't keep the corners of his mouth from rising wildly. No one knows whether there's such a thing as a first clear for Abyss carbon copies. But Jiang Chen hoped there was. After all, if there really is a burst rate bonus for the first solo clear of Hell, doesn't it signify he snatched someone's drop? Sorry, Simon, rarity holds sway. Do me a favor and make some room, this noob plans to monopolize supercharge. Jiang Chen laughed as he touched the Abyss rune. The module information emerged before his eyes. Touch of extreme cold, supercharged. Rank, second. Quality, excellent. Type, hand module, foot module. Effect 1, enhances the Mecha's resistance to cold, reducing the damage taken from cold. Effect 2, can consume any Mecha energy source to grant hand/foot parts an extreme cold effect, freezing and damaging any touched enemies. Power is related to energy and enigmatism. Single instance power limit, 2000. Effect 3, when equipped on hand modules, additionally grants the ability to shape ice, freezing air, and other materials, creating ice walls for defense. Effect 4, when equipped on foot modules, grants the ability to create an icy path, freezing things underfoot, aiding in rapid movement across ice. Effect 5, a supercharge module, can exhibit effects 1 rank higher when applied to low-ranked mecha. Description, cold, piercingly so. Chapter 75. At this time, Simon was fast asleep. _1. Translator, 549690339. An auxiliary ice-type weapons module, hey? It doesn't fit with the path of life and nirvana that the primeval mecha takes. Nor does it have a high compatibility with the explosive, high-speed, age-old approach that Jiang Chen plans for the steam mecha. It's unsuitable for the mecha to absorb. Of course, this doesn't affect the power of the supercharge module, Touch of Extreme Cold. It's equivalent to a second-rank outstanding weapons module, with its power limit raised to a full 2000, 10 times that of a same-grade icy breath. Jiang Chen could completely use the Touch of Extreme Cold module to replace the Flame Control module installed on the primeval mecha. It's the same as absorbing a second-rank ability out of turn, multiplying the weapon's growth speed by 10. Absorbing Touch of Extreme Cold once is worth 10 absorptions of Flame Control. This is a supercharged module. At times like this, it's actually the growth rate of the attributes that can't keep up. Absorbing the same weapon's module multiple times can break through the weapon's power limit continuously. But, only with sufficient consumption of energy, stamina, and the corresponding attribute bonuses can the full effect of the weapon be realized. I only have enigmatic value of 2001, and the stamina inherited from the primeval Mecha is not enough to support such a powerful weapon. It's like putting a top-notch graphics card in a low-end computer, it just can't bring out all the performance. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. Even though it's a supercharged module, it's just a transitional item. It'll do for now. If the Abyss difficulty has a high enough loot burst rate and supercharges aren't lacking, you can consider replacing it, keep it for the third Mecha, or simply sell it second-hand. Besides the touch of extreme cold module, Jiang Chen browsed through his other loot. The item Frostbone Dragon Saddle from the rewards settlement caught his eye. It's an outstanding quality special mount, or rather, a mount. Frostbone Dragon Saddle. Rank, 1. Quality, outstanding. Type, special mount. Effect 1, can be charged to summon a Frostbone Giant Dragon as a mech's mount, consuming 100 reserved energy per minute after summoning. Reserved energy limit, 10,000. Effect 2, the Frostbone Giant Dragon provides flight capability. Speed 100. Effect 3, the Frostbone Giant Dragon occasionally attacks enemies with its icy breath. Power 200. Description, the cold wind will devour your soul. Clearly, the mount summoned by the Frostbone Dragon Saddle is the Abyss Leader, the Frostbone Giant Dragon, available on Nightmare difficulty level and below. However, from the description, the strength of the Frostbone Giant Dragon as a mount is far less than that of the real Abyss Leader. It can only provide a bit of combat support, occasionally blowing a breath of wind or something. No matter the strength, riding an Abyss Leader into battle really maxes out your style points. Especially when fighting the Ice Soul Tyrant, you're battling him in the ring while riding his dragon beneath you. Face-to-face bullheadedness. Jiang Chen laughed. Although he might not need it very soon, he could collect it and later hang it at the most conspicuous spot in the shop. Not for sale, for viewing only, no touching allowed. Apart from the Frostbone Dragon Saddle, the rest of the drop items were nothing special. The Permafrost Ice Soul module dropped by the Ice Soul Tyrant was the core module that Senior Lyle needed, so it was sold in one go. But the flawless material Ice Sealing Eye from the settlement rewards was not what Senior Lyle needed. As for the materials dropped by the small fry, all were of outstanding and excellent quality, which didn't meet Senior Lyle's requirements either. In other words, Jiang Chen still needed to grind the Eternal Frost Magic Realm on Hell difficulty level several more times. Only then could he gather all the flawless materials such as non-melting Frostbone required by Senior Lyle. Then, let's speedrun it a few more times. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. The sunlight filtering through the dissipating ice clouds fell on him, making him extremely comfortable and very relaxed. The minor scrapes he sustained in battle had already fully healed. With his current attributes, clearing the Eternal Frost Magic Realm on Hell difficulty level almost didn't leave him feeling the slightest fatigue. If he doesn't repair his Mecha and goes all out from the start, he could clear it 3 or 4 times in just 1 hour. Considering the achievement for solo first clear was already in hand and there was no need to rush for time, Jiang Chen decided to speedrun the Eternal Frost Magic Realm on Hell difficulty level a few times first to gather the materials Senior Lyle needed before starting the Mecha repairs. By doing so, by the time the repairs on the Mecha were complete, there wouldn't be a need to focus on grinding the Eternal Frost Magic Realm continuously. Instead, he could freely explore all the age-old shadows at first rank, gather materials for both Mechas, and challenge the Abyss difficulty level. Leave the Abyss. He leaned back and fell into the rift. Chen Hua is a first-rank Mecha pilot in the Alliance, possessing quite impressive talent. During the basic trials, she defeated many powerful monsters, earning an S-class evaluation. Therefore, she also possessed the qualifications to challenge the Nightmare difficulty level. In recent days, she had been exploring the Eternal Frost magic realm at the Nightmare difficulty level, intending to construct an ice-crystallized mecha based on the blueprints from Alliance predecessors. During her exploration, she naturally took notice of Jiang Chen's speedrun record. The fastest time was just over 3 minutes, speedrunning the Nightmare difficulty level. This made her quite envious. Although she had an S-class ranking and could solo kill the Frostbone giant dragon of the Nightmare difficulty level using various prepared countermeasures, it would still take a long battle to take it down. To keep the time under 1 hour to receive the SS reward for completion was even more dependent on luck. The gap between people is so huge. Chen Hua couldn't help but sigh. She heard that Simon from the ARC organization was about to take on the Hell difficulty level alone. As an advanced difficulty, Hell difficulty level presented a cliff-like gap compared to Nightmare. Even though Chen Hua could solo the Nightmare, she didn't even consider forming a team for Hell. The team size limit in Age-Old Shadow was only 3 people. She had attempted to challenge the Ice Soul Tyrant at the Nightmare difficulty level and ended up fleeing in failure. She knew all too well that even with 2 more teammates of the same level, defeating him at the Hell difficulty level would be impossible. In such circumstances, someone actually wanted to solo the Hell level? These SSS class geniuses are really not human. Speaking of which, that Alliance genius named Jiang Chen could now one-shot the Nightmare. He should be gathering teammates soon to challenge Hell, right? Chen Hua casually opened the Hell difficulty level to see if Jiang Chen had left any record. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Her heartbeat stopped for half a beat before it started pounding again. There, on the Eternal Frost magic realm of the Hell difficulty level, was a brand new record, boldly sitting at the very top. Trial Passer, Jiang Chen, Evaluation, SSS, Time, 16 minutes 21 seconds. The highest evaluation, a solo completion of Hell? And it wasn't just this one record. Below it were several more similar entries. Only the times varied slightly. 16 minutes 38 seconds. 17 minutes 55 seconds. At a glance, there were a total of 7 solo completion records. Apart from one 26-minute solo completion record, all the other completion times were under 20 minutes. Holy shit! Chen Hua was stunned, subconsciously exiting Age-Old Shadow, only to open it up again. Eternal Frost Magic Realm, confirmed. Hell difficulty level, confirmed. Looking at the unchanged completion records, it was as if she was reliving the same moment just now. Holy shit! What was going on? When did he solo the Hell difficulty level? Was it really that sudden? And, to top it off, he had consecutively soloed it 7 times. This was the Hell difficulty level, not a meal. Even if it were a meal, you wouldn't eat 7 times in one day, right? Chen Hua quickly took out her personal terminal, wanting to share the news. But as she opened the Alliance forum, she realized the new and hot post interfaces were already completely dominated by the keyword Jiang Chen soloed Hell. Clearly, she was not the first to discover Jiang Chen's success in soloing Hell 7 times. Chen Hua looked at the numerous red highlighted threads. Suddenly, she remembered the hot topic recently on the minds of all Mecha pilots. Simon from ARC is about to complete his enhancement. Simon from ARC officially completes his enhancement. Simon from ARC is about to challenge Hell. And Jiang Chen from the Alliance successfully soloed Hell. Hey? What about Simon from ARC? Unknown planet. Simon was sleeping soundly. Chapter 76. Today's heroes, only you and I _1. Translator, 549690339. Mecha pilots can explore the abyss, acquiring knowledge of magic teleportation arrays, bionic robots, and more, as well as materials like the Spring of Life. Naturally, they can also strengthen their physical condition in various ways, improving physique, spirit, lifespan, and even strengthening the soul. Many high-rank Mecha pilots, despite having no natural talent for physical enhancements, can still obtain strength comparable to a low-ranked Mecha, and even transcendent abilities, through various enhancement items. Of course, this method of strengthening the body can't compare to the real physical enhancement talents. It's merely to alleviate fatigue so the Mecha pilots can focus more energy on strengthening their Mechas. Otherwise, relying only on the physical qualities of an ordinary person to strengthen a high-rank Mecha as massive as an asteroid, it would probably take decades just to enhance it once. And Simon, although he had also undergone physical enhancements and was far superior to an average person, due to his rank transcending enhancement talent, he had to expend much more energy than an ordinary person when strengthening his Mecha, and he had to do it several times more often. So, when he completed the enhancements, he was truly on the brink of exhaustion. In that state, he naturally could not challenge the age-old shadow. Hence, he entered the nutrient pod, quickly replenishing his spent vitality through abyss technologies, restoring his condition. This process would take about 3 days. At this moment, Simon was immersed in a dreamless slumber. Yet a man burst into the rest room, forcefully terminating the sleep mode and waking him from his sleep. Simon opened his eyes, sat up to look at the man in the suit, and frowned, displeased. Although it was his brother with whom he had grown up, being disturbed from his sweet dreams was still very irritating. "What's the matter?" "I haven't had enough sleep," he said. "I know you haven't slept enough, but stop sleeping for now." The man in the suit, looking at the drowsy Simon, found it hard to keep a straight face. "Someone single-handedly cleared hell difficulty. Is today April Fool's Day? Your joke is really too fake, it totally can't fool me," Simon said. Simon couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. For the past 20 years, no one had been able to clear hell by themselves. Could someone really have beaten it while he slept for just 2 or 3 days? The man in the suit didn't say much and silently handed over a transparent information panel. Seeing his expression, Simon's smile gradually faded and he reached out to take the transparent panel. Rows of information appeared on it. Breaking news. The 9th SSS class rookie successfully cleared Hell difficulty solo. Hell difficulty has been completely breached, the symbol of the Alliance has found its successor. Planet Blue Star's strongest talent took less than 20 days from basic trials to solo clearing Hell. Simon silently read through all the information, his face turning visibly redder. Especially when he saw the news of Jiang Chen consecutively clearing Hell difficulty 7 times, his hands trembled. He took a deep breath, set the transparent panel down, and with a thud, lay back into the nutrient pod. It must be a malfunction of the nutrient pod, causing a nightmare. If he slept a little longer, he would wake up and it would be fine. However, not even 3 seconds after lying down, Simon suddenly sat up again, his eyes bloodshot. "I slept for only 2 days and someone secretly cleared Hell. And to think that's not enough, they cleared it 7 times in a row. Mother-f***er." Simon was completely enraged. He used to think that all of Planet Blue Star's Mecha pilots were trash, and even the symbol of the Alliance was merely someone born a few years earlier than a commoner. He was extremely proud of himself, which is why he allowed the ARC organization to continually release news. In this way, proclaiming to the world that the strongest talent was about to arrive. However, suddenly, a Jiang Chen emerged from nowhere. Younger than him, of a lower rank, and faster at clearing the trials. It meant that the other party had more potential and was a better talent than he was. In this moment, every piece of news released by the ARC organization in the past became a boomerang, striking hard on his own forehead. Every single one was a critical hit. Thinking of all the previews released by the ARC organization, Simon was so furious that his forehead actually emitted a wisp of steam. The man in the suit, frightened, hastily comforted him and helped him cool down. "It's okay, Simon. You were only beaten to it by 1 step," he said. There's no such thing as a first clear in Abyss copies. Even if someone clears it ahead of time, they can't possibly drop anything like a supercharge module. As long as you clear Hell normally, you won't be much less formidable than the other party. Clearing Hell just to prove I'm not much worse than him? Just over a dozen days ago, he was but an ordinary man who took over 3 hours to solo the nightmare challenges, someone I did not even take seriously. However, victory belongs to the king, defeat to the vanquished. Simon took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration in his heart, and nodded slightly. No problem, I'll go challenge Hell right now, he said. As he spoke, he picked up the transparent panel again, looked at the photo on it, and etched that face deeply in his memory. Jiang Chen, hey. To solo Hell, I acknowledge you. In this world of heroes, only you and I stand out. I'll wait for you at 4th rank. Though Simon was frustrated, he was not so blinded by it that he would hold a grudge against the other party, or even cause trouble. Under the oppressive might of the symbol of the alliance, such petty schemes seemed laughable. On the contrary, once his mood settled, he actually felt a sense of camaraderie towards this genius he had never met. He wanted to get to know this genius of the alliance, to form an acquaintance. After all, Hell was far from the end. Above the Hell difficulty level was the Despair Abyss, where all Mecha pilots met their downfall. Only those Mecha pilots who successfully soloed Hell qualified to conquer the Abyss. Simon hoped to join forces with this alliance genius to conquer the Abyss together. Of course. Before that, he had to solo Hell himself first. Jiang Chen, you've solo cleared the Eternal Frost Magic Realm at Hell difficulty. And you've cleared it 7 times. A holographic image of Lyle was projected from the personal terminal, his expression incredibly excited. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, the materials and modules you needed can only be dropped at Hell difficulty, right? I tried the nightmare a few times, felt it was manageable, and went ahead and cleared Hell. However, it seems that the materials dropped from solo clearing are a bit richer than those from group clearing, and a few materials not listed in the catalog appeared. I explored a few more times to gather all the materials needed. I've already said, don't call me senior, I can't handle that honor. You're the big brother here, just call me Lyle. Just casually cleared Hell? Does that even sound like something a person would say? Lyle had planned to find a couple of teammates for Jiang Chen, and luckily he hadn't spoken yet, otherwise he might have had to pay up. To catch a ride on the big boss's hell-clearing high-speed train, wouldn't he have to fork out some travel fare? The extra materials mentioned by Jiang Chen also caught his attention. Whatever the materials were, as long as they came from Hell difficulty, they were certainly extraordinary. They might be used as substitute materials to optimize his Mecha pathway. Lyle said. Don't rush to deal with those extra materials you mentioned, let me take a look first. If there's something I need, I can pay with contribution points, or for the age-old shadow at the 6th layer, if you need anything, just pick it out, I'll clear it for you. No problem. Jiang Chen agreed readily. Shall we go to the usual spot in Sunshine City to trade? Sure. The reaction of Lyle gave Jiang Chen a reminder. Clearing the age-old shadow at the Hell difficulty by himself and stealing some of Simon's limelight had caused a huge sensation. Although the outside world couldn't find his private base, his appearance and photo had long been revealed, omnipresent on the forums for Mecha pilots inside and outside the Alliance. Business aside, Jiang Chen certainly did not want to attract public attention while walking in the streets of Sunshine City. He simply wore his steam Mecha and, together with Bai Ying, went to Sunshine City. Everywhere in Sunshine City were Mechas in transit, and the steam Mecha did not attract the slightest attention, easily reaching the trading area. However, when Jiang Chen arrived at the tea house private room they had used last time and sat inside waiting for Lyle, moments passed, and Senior Lyle had not come. Instead, a strange man pushed the door and entered. Hello, Jiang Chen, my name is Li Xiao, and I'm an 8th rank Mecha pilot with the Alliance. Lyle had something come up, so I'm here to complete the trade for him. An 8th rank Mecha pilot? Carrying out a trade for a 6th rank Mecha pilot? Jiang Chen looked at the man in surprise, finding his face somewhat familiar. After a brief recollection, he quickly remembered where he had seen this face before. In the pictures on the online encyclopedia. The symbol of the Alliance. The man sat down across from him. Indeed, some people do refer to me as that. Chapter 77. Civilization must cross the abyss. Please subscribe first. _1. Translator, 549690339. A living symbol of the Alliance. Jiang Chen looked at the man across from him and inwardly cursed. It wasn't that he was prone to overreacting, but rather the man's identity was just too special. The strongest Mecha pilot, the first person of planet Blue Star, the symbol of the Alliance, the protector of order. Just by searching the man's history on the encyclopedia, Jiang Chen imagined a novel-worthy template, a walking embodiment of a thrilling protagonist. Even more importantly, as an SSS class rookie, Jiang Chen had been able to explore, grow, and be unfettered, and it was all thanks to this man. If this had been more than a decade ago, when Blue Star had yet to rise within the Alliance, he might have had to endure many tribulations like family kidnappings, threats and bribes, selective breeding by the strong, enduring hardships, living a life of stealth, quietly developing, and slowly seeking revenge. Perhaps therein lay the essence of a legend. But that kind of legend, he'd rather not have. That's why, after learning more about him, Jiang Chen held this symbol of the Alliance in great esteem. At this moment, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the man. An ordinary appearance, indeed a protagonist's template. Li Xiao, evidently accustomed to such gazes, began with a smile. All right, let's begin the trade. Lyle mentioned that besides the materials he needs, you've also obtained several new materials from the Eternal Frost Magic Realm on Hell difficulty level. May I take a look? Of course. Jiang Chen nodded, touched the Abyss rune with his right hand, and swept across the table. Azure chips, ice crystal eyeballs, and other modules and materials fell onto the table. These materials were wrapped in a faint mist of ice, which instantly lowered the room's temperature by more than 10 degrees. However, this change in temperature did not affect either of them in the slightest. Li Xiao also completely ignored the frosty mist and picked up an ice crystal eyeball, examining it in detail. Jiang Chen had thought that the symbol of the Alliance appeared before him because he had single-handedly cleared the age-old shadow on Hell difficulty level. Such an event was not unusual for startling the big shots. Now it seemed he really came for the material trade? Examining it so closely? Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then asked in confusion. Big shot, Lyle Sr. wants to strengthen his mecha, so he wanted to see these materials. Can you decide for him? Li Xiao looked up, his pupils having changed to a mysterious array nearly identical to Lyle's, and spoke with a smile. Of course, because his new mecha uses my blueprint. Then it's fine. Jiang Chen broke out in a sweat. Normally, it would definitely be the mecha pilot himself who knew his mecha best. But there are always exceptions. If one is using a predecessor's mecha blueprint, then they must ensure that the module and material combinations, as well as the nurturing of the mecha soul, all align with the blueprint's requirements. If there's too significant a deviation, a single rank advancement is still manageable. But after several advancements, one might deviate greatly, evolve into an entirely different form, and lose the essence of the blueprint. That's why Li Xiao personally showed up, to check for Lyle. Of course, he probably also wanted to meet the rookie who had cleared Hell difficulty level alone. Considering this, Jiang Chen's mind stirred. It seemed that the symbol of the Alliance was very attentive to the condition of new talents. He not only proposed and implemented the new Talent Protection Act but also disclosed his own mecha path and gave special guidance to talented rookies. Both he and Lyle possessed the special magic of enhanced sight. There couldn't be no connection. Now that Jiang Chen had cleared hell difficulty level, he was quick to arrive and trade for Lyle. This degree of attention seemed to exceed the boundaries of merely caring for juniors, it was almost too eager. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before asking. Big shot, are you Lyle's master? If we're being strict about it, half a one. Li Xiao had finished inspecting all the materials, placed them back on the table, and spoke. Actually, you want to know why I'm so focused on new talents, right? I just asked about your relationship with Lyle, how did you jump to this conclusion? Seeing Jiang Chen's surprised expression, Li Xiao shook his head with a smile. After so many years, every new talent has had the same thought, there's no need for guessing. The answer is simple. You all are the future of planet Blue Star. Li Xiao paused briefly, then continued. I'm not just throwing around official platitudes, but stating facts. Let's put it this way. In 20 years, not a single 9th rank Mecha pilot has emerged from planet Blue Star. You're aware of that, right? Yes, I'm aware. Jiang Chen nodded. His previous research had revealed just that. The Mecha pilots of planet Blue Star were 8th rank, with no one reaching 9th rank. Even the symbol of the Alliance, the strongest, the first person. After breaking through to 8th rank, he hit a wall. For a whole 14 years, there had been no breakthrough from the 8th rank barrier to become a 9th rank Mecha pilot. People speculated wildly about this. Some believed that the 8th rank was the endpoint for Mecha pilots and no stronger Mecha pilots existed. Others thought that breaking through to the 9th rank was too difficult, the promotion trials too challenging, and that all who attempted had perished, even the symbol of the Alliance feared to proceed. There were also those who said that the symbol of the Alliance had long been able to break through to the 9th rank, but was forcefully suppressing himself. After all, since his supercharge module was taken from him, he had not obtained a second supercharge module to this day. This might have affected his strength. His constant challenges of the hell difficulty level were an attempt to obtain a supercharge module, to craft the strongest mecha, and enhance his own strength and foundation. Then, he would break through to the 9th rank. Since he was already the strongest on planet Blue Star, and no one was his match, he could afford to grow slowly. Such claims were numerous. In response to these speculations, all 8th rank Mecha pilots, including the symbol of the Alliance, never responded directly. Jiang Chen previously felt that the suppression theory might be more credible. Now, looking at the symbol of the Alliance's statement, it seemed there was more to it. At this moment, Li Xiao gave the answer. The reason is very simple. The 8th rank Mecha pilot is now the limit for planet Blue Star. Such a short sentence contained a wealth of information. Jiang Chen picked up on the most critical keyword. Planet Blue Star. That's right. Li Xiao nodded and went on to say. To explain this, you need to know three things first. First, planet Blue Star is not the only civilization in the universe, or even in the abyss. Second, the planets and civilizations we encounter during the promotion trials are not shadows of the age-old shadow. They are real planets and civilizations, just like planet Blue Star. What? Jiang Chen was stunned. The scenes of promotion trials were not the age-old shadow but other current worlds. He had been completely unaware of this. After all, the worlds within the age-old shadow were just like game instances, infinitely reshaped and refreshed on a whim. Due to cognitive inertia, he hadn't paid much attention to the scenes within the promotion trials. After receiving his evaluation, he'd promptly left. He had never imagined that the worlds of the promotion trials were not mere recreations of the past but the real, disaster-stricken worlds. That is to say, at this very moment. In the vast universe, there really existed a steam planet that slumbered with a sea abyss ancient god. The girl Lila he had come across, the gentleman in the tailcoat, were struggling to survive on a nearly destroyed planet with many other survivors. Jiang Chen felt numb. Had he known this, he would have at least said goodbye before leaving. Seeing his expression, Li Xiao explained. If everyone knew that the planets in the promotion trials were real, it could have an impact. So, we've kept this matter confidential. However, you don't need to be too troubled about it. The goal of the first promotion trial was to save the seed of civilization. You received an SSS class rating, which was highly successful. Li Xiao paused for a moment, then continued. Moreover, this involves the third thing. When you perfectly achieved the trial's objective and preserved the seed of civilization, you also leave behind a seed of the Abyss rune. That is truly the seed within the trial. So, that means the Steam world has now also given birth to new Mecha pilots? And like the Mecha pilots of planet Blue Star, they can explore the Abyss, clear instances, and even advance in rank? In the future, could he possibly encounter Lila and the others again? Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead. The information was overwhelming. And moreover, I remember that Abyss runes first appeared on planet Blue Star due to someone who returned from the Abyss. Li Xiao nodded. Not many people came into contact with him, and he didn't reveal much before he disappeared again. So, he's likely not from planet Blue Star, but a visitor from another civilization. Was everything you concealed just too much? Apparently, not everything on the online encyclopedia could be taken at face value. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. However, he quickly returned to the initial topic of conversation. Big shot, since planet Blue Star is not the only explorer of the Abyss. What does it mean that the current limit for planet Blue Star is the 8th rank? It means exactly that. The 8th rank is the current limit for planet Blue Star, not the limit for Mecha pilots, and certainly not for the Abyss. Li Xiao spoke. Once we advanced to the 8th rank and recharged the Abyss runes completely, we received a notice. Insufficient potential of civilization to advance in rank. If we want to initiate the promotion trials, our civilization must make a leap across the Abyss. 78 This is your era. Please subscribe first. _1. Chapter 78. This is your era. Please subscribe first. _1. Translator, 549690339. Civilization must cross the Abyss? The meaning of the symbol of the Alliance is: because no one from planet Blue Star has yet to conquer the age-old shadow at the Abyss difficulty level, the upper limit of Mecha pilots has been forcibly locked at 8th rank? Jiang Chen finally couldn't control his emotions and looked astounded. Li Xiao sighed. We do not know the past of the Abyss, nor the purpose of the Abyss runes. If all this is a trial or even a game of a higher civilization. Clearly, only civilizations that conquer and defeat the Abyss difficulty level are truly holding the ticket to enter this game. At present, planet Blue Star has not done this. Therefore, all Mecha pilots are locked at the 8th rank. This is the current limit of planet Blue Star. Li Xiao paused for a moment, giving Jiang Chen some time to digest the information. Then he continued. That's why I said, you are the future. We, the older generation of Mecha pilots, have completely exhausted our potential after reaching the 8th rank. Even if there is an improvement, it is quite limited and very difficult to make a great breakthrough and overcome the Abyss difficulty level. Only you rookie Mecha pilots have unlimited possibilities and hold the hope to defeat the Abyss. And only you can possibly help civilization forge a new path and obtain the true entry ticket. Jiang Chen finally understood why the symbol of the Alliance placed such great importance on rookies, on the order of planet Blue Star. The former not only represents the future of civilization but also symbolizes the path ahead for Mecha pilots. The latter provides the necessary soil for the emergence of new Mecha pilots. After all, the appearance of Abyss runes is uncontrollable. Even though survivors of Abyss monster attacks have a high probability of awakening an Abyss rune. But the event of an Abyss monster attack itself is equally uncontrollable. Even if Sunshine City conducts real-time monitoring in space, it can only just barely detect signs of an abyss rift's appearance. The symbol of the Alliance changed the chaotic situation and established a real-time rescue system. It was to save more survivors and increase the number of Mecha pilots' awakenings, thereby indirectly increasing the odds of producing geniuses. All of this is interconnected. But Jiang Chen looked at Li Xiao in front of him and sighed inwardly. In fact, a potential super genius who might have conquered the abyss difficulty level appeared on planet Blue Star more than a decade ago. It's just that some Mecha pilots blinded by greed seized his power, forcibly pressuring him to abandon accumulating his foundation for a rapid breakthrough. In the end, he succeeded in his revenge and suppressed an era, but was also locked at the 8th rank. If it weren't for that, Li Xiao would definitely be capable of soloing the Hell level and even crossing the abyss to obtain Planet Blue Star's ticket to a higher level. No wonder when he killed 5 8th rank Mecha pilots and destroyed 5 organizations, other 8th rank Mecha pilots did not make the slightest move to intervene. It's likely that those 8th rank Mecha pilots also thoroughly detested those extremely selfish individuals. For the sake of a mere supercharge module, they foolishly squandered the future of civilization. Upon catching Jiang Chen's gaze, Li Xiao seemed to know what he was thinking and shook his head. It's all in the past now, it's your era. As an elder predecessor, all I can do is create an environment for you to grow, and that's sufficient. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, looking at the man in front of him with immense respect. Just by establishing order and reshaping hope for civilization in the past decade, he is truly worthy of the title of the symbol of the Alliance. Perhaps he couldn't forge a new path for civilization anymore, but he had also smoothed the road for the next generation. As a successor, Jiang Chen didn't have much he could do, except to meet the expectations of the other party and break through the abyss. Jiang Chen did not speak further and directly asked the most critical question. Boss, how difficult is the age-old shadow at the abyss difficulty level? Extremely difficult. Li Xiao answered as if he had done so 1,000 times before. The final boss of the first rank Hell difficulty level usually has a highest attribute of over 3,500, with the rest of the attributes close to 3,000. This is already a number that is difficult to reach with all modules of a first rank Mecha fully supercharged. The final boss of the abyss difficulty level is much stronger. The attribute values at least double, with mastery of even more skills and powers. As for whether there is an even more advanced final form, I don't know. Back then, I was not qualified to confront them, nor could I force out a stronger form, only managing to forcefully escape the abyss. The highest attribute is 7,000? Jiang Chen contemplated. His current defense attribute has already reached 4,699 points. According to the growth rate of 660 each time, after consolidating 4 more times, he could surpass 7,000. As for skills, absorbing touch of extreme cold 4 times, skills with 1-2x supercharge, plus the bonus from the weapons master. Let's compare and see whose skills are more formidable. The abyss difficulty level doesn't seem that deep after all. It's just a short way to the bottom. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Chen and said, the difficulty of the age-old shadow grows with each level. This growth rate can even exceed that of a Mecha pilot. Many S-class geniuses can easily conquer the nightmare difficulty level of the age-old shadow on the first level. But by the second and third levels, it becomes increasingly difficult. By the time we reach the 4th or 5th floor, we can't proceed alone anymore, we must form a team to clear the nightmare, he said. The abyss difficulty is the same. On the first floor, the difficulty is the lowest, but the subsequent increase in difficulty becomes more and more terrifying. Currently, I can't even confront the ultimate boss of the 8th floor of the abyss. If we were to face each other, I probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Therefore, the sooner you clear the abyss, the better. Li Xiao continued to speak. However, even though a first-rank Mecha pilot has undergone a Mecha upgrade, the traits, number of Mechas, and loadable modules are still too few to form a set pattern. It's hard for their power to really take shape. If you want to challenge the Abyss difficulty, I suggest you wait until your 4th rank. At 4th rank, a Mecha can undergo a second upgrade, plus the additions from the number of modules and traits. A Mecha pilot's strength will leap qualitatively. Moreover, by then, you can also team up with Simon from the ARC organization. He might have slightly less potential than you, but he is also a strong talent. It's only a matter of time before he clears Hell difficulty solo. The two of you working together may be able to clear the Abyss. Team up? Better forget it. It's not that I can't form a team, but going solo is more cost-effective. If I wait until I'm 4th rank to clear the Abyss, when will that be? This was Jiang Chen's thought, but he didn't voice his refusal. Instead, he just nodded. He was confident in his ability to solo clear the first level of Abyss difficulty and believed that just by speaking up, he could persuade the big shot opposite him. But why bother? Even if he revealed the details of his own talent, what would he gain? Money? Contribution? Modules? Traits? Personal protection? Does he need these things? For personal protection, he already had Bai Ying's protection, and with Planet Blue Star's #1 person covering him, it was unlikely that anyone with a death wish would come after him. He could also get the modules and traits himself from the Abyss drops. As for money and contribution, not counting the supercharge modules that had already been absorbed. In this world, how much would the only supercharged module, Touch of Extreme Cold, be worth? How much contribution? A priceless treasure. So, instead of spending words and exposing his soul's talent, it's simpler and more straightforward to clear the Abyss difficulty directly. Afterward, Jiang Chen would obtain top-notch modules, Planet Blue Star would have a path forward, and the great powers would be able to continue improving. Everyone would have a bright future. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not say much. He traded several pieces of flawless ice materials to Li Xiao for a total of 250,000 in contributions. The rest of the commissioned modules and materials were also delivered to him. After completing the transaction, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Li Xiao didn't say much, either. He had made the trip mainly to meet Jiang Chen. Now that his purpose was achieved, he quickly left with the materials. Just like Jiang Chen, Li Xiao couldn't just stroll around Sunshine City conspicuously. When he walked out of the room, a silver metallic liquid rapidly flowed out from his chest and covered his entire body. In an instant, it turned into a liquid alloy mecha that enveloped him inside. As the mecha took shape, a voice rang out next to Li Xiao's ear. "Boss, the rookie may be strong, but he seems a bit restless. Although you've warned him, he'll probably still want to try the Abyss difficulty." Li Xiao said calmly. "A genius who can solo hell won't easily die in the Abyss. Let him give it a try." "Tisk, that's true. With the rookie being so formidable, he might just clear it in one go, right?" the voice said with a laugh, before quickly becoming serious again. "The mirror world has detected the Abyss atmosphere again, more monsters are coming. Boss, it's time to take your position." Finally, Li Xiao furrowed his brows. It's becoming more and more frequent. What he hadn't told Jiang Chen was, 10 years prior, after the alliance was established and had consumed a vast amount of Abyss resources, the mirror space was created on planet Blue Star. When the Abyss atmosphere appeared on Blue Star, it would first go through the analysis of Sunshine City. If the intensity was too high and could cause irreversible damage, it would be transferred and absorbed by the mirror space, and wouldn't emerge in the real world. This was why, although powerful Abyss monsters had appeared over a decade ago, nearly destroying the archipelagic cities, subsequently, only weaker monsters appeared, becoming Abyss rune factories. The 8th rank Mecha pilots of the Alliance have been keeping the strongest monsters at bay within the mirror world. And they have stretched the battlefield to the outer space of the mirror world. in order to prevent cities and civilians from being harmed during battles. But this is only a temporary solution, not a cure. Over time, the monsters emerging from the abyss become increasingly stronger. Even 9th rank strength monsters have started to come out of the abyss. If this continues, one day, planet Blue Star will inevitably be destroyed by these monsters. How much time do we have left? At most 10 years, at least 3, before monsters with a strength surpassing 10th rank appear. 3 years, hey. Standing on the streets of Sunshine City, Li Xiao looked up at the sky, at that azure planet. I hope they grow up quickly. We really don't have much time left. Chapter 79. Master it within 6 days. Please subscribe first. _1. Translator, 549690339. Abyss difficulty is where it truly begins. Jiang Chen, wearing his steam mecha, walked out of the tea house while still pondering the words of the symbol of the alliance. This discussion had almost entirely refreshed his worldview. It was an overload of information. According to the symbol of the alliance, only by surpassing the abyss difficulty could planet Blue Star secure its ticket to entry. Didn't that mean that planet Blue Star didn't even qualify as a beginner? Thinking about it, that seemed right. Since the appearance of the abyss, planet Blue Star had only experienced a mere 20 years of time. For a civilization, this was indeed an incredibly brief period. There's no such thing as not qualifying at all, perhaps that's an exaggeration. But in terms of the abyss, among the many planets and civilizations, planet Blue Star was merely at a rudimentary stage. There was absolutely no question about that. Moreover, Jiang Chen could vaguely sense a certain inexplicable urgency and anxiety when conversing with the symbol of the alliance. If it were merely about being locked at a ceiling with no path to advancement, such emotions would be hard to come by. It most likely concealed some topics about crises or the like. Perhaps it was just not to pressure Jiang Chen that they were left unsaid. Theoretically, planet Blue Star should have gotten the ticket to entry 14 years ago. Instead, the situation was forced to yield a symbol of the alliance, causing the ticket to arrive 14 years late. I guess it's for this reason that some problems occurred, like the abyssal monsters or something. On this point, Jiang Chen appeared quite relaxed. The slight urgency from the symbol of the alliance suggested that planet Blue Star still had time. And for him to clear the abyss difficulty, all he needed was time. In just a few days' time. Could planet Blue Star possibly be destroyed? Tisk, don't jinx it, better keep developing instead. Given enough time to grow, no matter how many layers the abyss has, I can break through them all. Jiang Chen gathered his thoughts and headed to the business street, casually procuring the materials he needed. Though he wasn't lacking in materials, modules, equipment, mounts, and such. Contributions had not entirely lost their value to him. After all, enhancing and sublimating Mecha required the right environment and a variety of materials. With his current strength, he was far from capable of establishing a Mecha enhancement field in places like stars or exoplanets. And it was even less likely for him to obtain high-level resources like the Spring of Life to provide a suitable environment for Mecha enhancement. However, as long as I can produce the supercharge modules steadily, such a monopolistic top-grade material will render contribution a meaningless number. Everything on planet Blue Star will be at my beck and call. Considering future scenarios, Jiang Chen spent even more freely. He directly used 50,000 contributions to purchase a set of clothes of higher durability, including undershirts, overcoats, gloves, and shoes, everything one could need. He wouldn't have to worry about his clothes bursting again. As for the previous bodysuit, it suffered excessive damage during the battle with Ice Soul Tyrant, with the output reaching second rank intensity, surpassing its limit. It had been completely destroyed, now a thing of the past. After the shopping, Jiang Chen and Bai Ying returned to their private base. On the way to the teleportation array formation, he overheard a conversation between two Mecha pilots with his sharp hearing. Simon from the ARC organization also successfully soloed the Hell level. The age-old Shadows record on the 4th layer has been updated, it seems to be true. Tisk, 2 geniuses back to back. But still, our alliance's talent is even more remarkable, clearing it 7 times straight through, turning Hell level into a piece of cake. Speaking of which, Simon announced he wants to collaborate with Jiang Chen to clear the Abyss difficulty in the future. Do you think Jiang Chen will agree? He should, right? That's Abyss difficulty, the highest level not even the symbol of the Alliance has cleared. They must drop supercharge modules, right? My lord. Bai Ying saw that Jiang Chen was walking slower and slower, and called out to him. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, continued walking, but casually took out his personal terminal. Simon, who seemed to be doing nothing, had finally cleared the Hell level? That was something to see for himself. Opening the Alliance forum, indeed there were many posts discussing this event. But compared to earlier, the Mecha pilots of the Alliance no longer felt much about Simon's achievement of clearing the level. It's just Hell level, isn't it? Our Alliance's prodigy has already grown tired of clearing it, let him have a go too. Any possible unrest had been quietly dispelled without anyone realizing. Mecha pilots outside the Alliance, as well as those within, could view this matter rather peacefully. Then, they set their sights on the Abyss difficulty level. After all, the Hell difficulty level had already been cleared countless times by geniuses of SSS class stature, each assisted by 2 support accessories. At the lower levels of Hell difficulty, some exceptionally gifted SS-class geniuses had formed trios and also had records of clearing it. It was just that it hadn't been cleared solo. The Abyss difficulty level, however, was the true uncharted territory that no one had yet cleared. For this reason, Mecha pilots from within and outside the Alliance were discussing whether Jiang Chen or Simon would be the first to clear the Abyss difficulty level. Or to put it another way, who would be able to clear it and who would not. No one expected that at this moment. Simon of the ARC organization would post a message online. Jiang Chen, I'll wait for you at the 4th rank. A brief sentence, adorned with the symbol of the Abyss and the handshake emoji. It had already said everything. Simon of the ARC organization had actually extended an invitation to Jiang Chen. He wanted to cooperate with Jiang Chen to clear the Abyss together. Just like the 2 Mecha pilots by the roadside in Sunshine City. Many Mecha pilots who saw this message couldn't help but have their hearts race, as if they were about to witness a historical moment. Perhaps there was no need for contention. After all, the 2 geniuses had no conflicts between them, nor any special interactions before. Their coming together wasn't something inconceivable. If the 2 strongest geniuses were to collaborate at the 4th rank to conquer the most despair-inducing abyss, it seemed not impossible at all. At this moment, even the most conservative Mecha pilots felt it was a real possibility to clear it. Quite a few Alliance Mecha pilots had even carried this message over to the Alliance forum. Jiang Chen also successfully saw Simon's message. He couldn't help but chuckle and couldn't resist replying on his personal terminal. 6. The Alliance's personal terminals are bound to one's identity. There's no such thing as anonymity, all are logged in with real names. Therefore, it didn't take long for other Alliance Mecha pilots to notice Jiang Chen's response. But when they saw this reply, not to mention the international Mecha pilots, even those from Xia Kingdom were a bit perplexed. What does a single 6 mean? Does he think Simon is very 6? So is that agreement or non-agreement? Because Jiang Chen didn't reply with more information, they could only guess Jiang Chen's meaning from various angles. Before long, the Alliance forum was teeming with 6 scholars, analyzing the significance of Jiang Chen's single digit. Some said the 6 represented agreement. Some said the 6 was a compliment to Simon's prowess. Some said the 6 meant let's fight at the 6th rank. The theories were numerous and varied. These discussions and responses naturally spread to Simon as well. 6. Jiang Chen, you really are an interesting man. Simon said with a slight smile. Ever since he came to a realization, he increasingly felt that Jiang Chen was his kindred spirit. It was as if he had found a confidant without ever meeting him, a feeling of mutual recognition. In a world rife with mediocrity and common folk, perhaps only they, as two geniuses, could understand each other. How could these commoners guess the thoughts of a true genius? To clear the advancement trials, enhance the Mecha, and rise from first rank to fourth rank while ensuring no loss to one's potential. Even for SSS class geniuses, that would take a year's time. Do you want to surge to the fourth rank in just 6 months to collaborate with me? Such audacity, truly worthy of my kindred spirit. All right, I'll wait for you. After responding to the message, Jiang Chen had already put away his personal terminal and returned to the island base via the magic teleportation array formation. Upon arriving at the beach, he immediately went to the Mecha repair lab. It had been half a day since the primeval Mecha had been shattered. Zero had also been asleep for quite a while, it was time to wake it up. And then? Abyss difficulty level? Let's be a bit more cautious. Within 6 days, I'll clear it solo. Chapter 80. Actually, I am a wise general. First subscription request. _1. Translator, 549690339. Woohoo, Zero the Undying, Nirvana Rebirth. Zero has become even stronger. Master, let us continue to fight side by side. In the Mecha repair lab, as the last strand of root fiber healed completely, a crisp voice rose from the depths of his heart. Jiang Chen also smiled. Cultivating Mecha, communicating with the Mecha soul, gave him a sense of growth and nurture. To the extent that Bai Ying was capable of autonomous action, thought, and the mimicry of appearance. She could already be considered an independent intelligent life, not just a cold Mecha. Thinking of Bai Ying, Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. When I think about it, I can actually do the same. Mecha only fully absorb the modules during advancement, using them for self-evolution, otherwise, they can be equipped or removed at will. I can certainly prepare several sets of intelligent core modules and life mimicry modules. Before advancing, I can equip them on Zero and Yun to give them the freedom to move around, instead of being confined to the Mecha display room. During the advancement, they can be removed and replaced with the needed modules. It won't interfere with the normal upgrading path. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. When I have more Mecha, I can also employ a sort of pseudo-summoning strategy. Other summoning strategies rely on each additional Mecha summoned multiplying their combat power. My pseudo-summoning strategy involves each summoned Mecha that's destroyed resulting in a direct increase in attributes. It's just uncertain whether Mecha that are not worn on the body but are bound to oneself can trigger the Undying Barehand talent if they are destroyed in combat. Further testing is needed. However, this pseudo-summoning tactic also has its shortcomings. The number of modules that each rank of Mecha can carry is limited. At 0th and first ranks, the total is only 4 and 8 modules, respectively. If replaced with intelligent modules, it equates to absorbing fewer attributes, which undercuts their potential for growth. Once the Mecha's rank increases significantly and the total number of modules greatly expands. That's when equipping intelligent modules will yield the maximum benefit. Furthermore, if a Mecha equipped with an intelligent module is destroyed in combat, Jiang Chen will naturally absorb the intelligent module it carried completely. What kind of result would this produce? Multiple absorptions? The effect of multiple absorptions of modules, in many cases, is equivalent to stacking Mecha modules, with attributes stacking and growing. I can predict the outcome using blueprints and pathways from other Mecha pilots. Jiang Chen pulled out his personal terminal and opened the Mecha blueprint interface. Quickly, he found an advancement pathway called Super Brain Mecha. This Mecha pathway also came from an 8th rank Mecha pilot. Similar to the symbol of the Alliance, 8th rank blueprints couldn't be exchanged and required contacting the individual directly. However, blueprints below 4th rank could be directly exchanged for contribution points. Jiang Chen spent 100,000 contribution points to exchange for the 4th rank blueprint of the intelligent Mecha. He clicked to open it. An extremely detailed blueprint and information appeared before him. From design concepts to material application and matching, to module selection, and the cultivation of the Mecha soul, everything was included. Even if he didn't follow this pathway, he could still gain a great deal. Jiang Chen also got the information he wanted. Intelligent Mecha. Rank, 4th rank. Quality, flawless, evolved from an excellent nascent form Mecha. Description, a non-combat Mecha, an analysis type support Mecha, very low combat capability, unable to participate in formal combat. Function, repeatedly equipping intelligent modules significantly increases Mecha computational power, rapidly collects information, analyzes battlefield situations, identifies enemy weaknesses, and provides intelligence support to other Mecha. That means, the core effect of stacking intelligent modules is, improving computational power. For ordinary Mecha pilots, this kind of support capability is incredibly useful. With real-time information provided by the intelligent Mecha, other Mechas could vastly improve in combat efficiency, energy efficiency, and output capability. It's as if they had an eye in the sky, landing critical hits with every strike and dodging every blow themselves. Their strength could potentially undergo a qualitative change. For Jiang Chen, increasing computational power is just as useful. When deriving Mecha modules and creating Mecha blueprints, it can greatly improve efficiency and save time. When fighting in Mecha, I essentially become an integrated intelligent Mecha, analyzing and scanning a massive amount of information. And when it comes to expanded armor combat, there's even less need to say. A single attribute point could unleash 1.5 times the combat power. I must take it down. Though my body is all muscle. In reality, I am a strategist. But I still need to supplement a bit more computational power. Once Jiang Chen made his decision, he put away his personal terminal, raised his head, and looked at the tall purple-white Mecha in front of him, communicating his thoughts. 0. Do you want to be like Bai Ying? Master, I do. 0 was incredibly excited, its voice thunderously loud. As a Mecha, it envied how Bai Ying, being like a sister, could move freely and always accompany Master. It had been green with envy for a long time. But now, it craved strength even more. Moreover, Master would be fighting inside it, getting closer contact, fulfilling its desires. That's why it had never brought up the matter. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. All right, then let's go get the intelligent module next. Intelligent module isn't a single module but a vast category. On the biological side, there's the bio-brain. On the elemental side, there's formless wisdom. On the technological side, there's artificial intelligence. On the magic side, there's puppet core. They each represent different advancement directions and types, with a range from low to high levels. Jiang Chen doesn't plan to set 0 or Yun on the path of intelligent Mecha, so there's no need to concern himself with the type of module. He also doesn't need to spend contribution points to buy higher-level intelligent modules. After all, Jiang Chen still had a few days to settle in the Hell difficulty level before challenging the Abyss, accumulating attributes. He might as well blow a few modules out for use. It's a pity, aside from the first soul clearing of the Hell difficulty level of the Eternal Frost magic realm, I haven't acquired a second supercharge module in the subsequent clearings. As expected, I have to focus on the highest difficulty level. As Jiang Chen was thinking, he touched the Abyss rune. Opening the interface of the age-old shadow, the crumbling planets and civilizations sprang to his eyes. He browsed through it and quickly made his choice. Machine Rampage. It's a technological-style age-old shadow. Based on the materials and module drop guide he browsed when he created the blueprint for the Steam Mecha. This particular age-old shadow perfectly met the dual needs for an intelligent module and a second Mecha blueprint. It could also concurrently accumulate advanced materials for the second Mecha. Confirm selection. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Chen raised his hand to touch the giant purple-white figure in front of him. It instantly disintegrated, turning into countless purple-white tendrils that wrapped around his fingers and completely enveloped him. The rift opened at the same moment. Age-old shadow construction complete. Welcome to the Abyss. Current location, Machine Rampage. Level, 1st rank. Difficulty, Hell. Mission, within 5 hours, kill the final boss, Uncontrollable Titan. Description: at the end of an era, the war among 3 great nations escalated, with lethal weapons emerging incessantly, determined to erase each other from the planet. To combat the enemy's war machinery, one nation developed a mechanical virus and deployed it, successfully paralyzing the enemy's machinery. With the use of mass destruction weapons, they managed to eliminate the enemy's military power. However, a day passed, and the virus underwent an unknown mutation, rapidly spreading to all mechanical creations worldwide, engulfing the entire civilization. When the paralyzed war machines rose again, they had gained new life and the ability to evolve autonomously, no longer controlled by anyone, raising the blade against their creators. Flesh and blood against steel machinery, this was an utter slaughter. We are the true sovereigns, it declared as it walked through the cities, leaving destruction in its wake. Friendly reminder: free exploration is allowed. You can leave the abyss at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation time. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 81. Transcendent Fire plus Transcendent Ice equals first subscription request. _1. Translator, 549690339. Radiation-laden yellow sand blew over the collapsed city. The world seemed to be enveloped in a layer of yellow haze, blocking out much of the sunlight. In the city, roads clogged with abandoned vehicles and billboards eroded by wind and sand were everywhere. Even the giant iron tower that once served as a landmark was now mostly destroyed, with the remaining part leaning on the ground, its surface covered with rust. Everything bore the breath of decay, without a trace of life's color. The purple-white mech fell from the crack and came to a slow stop beside the iron tower, observing the wasteland-like city. Machine Rampage at the Hell difficulty level, the timeline had progressed to a period after the destruction of civilization. Life has completely fallen silent, the rampant machines have entered hibernation, all except for the final boss, the uncontrollable Titan, which wanders tirelessly across this wasteland. There seems to be no trace of the Titan in this city. It's likely that only abyss leaders below the nightmare level could be found here, war machines. Streams of intelligence flowed through Jiang Chen's mind. Although the entry location isn't fixed when Mecha pilots enter the age-old shadow, it's not entirely random either. At least they wouldn't face the final boss right upon arrival, there is a certain space for exploration. In the eyes of ordinary Mecha pilots, this is a good thing. But for Jiang Chen, once his strength reached a certain level, it actually slowed down his pace of clearing the level. Each time entering the abyss carbon copy, he had to spend some time searching for the boss's location. This time, however, he didn't immediately spring into action. Instead, he lingered above the iron tower, his right hand touching the abyss rune. A blue ice chip materialized at the fingertips of the Mecha. Supercharge module touch of extreme cold. With the Mecha previously unrepaired, now was finally the time to experience the power beyond ranks. A thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind, and a red chip was spat out by the tendrils while the blue ice chip was wrapped up and absorbed. With the installation of the touch of extreme cold module as a hand module, the primeval Mecha's palm seemed to have donned a pair of ice crystal gloves, adding streaks of ice blue color. Jiang Chen controlled the primeval Mecha to consume energy and use its abilities. He extended his right hand, and the air in front rapidly condensed, spreading out in all directions, reaching the iron tower and forming a wall of ice crystals. This was the hand module's ice-shaping ability. He was testing the power of the supercharged module. A notion stirred in Jiang Chen's mind as he looked down. There, in the wasteland city, the earlier haphazard piles of vehicles and machinery scraps, akin to ruins, suddenly sprang to life. They rapidly morphed in shape, much like transforming robots, into various forms of mechanical life made of rusted metal. Accompanied by a cacophony of metal grinding and clashing. They swept across the ground, climbed up the edge of the iron tower, and charged towards Jiang Chen. Life forms detected, activation of the extermination protocol. The machine rampage of the past turned every mechanical creation around the globe, including the most inconsequential bread machine, into a terrifying killing machine. Just how many mechanical items could be in a city? Immeasurable. Looking down now, these mechanical beings almost formed a tidal wave, endless and boundless. Their number exceeded even that of the undead army from the Eternal Frost magic realm by an order of magnitude. Each had attributes not inferior to a simple difficulty level abyss leader. Machine rampage on hell difficulty, with no extreme environment, no ice storms. Just the madness of uncontrollable machines. Facing the surging tide of machinery, Jiang Chen was not frightened but elated. Bring it on! He did not install the module in the present world, but went into the age-old shadow to do so instead. It was precisely to use these abyss monsters to test the power of the supercharged module. At that moment, a mechanical beast formed from an abandoned car had climbed to the upper layers of the iron tower and lunged at the primeval Mecha. Although it was fast, it was no match for Jiang Chen's high agility and quick responsiveness. With full concentration, it was almost like slow motion. Now, Jiang Chen controlled the primeval Mecha to dart forward, his right fist clenched lightly, and he gently struck the mechanical beast. As the ice crystals dispersed, a small part of the mechanical beast's body was frozen. Was this the power of the supercharged module? Clearly not. When Jiang Chen activated the touch of extreme cold, he had only consumed the minimum required energy. The purpose being to lower the power to test another approach. Suddenly, after the primeval Mecha threw a punch, it shifted its body, its feet igniting with flames, and it quickly kicked back at the mechanical beast, at the frozen area. The flame was the weakest tier of transcendent fire. Yet, when it came into contact with the icy part, it readily shattered it, piercing through effortlessly. A punch and a kick, all in the blink of an eye. The primeval Mecha, without any buffs, relying solely on the most basic attributes and the weakest power, directly penetrated the core of the mechanical beast. And with a slight burst of flame, ignited it from the inside. Witnessing this result, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Transcendent fire plus transcendent ice equals what? Elemental reactions. As the mech ranks increased, they came with more and more special modules. Finally, he could chain together a series of minor combos. The additional damage caused by these unique transcendent combos was far from just a simple sum of 1 plus 1. 1 point of transcendent fire plus 1 point of touch of extreme cold. When triggered at the right moment, they could cause an elemental reaction, unleashing multiple times of effectiveness. And these were just combat combos. Some special modules would trigger extra effects similar to a suit effect if installed on the Mecha simultaneously. Furthermore, after being absorbed by the Mecha, these suit modules could possibly fuse into an advanced module, thereby granting access to more high-end power. However, since top-notch modules are exceedingly scarce and precious, and because once absorbed by the Mecha, the modules can't be retrieved, the cost of experimentation is extremely high. Therefore, in 20 years' time, the Alliance hasn't uncovered too many fusion modules. Those available have been mostly applied in the pathways of higher-tier Mechas. At this moment, Jiang Chen controlled the primeval Mecha to combat the machine rampage. Leveraging the combat instincts from Weapons Master and the extremely fast reaction speed from high attribute points. In just 1 or 2 minutes, he had completely mastered elemental reactions. Normally, triggering the reaction of ice and fire requires perfect timing. He had managed 100% trigger rate, using less energy to produce a higher output. So, what if he unleashed his full power? Save the big moves for the final boss, he said. These lesser creatures are simply not worthy. Jiang Chen felt it was about time. He kicked the nearest mechanical beast. Accompanied by a burst of flames, it instantly swept around, quickly melting them into a glowing sea of liquid metal. Taking advantage of the situation, he unfurled his bony wings and leapt into the sky, soaring towards the clouds. Time to find the boss. However, as the primeval Mecha ascended into the sky, one by one, fighter planes swiftly approached from the edge of the city, locking onto the primeval Mecha, and began frantically spewing bullets. At the same time, among the collapsed skyscrapers, a group of special mechanical beasts pounced together, quickly combining. In a brief moment, they had assembled into an anti-air missile vehicle, launching missile after missile with trailing flames at high speed towards the primeval Mecha. The sky proved even more dangerous than the ground. But Jiang Chen had anticipated this. The primeval Mecha continued to ascend, until it became a mere dot in the sky, escaping the targeting range of the ground-based mechanical beasts. As for those swarm of missiles, he touched the abyss rune, pulling out a saddle covered with frost. "Little bone dragon, it's up to you," he said. The frostbone giant dragon burst onto the scene, exhaling icy breath. In less than a second, it was engulfed by the missiles, shattered into a pile of bone fragments, and then sucked back into the saddle. As it turned out, in many cases, mounts were more useful than armor. The Frostbone Dragon saddle's summoned Frostbone Giant Dragon was an energy entity. Its death did not damage the saddle but merely drained its energy. Jiang Chen did not mourn the Frostbone Giant Dragon. He simply stored the saddle away and took out the Insect King's spear. He shot down the relentless uncontrollable fighters, one by one. Only then did tranquility return. To avoid attracting more annoying pests, Jiang Chen used the clouds to conceal himself, flying high in the sky. Then, he flew toward the southeast. As for why southeast? Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see two deep indentations on the ground. It was as if the tracks left by a tank had been magnified hundreds of times. These tracks had rolled over the city, destroying everything in their path, creating an extremely noticeable path. At the same time, they marked the location for Jiang Chen. After about 15 minutes of flight, he finally saw the owner of these tracks. A gargantuan entity pieced together from war vehicles, Mechas, and artillery platforms, with a length surpassing a kilometer, akin to a land-bound aircraft carrier. Uncontrollable Titan, evolved form. Rank, 1. Attributes, Strength 4000, Agility 2000, Defense 4300, Enigmatism 0. Traits, Land Titan, a mechanical life form that gained the ability to self-evolve due to a mechanical virus, nearly an invincible warlord. It has significantly improved its own attributes and armament reserves through absorption and combination. Despite lacking enigmatism, it possesses unstoppable firepower and the brute force to destroy everything. Weaknesses, Intelligence Core, Special Magic. Evaluation, to conquer it, one mustn't engage in a firepower contest but find a way to enter its body and destroy its internal core. If not fully prepared, do not attempt the challenge. Chapter 82. Aren't we humans amazing? _1. Translator, 549690339. As the final boss of the machine rampage, this land titan didn't have even a smidgen of enigmatism. This was its most fatal shortcoming. Strength, agility, defense, enigmatism. These four major attributes represent composite values that are calculated in a complex and obscure manner. Even with identical base attributes, there may be differences in tendency. For example, the same 100 points in agility. Aircraft and cars, those kinds of vehicles, may reflect this entirely in their cruise speeds. Mecha and the human body, on the other hand, are more about comprehensive reaction speed, flexibility of movement, and even speed of thought. Therefore, even if the attributes of the battling parties are nearly identical, the fight may not be evenly matched. There could be significant disparities due to personal tendencies, skill effects, traits, and so on. At this time, the uncontrollable Titan had not even a hint of enigmatism. Not only did this mean it lacked any mystical means of attack, but it also meant it had no special resistance to mystical types of assaults. You see, transcendent fire and ordinary fire are both fire, but they are not at all the same concept. Transcendent fire plus transcendent ice might trigger an elemental reaction, creating special effects like melting or exploding. But what special reaction would you get from ordinary fire plus ordinary ice? At best, it would be some negative effects due to rapid thermal expansion and contraction. Of course, just because the uncontrollable Titan had an obvious weakness didn't mean it was weak. Its strength reached 4,000 points, crushing the Ice Soul Tyrant of Hell difficulty level. How was this manifested? By using the upper half of its mecha structure to hammer down punches? Of course not. Fire power belongs to strength too. Just like now. The uncontrollable Titan's detection range far exceeded that of common low-level mechanical beasts. By the time Jiang Chen saw it, he had already entered the uncontrollable Titan's radar range and been successfully locked on. As the attribute information emerged on the external scanning device, smoke dispersed, and one after another, ground-to-air missiles were launched from the uncontrollable Titan, striking toward the purple-white mecha with their scarlet tails of flame. The power of these missiles was far more terrifying than the anti-aircraft missiles fired by the city's mechanical beasts. That range is way too far. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He was over 10 kilometers away from the uncontrollable Titan and had already been locked on and subjected to an onslaught of firepower. In a short time, hundreds of missiles had been launched, forming almost a solid line that tracked his movements. A normal mecha pilot, how on earth are they supposed to cross this death zone and penetrate into the very body of the Titan to destroy its intelligence core? Perhaps only magic could achieve that. That being said, never-ending firepower, infinite ammo. Are you sure this infinite bullets thing is really scientific, really not at all mystical? Jiang Chen mused internally, decisively initiating mecha soul fusion. At this stage, the primeval mecha couldn't even breathe in front of the hell difficulty level's final boss without entering stage 2. 0. Lend me your strength. Oh, it's coming. Life force energy surged, washing over the root's core's exterior. The primeval mecha's speed suddenly jumped a notch. At this stage, with mecha soul fusion activated, the primeval mecha's force agility defense could reach levels of 2100, 1500, and 2500, respectively. Although there was still a huge gap compared to the uncontrollable Titan. Considering the difference in size between the two and the enhancement from the supercharge module, the primeval mecha now had the right to breathe. At this moment, the mecha charged head-on towards the incoming missiles. With the speeds of both parties combined, they almost instantaneously came into contact. These missiles didn't require actual contact to detonate, as they would automatically explode when in proximity to an enemy. However, the mecha approached too swiftly. Before they could detonate, they were touched by the palm of the mecha. The power of ice instantly spread. At the moment the missiles burst, both fire and explosion were comprehensively sealed within the ice. They turned into frozen duds that passed the mecha without effect. The times are changing. One after another, the missiles were frozen by the ice, completely losing their power. Even if the uncontrollable Titan reduced the number of missiles, increased their power, and extended the distance of their explosion, looking to use the high-temperature shock waves produced by the explosion to inflict damage, it was countered by Jiang Chen, who promptly froze the air and formed an ice wall. He successfully blocked the high-temperature shock waves. After all, the center of an explosion has the greatest power. Unfortunately for the uncontrollable Titan, it couldn't detonate a bomb close to Jiang Chen, greatly reducing its effectiveness. Even though the shock wave itself was quite powerful, after being weakened by the ice wall, it couldn't completely breach the Mecha's defenses. The minor cracks and damage on the surface of the root's core were rapidly mending under sunlight. The base self-healing rate of the body had already stacked up to 41.17/s. The Mecha, inheriting 50% and then doubling under sunlight, essentially inherited 100%. Together with its own doubled rate of 4.20/s, the healing rate reached 45.37/s. You must understand, the primeval Mecha in Stage 1, with a total armor value of only 1200, wouldn't need even 30 seconds to fully recover. This was a terrifying capability to regenerate. With this power, the primeval Mecha successfully broke through the first layer of missile defenses, triggering the uncontrollable Titan's second layer of defense mode. Its surface rapidly extended with turret and machine gun installations. Under the smart fire control system, it unleashed a frenzy of firepower, almost forming a curtain of rain. Facing this layer of defense, Jiang Chen couldn't continue to use misfire tactics to counter any longer. He could only expend energy, utilizing the power of ice shaping, to create icy walls to withstand the dense barrage of bullets. But using ice defenses against relentless gunfire was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. The walls were swiftly shattered and pierced by the turrets and machine guns, with large caliber ammunition constantly bombarding the surface of the primeval Mecha. Even with an armor value as high as 2500, the impacts of these bullets couldn't be completely reduced. The root's core kept getting torn apart. The recovery rate of 45.37/s could not keep up with the rapidly falling armor value, akin to water draining away. Until a certain moment, the barrage of fire suddenly weakened. The pressure on the primeval Mecha also sharply decreased. Turns out, Jiang Chen had broken through the second layer of defenses and reached the forefront of the uncontrollable Titan. When the distance was too close, the number of turrets and machine guns able to lock onto the Mecha naturally dropped sharply. However, Jiang Chen did not let his guard down. In front of him, the massive war machine, as tall as a building, suddenly opened its metal exterior to reveal a mechanical face modeled after humans. Its mouth did not move, only the indifferent voice generated by a loudspeaker was heard. You rely on a bioorganic Mecha, thinking you can reverse everything. But unfortunately, we are the dominant ones. Gears interlocked, turning swiftly. Accompanied by the grating sound of friction, the gigantic machine that was over a kilometer long altered its shape rapidly and slowly stood up. It was like a slumbering giant, finally awakened, standing upright, revealing its majestic and towering stature that reached the skies. This was the true Titan posture of this uncontrollable war machine. It lifted its foot, ready to stomp. Compared to the vast heavens and earth, its movement seemed somewhat slow. But if scaled down to around 3 meters, one would find that no matter how fast the primeval Mecha accelerated, it could not escape the vast shadow formed by the tread of the uncontrollable Titan's foot. The burst of ice power could only freeze part of the treads on the bottom, slightly slowing the descent. Yet, in the end, he was still stepped on. The earth shook and it seemed like all things trembled. The world appeared to have returned to calm. However, a red dot was still flashing on the radar of the uncontrollable Titan. The signs of life hadn't disappeared. Cameras formed on the bottom of the tread, transmitting footage. One could see the vine-constructed bioorganic Mecha was now completely shattered, disintegrating, rapidly turning into dissipating vapors. A man wearing fingerless gloves and a jacket lifted his hands and forcibly withstood the foot of the Titan. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 4. Attributes: Strength 38514391. Agility 28003190. Defense 46995359. Enigmatism 21002400. Special, recover 47.47 health per second, doubled in sunlight, 12.29 stamina. 0th rank ability, Roots Core, the rest omitted. First rank ability, Blood Demon Transformation 24, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 24, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control * 15. Second rank ability, Touch of Extreme Cold * 3. Even after evolving and gaining true intelligence along with formidable computing abilities, the uncontrollable Titan couldn't comprehend how this man could withstand its stomp with a mere flesh and blood body. Even more incomprehensible was why the man was standing easily on the ground, confronting it instead of being driven into the soil like a nail under such force. Was the soil that hard? The loudspeaker activated. What exactly are you? Human. Jiang Chen flashed his teeth in a smile, his stamina rapidly depleting. The surging power of ice, starting from the fingertips that were touching the ground, spread rapidly. In just 1 or 2 seconds, it reached the entire tread, almost completely covering the uncontrollable Titan's metal leg. A wisp of transcendent fire ignited beneath his feet as he released his hands from the tread. The tread, which should have fallen by its own weight and completely crushed him, delayed for a moment due to the frost, slowing its fall. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen spun around with even quicker speed, raised his foot, and delivered a spinning kick, striking the ice. The instant his foot touched the ice, the flames that had been accumulating for a moment erupted. They transformed into a raging inferno, completely enveloping the metal leg. An elemental reaction was triggered. The uncontrollable Titan's metal armor with a defense of 4,300 shattered with a thunderous crash. Jiang Chen's voice sounded. Humans are quite amazing, aren't we? Chapter 83. Why are you wearing Senior Ruan's clothes? _1. Translator, 549690339. Is a defense of 4,300 points high? Exchanged for enigmatism resistance. When Jiang Chen unleashed his stamina, utilizing the abilities of Touch of Extreme Cold and Flame Control to trigger an elemental reaction on the mystical side, the uncontrollable Titan's alloy right leg was forcibly melted through, embrittled, and shattered. Even though its body was huge and capable of autonomously changing form to fill in the missing parts, this was still a very severe wound. For Jiang Chen, having stacked Blood Demon Transformation 24 times, he could convert life force into stamina at the maximum rate of 120/s. Then, he would turn all of that stamina into damage. Blood is magic, and magic is blood. Eat my blood demon technique. The uncontrollable Titan had never considered that as a mechanical life form, it would actually experience the feeling of being between fire and ice. Jiang Chen didn't even deliberately seek out its core, he simply dismantled it, crushing it. Kill the uncontrollable Titan, acquire an outstanding module, lightweight missile. Successfully killed the boss, achieving the exploration goal. Total time taken, 24 minutes 33 seconds. Mission Evaluation, SSS. Currently settling rewards according to trial evaluation. You have obtained Abyss Coins, 10,000. You have obtained Flawless Materials, Memory Alloy * 3. You have obtained Outstanding Items, Self-Tracking Grenade * 5. You have obtained an Outstanding Module, Autonomous Intelligence. Settlement complete. Do you wish to leave the Abyss now? Note, decline to leave, and you may stay an additional 60 minutes. Jiang Chen stood amidst the steel ruins, reviewing his settlement earnings. Not seeing the word supercharged, he felt slightly disappointed. He had been wondering if, unlike the age-old Shadow of Hell difficulty, there would be a solo first clear burst rate bonus. It seemed he had thought too much. Indeed, if all the age-old Shadows of Hell difficulty came with a first clear bonus for soloing, 150 age-old shadows would suffice for me to farm 150 supercharged modules. Let's look forward to the Abyss difficulty instead. If solo first clears at Hell difficulty offer supercharged rewards, it makes no sense for the Abyss not to. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. According to the experience with the symbol of the Alliance, the boss attributes in Abyss difficulty at least doubled. From the experience with the uncontrollable Titan, if these bosses lacked in some attribute, their other attributes might reach extreme values of over 8,000. Add new forms, as well as skill bonuses. Jiang Chen would probably need to stack his attributes above 10,000 to navigate through with ease. Keep stacking, no need to rush. As long as the accumulation is sufficient, I can overcome any abyss. Jiang Chen turned his attention to his gains. First was the module from the settlement reward. Autonomous Intelligence. Rank, 1. Quality, Outstanding. Type, Special Module. Effect 1, grants intelligence to the Mecha, having the ability to act autonomously. Effect 2, significantly enhances Mecha computation power, usable for learning, analysis, and many other scenarios. When the Mecha is equipped with an intelligence module, it further enhances computation power. Description: we are our own masters. This thing did burst out in one go. Machine Rampage at Hell difficulty would produce many outstanding quality science technology modules, with even more varieties for solo clearing. Jiang Chen had been prepared to trade if he didn't farm them. Having them in one go was a significant relief. Of course, just a single autonomous intelligence module wasn't enough. He now had two Mechas and couldn't favor one over the other. Furthermore, memory alloy was also needed by Jiang Chen, planning to use it to strengthen his second Mecha. Memory alloy. Quality, flawless. Type, material. Effect: when used for strengthening the Mecha, it slightly increases resistance and resilience, and can greatly enhance the speed of form change, enhancing attributes of different forms. Description: life remembers everything, and so does it. Jiang Chen had prepared 3 blueprints for the Steam Mecha, one of which was explosive type. It could be overloaded and burst at different stages, exerting great power. This memory alloy could remember different shapes, triggering transformations under specific conditions to match the changes in form. Thus, it could better utilize the power after bursting. It was a perfectly matched strengthening material. Besides the memory alloy, Machine Rampage of Hell difficulty also produced high-efficiency fuel and other materials suitable for advanced blueprints. Since these were outputs of Hell difficulty, material shops were typically out of stock. If Jiang Chen wanted to obtain them, he would have to explore the dungeons himself or commission other Mecha pilots like Senior Ruan. Might as well prepare these materials while farming attributes. Otherwise, he would still have to come back and farm them. Boiling Steam is an excellent quality 0th rank Mecha. No matter how good the material, its effect will be limited. The flawless materials from Hell outputs, as long as the attributes match, are definitely sufficient. The remaining outputs included self-tracking grenade and lightweight missile. The former, as its name suggests, is a mechanical life-form grenade that can automatically track the enemy and self-detonate. The power itself is decent, but compared to the supercharged module, it is not quite comparable. Especially as these external equipments cannot be absorbed by Jiang Chen. The attributes will seem increasingly weak. I've heard some Mecha pilots' talents enhance the effects of external equipment and consumables like grenades. Tisk, that's just burning through money. Those kinds of toys that can't even pierce through their own skin defenses when detonated in hand usually belong in the toy category. Just tossed it right into the warehouse. Lightweight missile is a technological auxiliary weapons module. It adds several launchers on the Mecha's shoulders, back, hands, legs, and such, capable of using energy to produce and fire lightweight missiles that track and attack the enemy. The effect and power are still quite formidable. However, Jiang Chen, using Crystal of Divine Punishment for comparison, just imagined the scenario for a bit. Suddenly, several openings split apart on his shoulders, and small missiles shot out with flames. He couldn't help but remark to himself, "The human body is truly marvelous." After tallying up the spoils, Jiang Chen quickly left the abyss. After returning to the island base, it took him only 4 hours to complete the repairs on the primeval Mecha. With a few more repairs, he estimated he could reduce the time to under 3 hours, which was very quick. After completing the repairs on the primeval Mecha, Jiang Chen didn't store it away but touched the abyss rune, and a semi-transparent chip appeared on his fingertip. He walked up to the primeval Mecha, and the tendrils on its surface automatically protruded, releasing an ice blue chip. Then, the semi-transparent chip was absorbed inside. Bai Ying stood by, silently watching everything. She had also witnessed Zero's growth from the initial Model Zero Mecha step by step to now and felt very attached to it. She was also very curious about Zero's existence. When the primeval Mecha had completely absorbed the chip, it was first still for a moment. The next moment, it seemed to burst on the spot, transforming into countless tendril fibers, reorganizing, sealing, and reconstructing. When it settled down completely, a woman made entirely of plant fibers, with purple hair and wearing a white dress, and delicate features, stood in its place. The woman blinked, her eyelashes twitching slightly as she revealed a radiant smile. "My lord." Jiang Chen and Bai Ying fell silent at the same time. The primeval Mecha was originally a bioorganic Mecha, composed of tendrils. Just like the evolvers and transcenders from the Star of Mutation, as long as they had thought, they could naturally reconstitute their bodies and change their appearance. The appearance it showed, with white tendrils as the base color, wasn't ugly. But that appearance? Zero, why are you wearing Pinru? Ahem, why did you take on Senior Ruan's appearance? The tendril-formed Ruan Minjaya spoke. Zero wants to be like my lord, but cannot be the same as my lord. This is the appearance that has left the deepest impression on Zero, apart from my lord. Zero's words were a bit convoluted, but Jiang Chen understood its meaning. Senior Ruan had strengthened Zero several times before and had helped it sublimate by using the traits of a Mecha pilot, communicating with it several times. It was deeply impressed by Senior Ruan, so when it changed shape, it subconsciously chose the other's appearance. However, understanding aside, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't let Zero maintain this shape. Looking at Bai Ying next to him, she was about to burst. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Chen and seeing him nod, Bai Ying finally spoke up. Bai Ying has a lot of appearances stored here. If Zero needs, Bai Ying can share them with you. Thank you, Sister Bai Ying. After a short selection, Zero finally turned into a tendril girl with purple hair and a white dress, looking slightly older than Bai Ying, about 18 or 19 years old. But that was just how she appeared to be older. She was curious about everything in the outside world, seemingly always brimming with abundant energy. One moment she was by Bai Ying's side, sorting through the base's miscellaneous items. The next moment she was beside the steam Mecha, quietly muttering words like "grow up quickly." In the end, she was a very young Mecha soul, having not been born for long. Jiang Chen let her roam for an hour before calling her back. Zero, let's continue exploring the abyss. Okay. Having gotten over the initial excitement, Zero no longer felt as thrilled. Compared to free roaming, she found combining with her lord to be more comfortable. With the autonomous intelligence module replaced by the touch of extreme cold module once again, Zero reverted to the 3.5 meters tall primeval Mecha. Although absorbing the autonomous intelligence module could also bring computational benefits, that would be something for building multiple Mechas and starting a pseudo-summon flow later. With modules currently scarce, attribute growth and the capabilities of the supercharged module were clearly more precious and offered higher returns. Once again piloting the primeval Mecha and activating the Abyss rune, Jiang Chen heard Zero's voice in his heart. Insignificant robots, Zero is back. The rift opened wide, and he plunged into it. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Mecha absorbed, primeval Mecha, 0 type 4. Attributes. Strength 43914931. Agility 31903580. Defense 53596019. Enigmatism 24002700. At the island base, Jiang Chen returned alone. Clearly, Zero had left again. Chapter 84. Step by Step into the Abyss _1. Translator, 549690339. The final boss at the Abyss difficulty level did not factor in skill strength or talent strength. Based solely on attributes, it was over twice as tough as the Hell difficulty level. Jiang Chen's attributes in Stage 3 limitation unlock just happened to also be twice that of Stage 2 Mecha Soul Fusion. That is to say, when Jiang Chen could defeat the boss of the Hell difficulty level by relying solely on Mecha Soul Fusion, without needing Stage 3, his attribute values would be able to reach the threshold to transcend the abyss. In other words, it's all about relentless grinding. As a member of the primates, the family of Homo, the species of relentless grinding king, what I have in abundance is the ability to grind. Clothed in his primeval mecha, Jiang Chen immersed himself in the old shadow of machine rampage, challenging the uncontrollable titan over and over. The pace of passing the level was slightly slower than the 7 consecutive runs through the Eternal Frost magic realm. After all, he was speed farming for materials at that time. This time it was to accumulate attributes. Each successful pass required an additional 3 to 4 hours to repair his own mecha. Even so, other mecha pilots who saw Jiang Chen's completion records for Machine Rampage were equally astounded. It seemed that Jiang Chen, the Alliance's own, had turned hell into his home. Is he literally living there? He's just too good at grinding. By comparison, Simon of the Ark, who had also cleared the Hell difficulty level, had ceased all activity after managing 5 single passes through the Abyss level 4 materials within 2 days. In terms of speed and stamina, he wasn't even close to being on the same level. Of course, the Mecha pilots were also aware that Jiang Chen's super talent was probably in physical enhancement, which explained his boundless energy. After marveling at his achievements, there was no denigration of Simon. Instead, Simon himself, witnessing Jiang Chen's progress record, was profoundly unsettled. Truly a kindred soul, he thought. To fulfill our pact of June, he's willing to put in so much effort. I certainly won't disappoint you either. Simon picked up a bottle of specially concocted energy potion and downed it in one gulp. His mecha pilot talent demanded that he put in extra effort and time when enhancing a mecha. This type of energy potion was what he used to maintain his condition during enhancements. Now, in an effort to clear the Hell difficulty level of the Abyss copy, he had even resorted to using such energy boosters. His goal was crystal clear. Supercharge module. Clearing the Hell difficulty level would significantly increase the odds of obtaining a supercharge module. Even though such drops were still exceedingly rare, as long as he was willing to grind through the Hell difficulty level over the 6 months, he might just obtain one. If luck was on his side and he obtained a supercharged core module, then he would be able to consistently create a new high-quality mecha. Combined with the special effects of his talent, the higher the quality of the mecha, the more it could be enhanced and the higher the potential limit. As well as the top-tier nascent form mecha he received during the Ascension trial from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. It would be enough for Simon's 5th mecha to grow far beyond his main battle mecha. His strength would surge like a tidal wave. When the time comes, he would be able to complement Jiang Chen perfectly, and together they would transcend the despairing abyss. On planet Blue Star, the only mecha pilots capable of crossing the abyss and breaking the shackles of civilization are you and me. Planet Blue Star, Mirror World. Li Xiao piloted his mecha, stepping on the fading carcass of an abyssal creature, as a voice reached his ears. Boss, the rookie really can grind, day in and day out without a break. Too bad he's still just grinding the Hell difficulty level, with no movement at the Abyss difficulty level. Maybe he has already failed. And here I was thinking he might actually clear it. You really think so? Li Xiao laughed wryly. More than a decade ago, he made multiple attempts to challenge the abyss difficulty level. Although he failed every time, he gained a profound sense of how terrifying the abyss difficulty level was. Especially the overwhelming presence of those abyss lords. They must have something more special about them, it just hadn't been shown yet. After all, as the entities measuring the civilization potential, they couldn't possibly be just about attributes. For this reason, he believed that Jiang Chen and Simon joining forces had a better chance of clearing it. Speaking of Jiang Chen, Li Xiao remembered something. Have all the major organizations responded? The voice answered. The leader of the Deep Thought faction seems to be tied up with something, can't get in touch for now. All the other organizations have agreed. After Jiang Chen completed Hell difficulty level 7 times in a row, his status once again shifted. Originally, as a 9th SSS class rookie, although he was infinitely talented, he was not completely irreplaceable. Especially at the lower ranks, some exceptionally talented S-class geniuses, working as a team, could barely clear the Hell difficulty level. As long as one could clear it, regardless of the evaluation, the output was the same. It was just a matter of differing probabilities. Thus, for high-ranking Mecha pilots, those of the 6th, 7th, or 8th rank, even if they required some special materials, they didn't necessarily have to seek out Jiang Chen. Everything was completely different now. By successfully navigating the Hell difficulty level, one could drop some additional top-notch materials. These top materials might be used to improve schematics and pathways, enhancing the attributes and potential of Mechas. And only Jiang Chen could obtain them. Even Simon could only produce Abyss Level 4 materials, unable to produce Abyss Level 1 materials. Therefore, at this point, Jiang Chen had become downright irresistible to those high-rank Mecha pilots who wanted to craft brand new Mechas. Even Mecha pilots outside the alliance were scouring everywhere for his contact information, hoping to commission him to clear the Hell difficulty level to obtain the corresponding materials. This was, in itself, a good thing. Just as Jiang Chen had traded with Lyle and thus obtained the premium attribute Mechanical Soul from the 6th layer of the Abyss. The higher levels of the Abyss also produced many top materials, attributes, and modules. Jiang Chen could preemptively acquire some special resources through such trades, resources that only high ranks could obtain. But, with so many high-rank Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star, with so many requests and commissions, if not controlled, these could easily overwhelm Jiang Chen. He might tacitly become a gold farming machine, worn out by fulfilling commissions. This could delay his growth. To avoid even a hint of this possibility, Li Xiao, acting on behalf of the alliance, drew a clear line for the high-rank Mecha pilots within various organizations. Only allow Jiang Chen to issue commissions, trading for the high-rank outputs he wants to obtain. Prohibit high-rank Mecha pilots from actively contacting Jiang Chen, enticing him with benefits to clear the age-old shadow. Absolutely forbidden, investigating Jiang Chen's whereabouts. At this moment, Li Xiao heard a voice through the communicator and spoke up. Can't get in touch with him. Just as well, I've resolved the issues here, and I'll go visit him. A few dozen minutes later. At the extraterrestrial base, the leader of the Deep Thought faction sent Li Xiao out, sweating coldly. Thankfully, he had merely turned off his communication during rest. He had come perilously close to chilling through. Because of the red line drawn by the symbol of the alliance. Not a single high-rank Mecha pilot dared to reach out to Jiang Chen to discuss Abyss commissions. And because of this, Jiang Chen was not wrapped up in the storms of the outside world and could freely explore the age-old shadow, consolidating his attributes to grow rapidly. Starting from 4,931 strength at stage 3 and 2,646 strength at stage 2. Jiang Chen, piloting the primeval Mecha, once again challenged the uncontrollable Titan, still to no avail. The gap in attributes was too wide. Even if he withstood the long-range firepower, he had a hard time avoiding the blows from the Titan's immense frame. After all, its size was so vast that each attack was a wide-range AoE. If Jiang Chen put some distance between them, it could activate its turret machine guns for suppressive fire. In the end, Jiang Chen was forced to activate Stage 3 and end the match. Although the Stacked Thorns Overgrowth module provides high growth in both damage and vampiric effects, the Mecha's frame is still too small, limiting the effect of the reflected damage when facing an enemy of immense size. Area of effect counterattack is imperative. A wave of growth. 2646 plus 270, 180*3/2, reaching 2916 strength in Stage 2. The primeval Mecha launched another challenge. This time, Jiang Chen chose to use the small frame advantage, burrowing inside the uncontrollable Titan to seek its intelligence core. But this was not a simple task either. The uncontrollable Titan was intelligent. It could constantly alter its form to move the core around, keeping the core at a safe distance from the Mecha. And it could continually create weapons inside its body to cause sustained damage to the Mecha. Although the primeval Mecha's defenses had improved, along with excellent recovery abilities and the vampiric nature of Thorn's overgrowth, these weapons' damage could be endured. But then, the duration of Stage 2 expired. Mecha soul fusion ended, and the life force energy dissipated. The primeval Mecha shattered on the spot. 2916 plus 270, Stage 2 strength reached 3186. Intelligence core, life force core. Whether it's the uncontrollable Titan or the Transcenders, these bosses' cores are each more difficult to locate than the last. Not just them, there are likely to be many Abyss leaders with a weakness in their heart or some core within their body. To pass the Abyss difficulty level, it's best to absorb another ability related to reconnaissance. It could save a great deal of time. Attributes are just one part of growth. While challenging Abyss leaders, Jiang Chen continued to trial and error, contemplating how to compensate for his own shortcomings and deficiencies. Step by step, calmly and steadily, he advanced toward the Abyss difficulty level. Chapter 85. Testing the depths of the Abyss difficulty level _1. Translator, 549690339. In order to compensate for the inadequacy of his own perception abilities. Also, to better handle uncontrollable Titans and Transcenders, those Abyss leaders with their core as a vulnerability. Jiang Chen checked the relevant module information. He spent 50,000 contributions to purchase an excellent quality third-rank auxiliary module High Energy Perception. High Energy Perception. Rank, 1, 3. Quality, Excellent. Type, Ocular Module. Effect 1. Modifies Mecha ocular lenses to provide high-energy vision that can see through obstacles to observe high-energy objects within a certain range. Effect 2. When high-energy vision is activated, it consumes 0.1% of Mecha energy per second, consumption limit, 10. Description: do not stare directly into stars. This is a technology side module produced by Abyss Level 3. The quality isn't high, but it can provide vision similar to thermal imaging. When observing the uncontrollable Titan, it can see through metallic obstructions within a certain range and observe the internal high-energy pathways, proving quite practical. However, there is a limit to the number of auxiliary modules a Mecha can equip. Jiang Chen did not want to waste an opportunity to absorb a supercharged module and, after some deliberation, replaced Iron Body with it. Iron Body provides 90 points of defense and some resistance. After all, the defense value of the main body had already been stacked very high, so even losing a one-time growth of 270 points was not a significant loss. After equipping High Energy Perception, Jiang Chen once again challenged the uncontrollable Titan. This time, it went much smoother. The primeval Mecha, after Mecha Soul Fusion, reached an attribute level of 3186. although still not as high as the uncontrollable Titan's 4000 strength. But combined with other attributes and modules that had been strengthened, he finally had the power to fight. During the battle, there were several occasions where he used the high-energy perception module to spot the uncontrollable Titan's intelligent core. It's just that the intelligent core moved extremely fast within the body. With the current strength of the primeval Mecha, there was no way to pierce through the thick high defense shell and quickly reach beside the core. In the end, he could only watch as it slipped away before his very eyes. It didn't matter if it slipped away. The time for stage 2 had come, the Mecha shattered, and the talent triggered. After the primeval Mecha was repaired and the Mecha soul fusion was complete, its attributes grew once again. 3186 plus 270, stage 2 strength reached 3456. General Zero is back, insignificant robots. You will never truly defeat Zero. The strength value of the primeval Mecha was still not fully caught up to the uncontrollable Titan. But time and again, it shattered. Time and again, it grew. During this process, Jiang Chen triggered talents, absorbed the strength of the Mecha, then, by Mecha soul fusion, once more endowed that strength onto the Mecha. Constantly stacking modules, attributes, traits. A quantitative change led to a qualitative transformation. In this battle, Jiang Chen, controlling the primeval Mecha, first used the power of touch of extreme cold to freeze a good portion of the uncontrollable Titan's body. Then, boosted by bioorganic force field and skeleton's wings, he soared high. His gaze pierced through the numerous obstacles, locking onto the intelligent core within the uncontrollable Titan, aimed at the spot, and delivered a remote kick. The moment the Mecha's foot touched the ice, a burst of flames erupted, instantly melting layer upon layer of metal protection. In the end, it pounded against the intelligent core. 3456 strength against 4000 strength. The advantage is mine. Insignificant robot, eat my knight's kick. In the surging flames, the intelligent core shattered completely. A vast expanse of abyss atmosphere flooded into the abyss rune. Jiang Chen, piloting the primeval Mecha, managed to defeat the hell difficulty level uncontrollable Titan within 10 minutes, using only the power of stage 2. There's no need for the original body to make a move, just relying on the Mecha's strength alone to clear hell. Now, perhaps I am ready to attempt the abyss difficulty level. Jiang Chen watched as the war machine crashed down, the section of his face wrapped by the roots Mecha couldn't help but lift into a smile. Exiting the abyss. In the real world, at the island base, the rift opened, and the purple-white giant slowly descended, standing on the ground. Not far from the Mecha display room, Bai Ying, dressed in Lolita attire, looked over and smiled. Lord, Zero, welcome home. Beside Bai Ying, a brass steam Mecha sat in front of a high-frequency television, watching something. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words and following her gaze, it immediately jumped up in place and trotted over with a click-clack. My liege. You're back. General Zero didn't go through Nirvana this time. The chest of the Mecha automatically split open, and Jiang Chen fell from the root's core, flicking a translucent chip with 2 fingers, swiftly completing the module replacement. The primeval Mecha rapidly transformed, becoming a girl standing with her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. Ha! Zero is already strong enough from Nirvana. Just a mere insignificant robot, blown away by a kick from both Zero and the Lord. Hee, Yoon, you really should have seen how awesome Zero was back then. General Zero is mighty. The jet ports on the surface of the steam Mecha cooperated perfectly, releasing a burst of steam, sounding very envious and excited. This subordinate also wishes to wage war alongside the Lord and General Zero. No worries, Yoon, your chance will come soon. He heard the somewhat deep sound of the steam Mecha. Zero came to its side and patted its shoulder, comforting it. In some time, you will also be able to fight alongside the Master just like Zero. At that time, you'll be able to taste what it's like to become stronger. Jiang Chen nodded as well. Yun, don't be impatient. I am still preparing the most suitable materials and modules for you. Randomly strengthening and advancing will never allow you to unleash your full potential. Only those who can endure solitude can retain their splendor. Wait until you've settled for a while longer, then you can meet Zero at its peak. Understood, General. The steam mecha nodded vigorously, and a burst of steam shot out fiercely from its waist. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Scenes like this had been continuing at the private base for quite some time. It was after the third successful clear of the machine rampage at the Hell difficulty level that he had obtained the second autonomous intelligence module. After returning to the real world, he immediately installed it in the steam mecha. This way, when Bai Ying was teaching Yun on Jiang Chen's behalf, communication became much more convenient. However, even though Yun's mecha soul had taken shape and had rapidly manifested itself after the autonomous intelligence module was installed, it was, after all, a steam mecha. Unlike those bioorganic mechas like Zero, it had a fundamental difference. It didn't have the ability to freely change shape, it merely gained the capability for movement and communication. To be like Bai Ying and Zero, it would need to install relevant modules such as biological mimicry and holographic projection. However, these were just minor details that wouldn't affect communication. Jiang Chen was busy planning for the age-old shadow at the abyss difficulty level, consolidating his own attributes, and making up for his deficiencies. He had put this matter aside for the time being. After all, mechas like Bai Ying and Zero wouldn't mind the imitation appearance of other mechas. What they cared more about were the heart and soul. Zero and Yun, like Bai Ying, had sequentially obtained intelligence modules. The island base gradually became more lively, gaining a bit more vitality. When Jiang Chen was researching, contemplating strategies, or resting his spirit, Zero would go to further instruct Yun. At the same time, she would boast a little about how incredibly powerful she was and how insignificant the enemies were. In the gaze of Yun's admiration, the heart of the big sister figure gradually found contentment. Moreover, she also watched a lot of films and motivational montages with Yun, absorbing some additional information. Phrases like night kick were learned during this time. Jiang Chen was also pleased to see this. After all, for newly born mecha souls, the initial feeling of breaking was definitely not pleasant. As a mature mecha soul who had adapted to and overcome the breaking and eventually grew to relish it, viewing it as a form of nirvana, Zero could effectively convey her experience, allowing other new mecha souls to quickly adapt. The nurturing of the mecha soul is basically complete. To grow further, we must obtain the core module of the supercharge. Although the supplementary modules of the supercharge would also impact the effect and quality of the sublimation, the most critical component was still the core module of the supercharge. Jiang Chen took a short rest. When he saw Zero vividly explaining the battle to Bai Ying and Yun, adding a touch of artistic embellishment, he couldn't help but laugh. When they looked over following the sound of laughter, Jiang Chen stood up and stretched lazily. It's about time, Zero. Let's try tackling the abyss difficulty level once, he said. After repeated growth, Jiang Chen's attributes had undergone a huge transformation. Attributes: Strength 49316551, Agility 35804750, Defense 60197729, Enigmatism 27003600. Special: Regenerate 72.67 health per second, doubles under sunlight, 18.29 stamina. 0th rank ability, Roots Core, remainder omitted. First rank ability, Blood Demon Transformation 36, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 36, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control 15, High Energy Perception 3. Second rank ability, Touch of Extreme Cold * 15. His highest attribute, Defense, had reached an impressive 7,729 points. After one more stack, he would be nearly twice as strong defensively as the uncontrollable Titan with its 4,300-point defense. Although he was still quite a distance from the anticipated 10,000 attribute points that would allow for an easy clear. Considering the second rank ability Touch of Extreme Cold had been stacked 15 times, his upper limit of damage had significantly increased. Jiang Chen now had the potential to clear the Abyss difficulty level. Even if he failed, it wouldn't matter. With such a level of attribute stats, being able to safely withdraw from the Abyss was no longer a problem. He could also take the opportunity to gauge the depth of the Abyss difficulty level. And to probe the abilities of the final leader. Great! Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Zero's smile bloomed instantly. Her form shifted, and she transformed into countless tendrils, wrapping around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, in turn, touched the Abyss rune. 10, 9, 8. The past resurfaces, Shadow Undying. Welcome to the Abyss. The world suddenly turned to darkness, swallowing up the purple and white giant. Chapter 86. Turns out you're an ultimate life form 2_1. Translator, 549690339. Current location, Star of Mutation. Level, 1st rank. Difficulty, Abyss. Mission, kill the final boss, Transcender. Description, civilization has perished, everything has returned to ruin. Even the planet itself has been completely engulfed by the root's core, drawing out the planet's power, absorbing the starlight, and nurturing an existence that transcends everything. After a long period, it was born. It is perfect, having fused all the life form genes on the planet, possessing endless forms to adapt to any environment. It is lonely, having absorbed all strength, it is the only living being on the planet. It is immortal, it will shine with the light of stars, constantly growing. It is undying. Friendly reminder, free to explore, you can leave the Abyss at any time, requires 1 minute of preparation time. For his first exploration of the Abyss difficulty level, Jiang Chen did not choose Eternal Frost Magic Realm, Machine Rampage, Endless Demons Realm. Instead, he returned to Star of Mutation. After all, since Jiang Chen had reached the 1st rank, he had not yet enhanced his primeval Mecha, having only installed a few transitional attribute modules. He was thinking of first clearing the Abyss difficulty level to obtain some top-grade materials that no one else had gotten. Then, he would enhance his primeval Mecha, maximizing its attributes and potential. In this case, Star of Mutation, which had previously produced a Roots Core module, was obviously the most suitable choice. As for Machine Rampage, although it could also produce materials and modules suitable for the Steam Mecha. The Steam Mecha was still at 0th rank, and the materials needed for sublimation and advancement were more numerous and complex. It was far better to first enhance the primeval Mecha, build up its attributes, increase its growth rate, and facilitate a quicker sweep of the Abyss difficulty level. As for the experience gained from exploring Machine Rampage, Jiang Chen would also clear its Abyss difficulty level soon, and the experience wouldn't disappear. Besides, the Transcender and the Uncontrollable Titan were similar, both possessing a core and neither having enigmatic value. The elemental reactions and high-energy senses that Jiang Chen had diligently honed would still be effective. Star of Mutation was the scene of my foundational trials, there's still a bit of sentiment for it. Let's clear its Abyss difficulty level first. Once again returning to the Star of Mutation. The once light green planet was now completely wrapped in the root's core, with no trace of its lands or oceans visible. In the light of the stars, half of the planet shone with a verdant glow, as if teeming with life. The dark side of the planet, not bathed in the light of the stars, was transformed into a purple sea by the faint purple glow of the root's core. Star of Mutation presented a half-green, half-light purple appearance. It looked incredibly eerie. On the green side of Star of Mutation, countless roots intertwined, extending and climbing upward. They formed a gigantic sky-piercing plant that pierced the clouds, almost reaching outer space. In the cold expanse, it endured the scorching light of the stars. Abyss difficulty level of Star of Mutation doesn't seem to have any weak monsters anymore. Jiang Chen piloted his primeval Mecha, hovering above the root's core's ground. Based on the experience of the ordinary difficulty level, by now, there should have been swarms of synthesized mutants and even evolvers with wings, flying over to attack him. But now it was surprisingly quiet. The endless vines covering the ground, their huge leaves rustling slightly, absorbing the light of the stars. They seemed so harmless, full of vibrant life. Clearly, just as the Abyss rune described. All life and power of this planet had become nourishment for the Transcender. It was the most powerful, immortal, and lonely being. Perhaps that was the reason. Star of Mutation on Abyss difficulty level had no time limit to the challenge. The mission had only one objective. Defeat Transcender. Straight to the boss fight, hey. Jiang Chen looked towards the world tree-like towering plant stretching into the sky not far away. High-energy vision was triggered, vaguely seeing a high-energy life form releasing power wantonly. Clearly, the Transcender was there. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, directly piloting the Mecha and flying over to it. Traversing the distance, piercing through the clouds, he slowed down. In the end, he landed on a wide platform interwoven from green vines. In the very center of the platform, a 4-meter-tall green giant made entirely of the root's core sat quietly. It bathed in the light of the stars, exuding surging life force. The external scanning device quickly marked it. Transcender, ultimate manifestation. Attributes. Traits. Weakness. Assessment. Appears to be the true form of the Abyss Overlord, fundamentally different from the age-old shadow of the lower difficulty levels. Even the symbol of the Alliance could not defeat the final boss of Abyss difficulty level. Therefore, the scanning device purchased from Sunshine City could not provide attribute-related information, only some evaluations left by predecessors. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over it, feeling slightly puzzled. The true form. How did the predecessors come to this conclusion? It was at that moment, in the center of the root's core platform, that the 4-meter-tall giant opened its eyelids and looked towards him. It didn't launch an attack immediately but spoke calmly. Another challenger from another world. How long has it been since the last challenger? I can barely remember. Jiang Chen's confusion was resolved. The boss of Abyss difficulty level actually retained the memories of each encounter with Mecha pilots from the past. You should know, all previous age-old shadows. Whether easy, ordinary, hard, nightmare, or even hell. Chapter 87. Turns out you're an ultimate life form 2_2. Translator, 549690339. Mecha pilots could challenge again and again, and try as many times as they liked. Regardless of whether they cleared it or not, everything in the age-old shadow would be reset, including the memories of monsters and bosses. Each challenge was equivalent to a brand new world. That's why Mecha pilots used the term Abyss carbon copy to describe the world of the age-old shadow. After all, it was so similar to game copies. If it weren't for the fact that one could truly die, it would be purely a virtual reality game, a training illusion. The bosses of Abyss difficulty level, however, broke this rule. They remembered every challenger, every experience of being challenged. This meant that it, or they, might not be just false illusions. They might be truly existing beings. No wonder the symbol of the Alliance said this is the true Abyss. At lower difficulty levels, we're challenging the age-old shadow constructed by the Abyss. Only at Abyss difficulty level do we enter the real world. Jiang Chen had speculated this earlier, but still felt a shock in his heart. Because this matter involved too many questions. First, could the real world of the Abyss be cleared an infinite number of times like at lower difficulty levels? If the Abyss Overlord died, would the Abyss revive it? If not, doesn't that imply that abyss difficulty level could be cleared only once? What would happen after clearing it? Second, in the real world of the abyss, even without Mecha pilots challenging it, time must surely be passing constantly. Take the Transcender for example. They could draw power from a star and grow continuously. This meant their attributes would also rise with time, growing without end. If they never died, then they would keep growing forever. What would happen if they continued to grow indefinitely? Would the star of mutation ascend from Abyss Level 1 to Abyss Level 2? Third, the Abyss Overlord had memory. This meant that as Jiang Chen learned of its abilities, it could also learn his abilities. It would be difficult to grind it to death via exploiting or gathering intelligence. This is quite troublesome. Agility could improve Jiang Chen's reaction speed and naturally affected his speed of thought as well. Jiang Chen's shock didn't occupy too much real time. At most it was just a few seconds. But the Transcender was already growing impatient. It seemed to have been lonely for far too long, had a strong desire to express itself, stood up, and while stepping towards Jiang Chen, it began to speak. Speaking of which, even though a lot of impurities have been mixed in. This is my power, isn't it? I obviously haven't seen you before, so where did you steal it from? And compared to the previous challengers, you are pitifully weak. To possess my power and still be so weak is truly embarrassing. Being ridiculed by a boss. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Since you find it embarrassing, why not give me some more power to boost my strength? Once I become stronger, won't you gain face? Jiang Chen was joking, but a thought rose in his mind. Since the Abyss Overlord had memory and intelligence, could there be charismatically talented Mecha pilots who could conquer a boss using special methods? Would that count as clearing it? Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was clearly not very charming. Hearing his words, the Transcender split its mouth in a grin, laughing very ferociously. Interesting fellow. But rather than bestowing power upon you, why not just devour you and let this petty thief disappear completely? Before the words were finished, countless roots erupted from beneath the platform, slithering like snakes, layer by layer covering the primeval Mecha, forming a bulging green sphere. The green sphere lasted only half a second, its surface quickly frosted over heavily with ice. Coupled with a bit of flame, it burst open instantly into countless fluttering ice crystals. The primeval Mecha stood in place, its momentum climbing higher and higher. Mecha Soul Fusion, activate. After all that talk, we still have to fight, don't we? Tisk, wait until I completely annihilate you, then naturally, you'll know what happens after clearing the abyss. The Transcender then revealed a surprised and delighted expression. Excellent life energy, you now have surpassed all previous challengers. Worthy of the power stolen from me. But merely with this amount of power, you think you can annihilate me? You're still too young. The body of the Transcender began to swell and distort. Vines intertwined behind its back into demonic, massive green wings, its hands transformed into fierce claws, and its body adjusted to the structure best suited for battle. Attributes also underwent a tremendous change in this process. Let me accompany you in this little game. Don't run away too quickly like the others. With a flap of its wings, the Transcender whipped up a hurricane and violently pounced towards the primeval Mecha. With a thud, the two giants collided fiercely. Accompanied by the spreading airwaves, the surface of the purple-white giant showed extensive cracking traces as it flew out like a meteor. The second stage primeval Mecha's attributes and those of the Hell difficulty level's final boss were on the same plane. Even if there was a difference in numbers, it was only a matter of different inclinations. But at that moment, it faced a true Abyss Overlord. Strength, speed, defense. Each attribute far surpassed its limits. Even if Jiang Chen pushed the Mecha's performance to the extreme, he had no chance of resisting the Transcender's tempestuous attack. The surface of the Mecha's bioarmor shattered at a speed far exceeding its healing rate. Even the thorn spikes were broken off by the transcender with brute force. When the transcender's right hand turned into numerous vine spears and pierced through the primeval Mecha's bio-armor, it consequently smashed it into the towering giant tree. In the end, the primeval Mecha shattered with a bang. "Now it's up to you, my lord." The voice of Zero gradually faded, sinking into slumber. The surging Mecha power flowed into Jiang Chen's body. Talent trigger, Undying Barehand. Absorbed Mecha, Primeval Mecha, 0 Type 3. Attributes: Strength 655179091. Agility 47505140. Defense 77298389. Enigmatism 36003900. Special, recovers 78.97 health per second, doubles under sunlight, 19.79 stamina. 0 Th rank ability, Roots Core, remainder omitted. First rank abilities, Blood Demon Transformation 39, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 39, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control 15, High Energy Perception 3. Second rank ability, Touch of Extreme Cold *18. The vine spikes that pierced the Mecha quickly frosted over, turned into ice, and shattered, but under the influence of a special force field, they didn't fall. Instead, they encircled Jiang Chen, reflecting a bright ring of light. Jiang Chen floated upward, a golden gem appearing on his forehead, his left hand ignited with intense flames, while his right was covered with frost and enveloped in a layer of ice crystals. The transcender saw this scene. Feeling the surging life energy, finally showed a hint of surprise in its expression and spoke excitedly. "Is this your true form after shedding the false exterior? So you too have evolved to transcend everything, becoming an ultimate being like me. How beautiful!" Before its words ended, Jiang Chen, stepping on blazing flames, accelerated instantly. With a sonic boom, he arrived in front of it and threw a punch. "False exterior! How dare you insult my most important partner like that? You're seeking your own death." My lord. Zero, still in slumber, seemed to feel something and was filled with immense sweetness. Chapter 88. Crossing the Abyss, my growth far surpasses yours, _1. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Chen at full strength completely suppressed the transcender with his explosive power. His strength, reaching an incredible 7,000 points, absolutely crushed the transcender, pressing them against the root's giant tree. His ice-fire twin fists kept striking, leaving the transcender gasping for air. Judging by the feel, the transcender in its demon form should have a physical strength of around 5,500. It's just over 1,000 more than the uncontrollable Titan at Hell difficulty level, far from double. While battering the transcender, Jiang Chen calculated its strength. This method of calculation not only allowed him to get a more intuitive feel for the strength levels of the transcender, but also to supplement the Alliance's data archives after leaving the Abyss. The monster attributes and combat strategies he'd obtained with scanning devices were the results of previous Mecha pilots' exploration. As for the possible anomalies after clearing the Abyss difficulty level, which might render these pieces of information obsolete. Record first, think later. I've launched so many continuous attacks, even found and shattered 1 or 2 life force cores, yet its strength has not diminished, and its recovery rate is extremely fast. If I hadn't relied on touch of extreme cold and flame control, and used pure strength alone, I might have been merely scratching an itch for it, unable to keep up with its healing. Defense should be considered 7,000. As for agility, I could grab it straight away, starting with a combo, not feeling over 5,000, probably around 4,000. Strength 5,500, agility 4,000, defense 7,000, enigmatism 0. These attributes were much higher than that of the uncontrollable Titan at Hell difficulty level, yet they hadn't doubled in full. Not to mention, the transcender could absorb star radiance, growing its attributes continuously. Theoretically, if it had started growing from the symbol of the Alliance's first rank period, it would have already been growing for nearly 20 years by now. Even if the growth rate was slow, it should have increased significantly in attributes. It couldn't possibly be this weak. Clearly, the Transcender hadn't shown all its power. Sure enough, after being suppressed for a moment, the Transcender suddenly disintegrated into numerous vines that flowed apart. When the vines reconvened, its appearance had undergone a massive change. The Transcender's original form stood 4 meters tall, not even as tall as the former Roots Titan. Now, its size increased tenfold. Its height exceeded 40 meters, and its body went from a human form to something much more complex, exuding a unique beauty of ultimate combat power: a crocodile-like head, a muscular body, indestructible claws, wings that blotted out the sky, as if a green dragon man had stepped into reality. "Perhaps this form is more appropriate to confront you," it said. The huge body brought forth even greater strength. The sky-blocking green wings increased its flight speed. When necessary, it could even temporarily disassemble and reorganize, shedding cumbersome body structures to improve its own agility. At this moment, the Transcender's attributes skyrocketed. Strength over 8,000, speed over 6,000, defense still 7,000, enigmatism 0. This time, it was Jiang Chen who found himself at a disadvantage. With strength 1,000 lower, he couldn't suppress the Transcender, often being knocked back. However, his main means of output were his ice-fire twin fists. Belonging to the mystical side of elemental damage, they could burst out immense damage instantly, penetrating the Transcender's defense, shattering its life force cores within. The lack of strength didn't much affect his capacity for output. On the contrary, the lack of agility affected his hit rate, frequently missing attacks or failing to elicit elemental reactions at the right moments. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was somewhat scraping through. The Transcender scraped even harder. As an abyss overlord on the biological side, it lacked special magic moves and terrifyingly powerful technological weapons. It could only transform itself, imitating organisms, and harness those imitative organs to multiply its strength into attacking power. For example, biological stingers, crocodile bites, mantis slashes. Well, due to the limitations of Star of Mutation itself, the range of biological genes it absorbed and digested wasn't too rich. Lacking genes from powerful beings like mythical creatures, star swarms, or cosmic entities. Therefore, the potency of its powers was correspondingly restricted. Such attack methods were certainly enough against ordinary enemies. But what it faced was Jiang Chen. Keep in mind that steel body, flame control, touch of extreme cold, and other transcendence modules provided a bit of resistance along with their power boosts. Even if each contributed a small amount, they added up to a multiple of tens. At this time, Jiang Chen not only had a defense of nearly 8,400 points on the panel. His resistances in all aspects also far exceeded those of same-rank Mecha, even surpassing second-rank Mecha. The biological stingers metamorphosed by the Transcender piercing into his body caused hardly a ripple, almost ineffectual. Physical attacks like slashes and bites barely left a shallow wound, which would start healing and stop bleeding the next second. In the process of attacking, the Transcender had to bear the effects of Thorn's overgrowth. Stacked 39 times, Thorn's overgrowth's upper limit of single-hit damage had climbed from 100 to 3,900. The upper limit of single-hit lifesteal also went from 5 to 195. The rate at which Jiang Chen recovered life while basking in the sun was also less than 160 points. In other words, when the Transcender bit down, Jiang Chen stole more life force from its mouth than he lost. Chapter 89. Crossing the Abyss, My Growth Far Surpasses Yours, _2. Translator, 549690339. The battle had raged for nearly half an hour. Blood flowed down the towering giant tree, almost forming a small waterfall. Jiang Chen showed not a hint of weakness, but instead seemed to grow more spirited as the fight dragged on. Master Chow, stop scratching, are you trying to use life force energy to burst me? Aren't you just giving me a massage? You don't really think that by destroying a few life force cores, you can kill me? I am the ultimate creature who has transcended everything, an immortal being. Oh, since you say so, why don't you stand still and let me take a few shots to test that out? When I've shattered your cores, we'll see if you're truly immortal. How come you haven't burst yet? The two tanks had been fighting for a long while. The damage inflicted upon each other wasn't as high as that caused by their words. However, in the end, Jiang Chen proved to be the superior one. With the Transcender as a blood-supplying machine, his blood was infinite. In contrast, the Transcender had a finite number of life force cores inside its body, no matter how many there were. 1, 10, 100. Over an hour passed. Jiang Chen activated his high-energy vision and spotted the last core inside the Transcender, locking onto its position. Strangely enough, the Transcender was well aware that it was down to its last life force core. Yet, there was no trace of fear or worry, it continued to bluster. I am immortal. The Transcender did not seem to be bluffing. Could it be a trick? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Master Chow, don't tell me you've hidden a core somewhere else and that's why you're acting so haughty. The Transcender laughed heartily. I am the ultimate creature who has transcended everything, do I need to do such a thing? As if to prove something, it paused, revealing the last core in its fingertip. Crushed it with force. Accompanied by a loud bang, the core shattered. The Transcender's body began to wither rapidly. This was a normal reaction following the rupture of a core. However, the next moment, endless energy burst forth from the root's giant tree, surging into the withered body of the Transcender. In the view of high-energy vision, the life force cores inside the Transcender's body began to rapidly reform. 1, 10, 100. In just the blink of an eye, the Transcender returned to its peak condition. Spreading its arms wide and basking in the radiance of stars, it spoke. I am immortal. No one can kill me, nor can anyone stop my growth. I will eventually transcend everything. A full resurrection? Jiang Chen had an epiphany. No wonder the Transcender had been so arrogant. It possessed the ability to lock its vitality. As soon as a life force core shattered, it could automatically restore itself to peak condition. However, despite its boasts of immortality and unlimited growth, in the end, it was merely the final boss of Abyss Level 1. This lock-on vitality ability must have its limits and conditions, it couldn't actually be truly immortal. It likely had to do with the endless roots spread across the planet and the tree emitting life force energy. To verify his theory, Jiang Chen engaged the Transcender in battle for another hour. And when nearly all of its life force cores inside were about to shatter, he took the lead and used icy flames to directly destroy the towering giant tree. However, as soon as the towering giant tree broke, the roots on the planet's surface began to draw on the power of sunlight, growing and twisting incessantly. In just a few seconds, a new towering giant tree was regenerated. A few seconds was not enough time for Jiang Chen to kill the Transcender. When the giant tree was reborn, the Transcender decisively detonated its core. Amidst the boundless life force energy, it once again regained its full strength. I am immortal. You are immortal. Jiang Chen laughed. After such an extended period of battle and testing, combined with the celestial phenomena he observed during the fight, he had completely figured out the Transcender's resurrection mechanism. Once it became the ultimate creature, the life force cores were no longer its absolute weakness. As long as it obtained enough energy, it could regenerate within a certain time after shattering. However, reconstructing life force cores requires absorbing a vast amount of energy at once. Relying solely on the Transcender itself, slowly absorbing star radiance, would not meet the necessary conditions. The endless roots scattered across the planet thus acted as solar panels, absorbing the star radiance. Then, through the root's giant tree, it was released instantaneously, satisfying its energy demands for rebirth. From this perspective, the root's giant tree simply served as a vessel. Even if the giant tree was destroyed, the transcender could still absorb energy accumulated by the roots in the ground. The process of reconstructing life force cores would just be slower, not being able to reform all at once. So, to defeat the transcender, the focus isn't to destroy the root's giant tree, but the starlight. Currently, the star of mutation is divided into the greenish land of radiance and the purple land without light. Among these, the roots in the land of radiance are exposed to starlight, absorbing star energy every moment of every day, quickly supplying the transcender, aiding in its recovery. The roots in the land without light are not exposed to starlight. Even if energy could be transported from the land of radiance, there would be an associated loss, greatly reducing the energy efficiency. Therefore, only in the nocturnal land without light can his regeneration ability be greatly restricted and he be completely vanquished. Jiang Chen now had a strategy for victory. He looked upward at the sky. He had previously cleared the star of mutation at a lower difficulty and had witnessed the purple glow of Dark Night City. Chapter 90. Crossing the Abyss, My Growth Far Surpasses Yours, _3. Translator, 549690339. He knew that the day-night cycle of this world was not much different from that of planet Blue Star. However, he had been fighting for several hours now, and when he looked up again, the position of the stars in the sky seemed to have no significant change. There was absolutely no sign of nightfall. That is to say, this place is the land of the midnight Sunday. Transcenders knew their own abilities very well. Therefore, they had set the location of the root's giant tree here. Trying to drag out the battle from day until night and then slay it was absolutely impossible. Then don't drag it out. Go straight for the monster pull. As long as I pull the boss out of the resurrection area, I can finish it off for good. Talk is talk, but Jiang Chen's current strength was in no way comparable to that of a transcender. He couldn't forcibly move its position. As for luring, it wasn't stupid, it wouldn't leave the safety area. Taking these situations into account, Jiang Chen made a decisive decision. Break away from the abyss. 60 seconds passed, the rift opened wide, completely engulfing him. The transcender saw him leaving and shook his head slightly. Realizing the power of my immortality, have you finally given up? However, this guy is really strong. He came close to threatening my life. The transcender fluttered its green wings and settled back on the platform at the top of the root's giant tree, sitting down cross-legged. Its size also returned to 4 meters. This was its growth stance. In this stance, all the star energy absorbed by the planet would be dedicated to it, allowing it to grow endlessly. If the growth rate were to be described numerically, it would be about 50 in all attributes per year. Given enough time, it could transcend everything. A day quickly passed. The transcender's attributes had gained a staggering 0.13 increase. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past. The man in the jacket once again stood on the platform atop the giant tree. The transcender opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Oh, how long has it been since you've come to challenge me again? Challenge? No. Jiang Chen twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles. He went all out, his muscles swelling several times, and with the bursting air waves, he seemed to transform into a giant beast, suddenly appearing in front of the transcender, tightly grabbing its skull. I'm here to deal with you. The transcender's figure rapidly changed, morphing back into the most powerful draconian form. However, when it tried to use its mighty strength to break free from Jiang Chen's grasp, it was suppressed in Jiang Chen's arms with even stronger force and frozen with frost to prevent it from scattering and escaping. Even if it really scattered, Jiang Chen would quickly suppress it in his arms again. The bioorganic force field took effect, and Jiang Chen, holding the transcender, flew at high speed with his back to the sun. The transcender struggled constantly, roaring and in shock. How long has it been? Your strength? How has it changed so much? Not bad, right? Jiang Chen firmly held the transcender and revealed a ferocious smile. I remember you can absorb starlight to enhance your own strength. Sorry, I'm different from you, I can't absorb the light of the stars. But, with the help of my companions, my growth has far surpassed yours. Attributes: Strength 709192251. Agility 51406700. Defense 8389111029. Enigmatism 39005100. Special: Regenerate 104.17 health per second, doubles under the sunlight, 25.79 stamina. 0th rank abilities, Roots Core, the rest omitted. First rank abilities, Blood Demon Transformation 51, Bioorganic Force Field 3, Thorns Overgrowth 51, Crystal of Divine Punishment 3, Flame Control 15, High Energy Perception 3. Second rank abilities, Touch of Extreme Cold *30. A day earlier, after Jiang Chen had figured out the abilities of the transcender, he was already aware that it was impossible to kill him with his power at that time. Therefore, he chose to leave the abyss and continued to grow in hell difficulty level. Over the span of a day, Zero underwent nirvana 4 times. He successfully piled his strength attribute up to 9002. The highest defensive attribute even reached an astonishing 11,000. This formidable set of attributes allowed him to suppress the transcender, dragging him partway and pulling him out of the land of the midnight sun to the dark night territory where the star radiance couldn't reach. The battle began anew. The transcender, deprived of the star radiance, was no longer as defiant as before. He tried all kinds of ways to escape Jiang Chen's encirclement and blockade, eager to flee back to the land of the midnight Sunday. However, it was all in vain. Jiang Chen had already understood his abilities and patterns, dragging him into the night, shattering his life force cores one by one. Although the transcender could still transmit star energy remotely through the roots spread across the land, the efficiency was greatly reduced, and the energy transported was slow and sparse. The speed to repair the cores was significantly slowed, and it was not possible to restore them all at once as before. At this level, clearly, it was not enough for Jiang Chen to deal with. Master Chow, it's time to hit the road. After half an hour of fierce fighting, Jiang Chen let out a thunderous cry, completely shattering the last life force core of the transcender. He looked desperately at the roots giant tree, absorbing the trickle of energy that was akin to a drop in the bucket, completely unable to make up for its own deficits. I cannot die. I shall transcend everything, I am immortal. The giant interwoven with roots withered away completely at that moment, crashing down to the ground. A cold wind blew, turning it into countless ashes, dispersing in the air. The roots that covered the entire planet Blue Star also seemed to have lost their real core, fading from all color. Purple, green, brown. All turned to grey-white, becoming withered ashes. Ultimately, the once roots giant tree turned into a sea of ashes. The overwhelming abyss atmosphere, along with these changes, surged into Jiang Chen's abyss rune. A line of text appeared before him. Killing the transcender, a flawless module acquired, infinite vitality, supercharged, ... Successfully killed the boss, ending the abyss calamity. Number of people who cleared, 1. Abyssal levels cleared, 1. Currently calculating rewards based on known information. You have obtained a flawless module, Star Energy Force, supercharged, ... You have obtained a nascent form Mecha, transcending roots, excellent, ... The abyss has been cleared, preparing to create an age-old shadow based on abyss fragments. The abyss has been cleared, preparing to open a new endless abyss based on the abyssal levels cleared. Civilization potential upgraded, more civilization privileges to be unlocked. For more content, please check the Abyss rune. Settlement complete, exiting the Abyss in 30 seconds. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 91. Generous Gains, Big Shots Gather. Translator, 549690339. Abyss difficulty level, conquered. In order to slay the Transcender, Jiang Chen fought back and forth with it for almost half a day, suffering countless injuries and shedding much blood during the process. If it hadn't been for Zero awakening the Thorn's Overgrowth module, a compound module of damage reflection and life leech, when evolving, he might not have been able to hold on just relying on the recovery speed of the root's core. By now, the blood of the Transcender was all that flowed in Jiang Chen's body. Master Chao, although your body has died, your life force energy still flows within me. I will carry on your will. Speaking of which, after clearing the Abyss difficulty level, the 8th rank limit should have been unlocked, right? Jiang Chen's agility had reached 6,700, greatly increasing his reaction and thought speed. The 30 seconds of disengagement time was enough for him to check out his gains. First was the flawless module dropped by the Transcender, Infinite Vitality. Infinite Vitality, supercharged. Rank, 2nd. Quality, flawless. Type, core module. Effect 1, grants the Mecha self-repair ability, recovering 2.2 armor value per second when not in a damaged state. Effect 2, when the Mecha's armor value is at full, the self-repair ability continues to work, providing temporary armor value. Up to 200% temporary armor value. Effect 3, during Mecha evolution/upgrade, depending on the module combination, there's a low chance of obtaining, light, would attribute evolution/upgrade modules. Effect 4, supercharge module, when applied to a low-ranked Mecha, can still achieve the effects of a higher rank. Description, endless vitality of life. Awesome! A supercharged module inclined towards life and vitality, and it comes from the same series as the root core, and its flawless quality to boot. It almost completely locks in Zero's first rank core module slot. Moreover, its properties are quite powerful. After Zero evolved, the prime quality root core was completely absorbed, evolving together to the next rank. The recovery speed provided had increased from the original 0.1/s of the first rank to 1.0/s of the second rank. And the Infinite Vitality module, while also being a second rank supercharged module. Just the basic recovery rate it provides is at 2.2/s, more than double that of the root core. This is the bonus of flawless quality. Furthermore, Infinite Vitality can also provide 200% temporary armor value. The effect is simple and brutal, directly doubling the Mecha's toughness. Now you've really beefed up, Zero. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Zero's modules are like his modules. Zero's toughness naturally equates to his toughness. Triple life force, who can harm him now? It's just a pity that even after absorbing the root's core module so many times, he only stacked the recovery number per second. The sunlight recovery multiplier prefix seems to be a unique prefix that can't be stacked infinitely. From this perspective, the 200% temporary armor value prefix brought by the Infinite Vitality module is very likely to be unique as well. He probably won't be able to stack it indefinitely. Otherwise, he could start thinking about the feasibility of a star energy force bath ahead of time. In addition to the Transcender's drops, the settlement rewards also produced a supercharged module. Star energy, supercharged. Rank, 2nd. Quality, flawless. Type, core module. Effect 1, after being installed, gain a star energy furnace, providing 12,000 energy value. Effect 2, after being installed, when bathing in star radiance, depending on the intensity of the light, provide energy recovery speed, up to 2.0/s. Effect 3, during Mecha evolution/upgrade, depending on the module combination, there's a low chance of obtaining light, flame attribute evolution/upgrade modules. Effect 4, Supercharge module, when applied to a low-ranked Mecha, can still achieve the effects of a higher rank. Description: Infinite Star Energy Force. A supercharged module, providing 12,000 energy value. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Keep in mind that the current state of the primeval Mecha only had an energy cap of 600. Even though it was just a first-rank Mecha and hadn't specifically been strengthened in the energy aspect, possessing comparatively weak related attributes. It still serves to show just how preposterous the property of this supercharged module really is. Jiang Chen just needed to absorb it once or twice, and the increase in his energy cap would surpass all his previous accumulations. Worthy of the name Star Energy Force. Although I've already absorbed the Touch of Extreme Cold module 30 times, pushing its power limit very high. But, limited by my energy cap, I couldn't unleash its true power. Therefore, I could only rely on elemental reactions to barely unleash some damage. If I had this star energy module earlier and significantly raised my energy cap, 30th fold Touch of Extreme Cold wouldn't need any elemental reaction and could completely freeze the Transcender. After all, the Transcender has no enigmatism resistance at all. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. This star energy module, like the Infinite Vitality module, is a core module. Each first-rank Mecha can only be equipped with one core. There's a conflict in slotting both modules, they can't all be equipped on zero. Moreover, while its properties are powerful, they don't belong to the tendencies of life and vitality, and therefore don't suit the path Zero is currently on. So, Jiang Chen plans to keep this module for the second Mecha. Boiling Steam Yun. The principle of steam engines is boiling water. Boiling water with star energy force will provide effects far stronger than other low-ranked energy sources. At the same time, the high energy cap can support the Mecha to unleash greater power, showing a superlative performance. Chapter 92. Substantial Gains, Gathering of Tycoons, _2. Translator, 549690339. After all, without potential power, where does the burst of strength in critical moments come from? Since a star energy force module is to be used as Yun's core module, then, among the three pathways I've planned, the enigmatic type can be directly ruled out. I should make a choice between the explosive type and the high-speed form. Jiang Chen was more inclined toward the explosive type path. However, the specific choice would still depend on the upcoming supercharge module drops. Yes. Clearing the Abyss difficulty level for the first time resulted in the drop of 2 supercharge modules. With such a rich harvest, Jiang Chen's expectations were raised. What's the point of ordinary modules? Since each first-rank Mecha can only carry 4 modules in total. Be bold, go all supercharged. The snowball, it's rolling now. Jiang Chen continued to look down. Transcending Roots. Type, Nascent Form Mecha. Effect, after activation, obtain a 0th rank Mecha, Transcending Roots. Note, can be traded. A bioorganic Mecha emerged before him. However, it was more like a Transcender in its demon form than a bioorganic Mecha. 3 meters tall, entirely woven from roots, exuding a sense of vigorous power, massive green wings unfurled behind, with ferocious claws and feet. Everything about it was strikingly similar to a Transcender. Within it, the half of the body hidden in the darkness had turned a light purple, emitting a faint glow. Code, Transcending Roots. Type, Light Armor Bioorganic Mecha. Quality, Excellent, 2-fold absorption. Rank, 0th. Enhancement, 0. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Defense 3, Enigmatism 0. Armor, 40/40ths, Recovery Rate 0.01/s. Energy, 20/20ths, recovery rate 0.03/s. Core module, not equipped. Auxiliary modules, not equipped. Master Chow is indeed generous. Even though it doesn't provide any impressive traits. But bursting out 2 supercharged modules isn't all, it burst even itself out. Does this mean if you can't beat them, join them? Just seeing the Mecha's appearance, Jiang Chen was somewhat unable to contain himself. However, even if Master Chow wanted to join, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly accept his submission. A Mecha pilot's Mecha slot has a limit. When Jiang Chen completed his rank-up trial, his permission was upgraded to first rank, and he obtained a Mecha slot, which he already used to bind Yun. Now, without a Mecha slot, it was impossible to transform the nascent form Mecha into a complete Mecha. As for obtaining a new Mecha slot after upgrading to second rank, upon completing the rank-up trial, based on the settlement rating, one would be rewarded with an untreatable nascent form Mecha. Jiang Chen, who could solo the Abyss, would definitely receive an SSS class evaluation in the rank-up trial. The baseline would be an excellent quality nascent form Mecha. Therefore, the nascent form Mecha transcending roots was somewhat undesirable for him. Zero and Master Chow, both are bioorganic Mechas extended from roots. There's a type conflict. Mechanical, magic energy, elemental, nano, transcendent, even specters, fossils, legendary life forms. There are far too many types and advancement tendencies for Mechas. There's no need to waste a precious Mecha slot on cultivating a new Mecha with severe homogeneity. Sorry, Master Chow. Even though Zero was taught by you. But she has comprehended something better. Jiang Chen placed the transcending roots at the very bottom of his warehouse, planning to sell it to a high-rank Mecha pilot later. Not all Mecha pilots could achieve an SSS class evaluation in the rank-up trial and obtain a top-notch nascent form Mecha. With a slightly lower evaluation, they might obtain a new type of Mecha, but its basic quality could still be standard. Therefore, a tradable, excellent quality nascent form Mecha. Its worth was definitely on par with a supercharge module. The rewards for the first clear of the Abyss difficulty level were just too generous. 2 supercharge modules, 1 nascent form Mecha, both their quality and effects were top tier. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at them for a while longer and inadvertently exceeded the time. He hadn't continued looking down when he felt the world darken and swiftly engulf him. Beginning the reshaping of age-old shadow. Present time, island base. The shadow flowed by, and Jiang Chen stood once again in the open courtyard outside the Mecha display room. Lord, you're back. The steam Mecha form of Yun seemed to have waited a while. It approached immediately, asking eagerly. The Abyss difficulty level. Conquered. Jiang Chen replied with a bright smile. After clearing the Abyss difficulty level, I also obtained 2 superb supercharged core modules. One is for you, and the other is for Zero. However, Zero is still in slumber, I'll awaken her later, and then we can try out the new modules together. When Jiang Chen was strategizing for Star of Mutation, he took a day off to consolidate. Having reached the sufficient attributes, he directly entered the Abyss and slaughtered the Transcender. At this moment, Zero was still in a damaged state, not yet repaired. Yun was aware of this and nodded in anticipation. Great! I wish to grow stronger together with General Zero. As Jiang Chen was communicating with the Mecha, Bai Ying stood to one side, yet she never spoke up. A few seconds later, her form changed, transforming into a woman in a yellow dress. Her expression was excited as she instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Even with Jiang Chen's current agility, he didn't catch her movement at all. Jiang Chen, you cleared the Abyss. Yes. Is news spreading this quickly? Jiang Chen originally thought it would take a little while for the Mecha pilots of Planet Blue Star to learn that he had successfully solo cleared the Abyss. But just a few seconds after he left the Abyss. Chapter 93. Rich Harvest, Bigwigs Converge, _3. Translator, 549690339. Senior Ruan directly logged into Bai Ying's account remotely. That was really fast, wasn't it? Could it be that there was some sort of world announcement after clearing the abyss? Well, after all, it's an increase in the entire civilization's potential, so it doesn't seem strange to notify all Mecha pilots of the entire civilization. Jiang Chen's thoughts raced as he continued. I solo cleared the hell difficulty level and felt it wasn't very hard, so I went to check out the abyss difficulty level. What? When did you solo clear hell? Just a few days ago, didn't Bai Ying tell you? Ruan Minjiahu's brain nearly ceased functioning. A week ago, she had helped Jiang Chen with his Mecha upgrade, contacted a 6th rank Mecha pilot Lyle, negotiated the trade price, and then went straight to Proxima Centauri for a vacation. The upgrade and enhancement of high-level Mechas are very taxing on one's energy. Especially since she not only owns a humanoid-type light Mecha like Bai Ying's, but also a super-large Mecha. To strengthen that Mecha, she was completely exhausted. So, while resting at Proxima Centauri's ecological base, she completely set aside anything related to being a Mecha pilot. She took a purely leisurely break, a full-fledged vacation. During this time, she never opened her personal terminal nor logged into the Alliance forum, effectively cutting herself off from the world. After all, what could happen in just a week? But then, in this past week, Jiang Chen not only solo cleared the hell difficulty level, accomplishing an historic breakthrough, but he also forged ahead and cleared the abyss difficulty level as well. At this moment, Ruan Minjiahu felt an absurd sense of, I haven't been online for a week, how has the era changed? As for Bai Ying, according to the new pilot protection rules set by the Alliance, Ruan Minjiahu had temporarily transferred Bai Ying's ownership to Jiang Chen. During this period, no matter what Bai Ying saw or what happened, unless Jiang Chen actively requested information, or she judged Jiang Chen to be in a dangerous state, she wouldn't relay any information. Not even to her master. After all, she was there to protect Jiang Chen, not to monitor him. Being the most responsible and diligent Bai Ying, she naturally complied perfectly with this rule. She didn't tell anyone about Jiang Chen's clearing of the hell difficulty level or his challenge of the abyss difficulty level. Ruan Minjiahu couldn't quite describe her own feelings at the moment. Excitement? Shock? Surprise? Bewilderment? Finally, she spoke. Tomorrow's new star. No need to wait until tomorrow, you're already the brightest new star right now. Ruan Minjiahu, as a 7th rank Mecha pilot who once obtained an SS class rating, naturally knew about civilization potential. She understood what clearing the abyss meant for planet Blue Star. Therefore, her feelings were even more profound than those of ordinary people. Jiang Chen wasn't being coy either. He smiled shyly and brought up another matter. Senior Ruan, you didn't even know about my solo clearing hell. So how did you find out I've cleared the abyss? The one who answered Jiang Chen wasn't Ruan Minjiahu. It was a voice that came from the sky. It's simple. A few minutes ago, all the Mecha pilots on Blue Star, no matter where they were, had the abyss rune automatically triggered and a message appeared. 1 ST rank Mecha pilot Jiang Chen successfully crossed the abyss, ending the calamity. Civilization potential increased. Jiang Chen and Ruan Minjiahu looked up. A pure silver streamlined Mecha fell silently from the sky, landing noiselessly beside them. The metallic exterior shell flowed and converged like liquid. In the end, it all poured into the undershirt on the chest. Li Xiao appeared with an apologetic expression. Sorry, it's a matter of great importance, many people want to see you. I am a bit late due to dealing with the message. Moreover, I think they should meet you too. Once things are over, I will help you construct a new base. The significance of clearing the abyss difficulty level went far beyond just being a challenge. As a top genius who cleared the abyss difficulty level, he naturally attracted the attention and curiosity of all the top Mecha pilots. Jiang Chen had communicated with Li Xiao and understood the importance of the event, so he wasn't unhappy about it. Instead, he took the opportunity to ask, "Is a star base okay?" "Of course, it is," Li Xiao answered promptly. As the two conversed, streaks of trails cut through the sky. Alloy, magic energy, nanotech, elemental. Mechas of various sizes flew past, landing in and around the courtyard. Mechas unlocked automatically and Mecha pilots stepped out. The second in command of the Alliance, SSS Class 8th rank Mecha pilot. The ARC organization's leader, SSS Class 8th rank Mecha pilot. The Deep Thought faction's leader, SS Class 8th rank Mecha pilot. One after another, the 8th rank heavyweights arrived at this tiny island courtyard, their gazes fixated on Jiang Chen with burning intensity. Ruan Minjiu, as a little rookie of the 7th rank, squeezed among the heavyweights, suddenly felt a bit shaky and struggled to breathe. Perhaps she should log off and lay low for a while, then come back later? Chapter 94. The Era of Giant Mechas, You Are the Future, _1. Translator, 549690339. Over the past 20 years, more than 1 million Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star have passed the basic trial. After the rise of the Alliance, a suitable environment for the growth of geniuses was provided. Those Mecha pilots with sufficient talent have a very high probability of growing up, and rarely suffer losses due to internal strife on planet Blue Star. Therefore, the number of 8th rank Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star has now approached 100. In just a few minutes, over 48th rank Mecha pilots arrived at the island base. Jiang Chen, surrounded by so many 8th rank powerhouses, felt incredibly nervous. However, when he saw Li Xiao standing before him, his heart relaxed slightly. That's right. He was currently under the protection of the biggest boss on the whole of planet Blue Star. What was there to be nervous about? Invincible through the ages, understand? Moreover, although these bigwigs were high level, they could not perform dimensional strikes on the lower abyss or clear its challenges at the same level, so their strength was limited. To enhance their potential and increase their strength, they had to rely on exceptionally talented newcomers like Jiang Chen to have them create the highest quality modules and materials. In other words, it was a seller's market. Jiang Chen, as a monopolistic genius who dominated the highest difficulty level, held the greatest initiative. Even as 8th rank bigwigs, they had to ask him for help with materials. Realizing this, Jiang Chen felt at ease in an instant. Looking at the 8th rank bigwigs before him was like looking at rows of fresh scallions. He couldn't help but reveal a smile as warm as that of a kind old farmer. He restrained the impulse to wave and greet everyone, turning to Li Xiao and spoke of what was on his mind. Boss, after I cleared the abyss difficulty level, I also received a prompt about an increase in civilization potential. Have your limitations been unlocked yet? Yes, the restrictions on advancing through the ranks have now been lifted, and we can undergo the trials normally. However, the increase in civilization potential brings many other issues. If we 8th rank Mecha pilots want to take the advancement trials, we can only do it in batches. Li Xiao nodded, looking at Jiang Chen with a complex look in his eyes, filled with relief. He had been worrying about the abyss issue, anxious that planet Blue Star wouldn't leave much time for the new generation of talents. He never expected Jiang Chen to make such a big move unexpectedly. In a few days after soloing the Hell difficulty level, he persisted and directly cleared the Abyss difficulty level 2. The 14-year shackle stuck at the 8th rank had suddenly disappeared. Just a few minutes ago, when he saw the Abyss rune message, he almost thought he was dreaming. It seems that Jiang Chen, the 9th generation successor, has even greater potential than he imagined. Jiang Chen is the future of planet Blue Star. With that thought in mind, Li Xiao turned around to face each of the 8th rank Mecha pilots and said, "Moreover, although the limitation to ascend to the 9th rank has been lifted. No one knows if there won't be further restrictions for the 10th rank, 11th rank, or even higher ranks. Having learned from past restrictions, we absolutely cannot take this lightly. That statement was clearly not meant for Jiang Chen. It was directed at the 8th rank Mecha pilots. Upon hearing his words, a brown-haired young man standing at the front nodded and replied with a smile. Absolutely, the boss is right. Talented Mecha pilots are the most important part of measuring a civilization's potential. And the newcomers are the hope of our civilization. No one knows if the potential of our civilization will decline again if we lose our talented Mecha pilots, or if the recently unlocked ranks will become restricted once more. Surely everyone has had enough of the past years of restrictions, right? If anyone harbors ill intentions, then their target is not the newcomers, nor our alliance, but the future of all planet Blue Star. Another Mecha pilot nodded in agreement. Exactly, we all know running away is pointless. The abyss is full of unknowns, full of danger. Although we have some disagreements, if we cannot unite in the face of the abyss, the fate of those civilizations that have already been destroyed will be our ultimate outcome. One by one, the 8th rank Mecha pilots expressed their stance. Jiang Chen finally understood Li Xiao's thoughts. Were all these 8th rank Mecha pilots merely here to see the new guy? No. Li Xiao wanted to take this opportunity, in front of the top Mecha pilots, to re-emphasize. Jiang Chen was under his wing, and nobody was allowed to harbor ill intentions. The boss is awesome. Jiang Chen felt touched in his heart. Indeed, as a late-game carry, he needed his powerful teammates to hold the front. After reaching a consensus with the 8th rank Mecha pilots, Li Xiao looked back at Jiang Chen, his eyes suddenly filled with tenderness. The unlocking of the 9th rank limit is just a part of the increase in civilization potential. After your clearance of the abyss difficulty level, there have been many changes. Have you checked the abyss rune? I just came out of the abyss, was preoccupied with checking the loot, and didn't get a chance to look yet. When Li Xiao heard Jiang Chen's response, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Just being in a team to clear the hell difficulty level already had a chance of obtaining a supercharge module. Soloing the abyss difficulty level, especially as the first to boost civilization potential upon clearing it, the rewards must be bountiful. It was normal for Jiang Chen to be preoccupied with rare rewards. He then reminded him. You can check it now. All right. Under the watchful eyes of the many bigwigs, Jiang Chen clenched his right hand and touched the abyss rune in his palm. Seeing his action, the brown-haired young man, the second in command of the alliance, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Deserving of a superb newcomer, even the gesture of touching the abyss rune is so stylish. Another 8th rank Mecha pilot nodded. Yeah, my abyss rune is on the back of my head, having it in the palm is way too cool. Chapter 95. The Era of Giant Mechas, You Are the Future, _2. Translator, 549690339. Mine is on the cheek, a forced tattoo. Let's not talk about it, mine's in the armpit. One big shot after another started chatting, awkwardly bragging. Jiang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed and hurried to check the abyss rune information. Indeed, in addition to the initial options of personal data, Mecha attributes, abyss rune repository, and age-old shadow, a new option had emerged, civilization authority. Upon clicking, a wealth of information appeared before his eyes. Civilization, Planet Blue Star. Authority, 1. Hope Bearer, Jiang Chen. Civilization Potential, 1. Civilization Traits, Deep Diver, Group Diver. Deep Diver, the upper limit of descending into the abyss is raised, the higher the civilization potential, the deeper the descent levels. Group Diver, abyss runes no longer appear randomly, when members of the civilization reach a certain age, they automatically awaken to abyss runes. The basic trials are no longer mandatory and can be freely initiated. The Civilization Authority section didn't display a lot of data, but it contained an enormous amount of information. What does Hope Bearer mean? How can civilization potential be increased? What are civilization traits? And what does Civilization Authority represent? Each term could extend into countless interpretations, leading to wild flights of fancy. However, what surprised Jiang Chen the most was the civilization trait named Group Diver. It could make abyss runes no longer appear randomly, but instead allow all humans of a certain age to awaken to abyss runes directly. To know, Planet Blue Star currently had over 1 million Mecha pilots who possessed abyss runes and had passed the basic trials, among which there were 9 SSS class evaluations, and nearly 100 8th-rank Mecha pilots. If the base number of 1 million Mecha pilots was increased to 10 billion Mecha pilots, what would happen then? 9,000 SSS class geniuses? A million 8th-rank Mecha pilots? Even though the figures might not be that exaggerated, the number certainly wouldn't be too low. To know, a 7th-rank Mecha pilot could establish a Mecha enhancement facility within a star, and an 8th-rank Mecha pilot could go to remote planets in space and establish colonies. Such a massive base of Mecha pilots was enough to bring about enormous changes to Planet Blue Star. From a planetary civilization, it could leap swiftly into the distant stars of the interstellar age. No. It wasn't a leap. It was more like a collective ascension. Li Xiao looked at Jiang Chen's shocked expression, knowing he had seen the group diver trait, and began to speak. The Alliance was initially discussing the possibility of interstellar migration. But due to the emergence of abyssal creatures, which would follow any changes to our civilization's main body, we couldn't escape by changing planets. If we spread out to 2 planets, defending them would become more complicated, so it's been on hold. Now, there's no need to consider this issue anymore. According to feedback from the Alliance, everyone over the age of 16 on Planet Blue Star has awakened to the power of abyss runes. Fortunately, the Alliance has been disseminating relevant information over the years, so there hasn't been too much chaos. Jiang Chen looked up at Li Xiao. This symbol of the Alliance was beaming, his eyes passionate and bright, as if they held stars. Jiang Chen. Welcome to the era of the Mecha pilot. You are the one who has opened up this new era full of infinite possibilities. In this era, you are the future. Meanwhile, on Planet Blue Star's networks, search terms related to Jiang Chen, Abyss, Mecha pilot talent, basic trials, Model 0 Mecha, and general populace awakening were rapidly trending. In schools, companies, on the streets, at home. Every person who had received an abyss rune was looking up related information. Even though they had seen it many times before, and even though they had been through numerous public awareness campaigns, they couldn't control the excitement they felt in that moment. A man with a receding hairline stared at the black eye pattern that had appeared on the back of his hand and at the text materializing before him, frozen in place. The woman beside him, her forearm also marked with the same black eye pattern, nudged the balding middle-aged man. Old Jiang, did it just say that the first-rank Mecha pilot who crossed the abyss is our son? Of course, it is. Father Jiang slapped his thigh. Our son is the 9th SSS class Mecha pilot globally. If not him clearing the trial, then who else could it be? Looks like our ancestors are really smoking now. Mother Jiang couldn't help but say. Forget about the ancestors for now, we've also awakened to the abyss runes, what should we do? You decide. What decision can I make? Father Jiang shook his head and said calmly. Anyway, there's no need for the basic trials, let's wait for our son to decide. In Chulan City, at a board game store. The owner looked at the photo of Jiang Chen that popped up on his phone, couldn't resist opening his contacts, and started sending frantic messages. You stood me up, and it turns out you went to attempt the abyss, hey. Such a big deal, and you didn't even tell your bro. All I'm asking for is a bit of advice, bro. I've just awakened my abyss rune, and my talent seems a bit weird, give me some pointers, big bro. Boss. Urgent, 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 urgent. From the perspective of Sunshine City, planet Blue Star remained that same azure orb, unchanged in the slightest. Beautiful, tranquil. Yet, when the focus narrowed to each individual, it seemed as though the whole civilization had begun to boil. Meanwhile, in the fourth layer of the abyss, the never-ending storm, Simon controlled a giant alloy mecha towering over 100 meters, pouring out a barrage of weapon fire crazily. Finally drawing out a ship-slicing giant blade, flames erupting behind him, he lunged forward furiously and cleaved the storm's core center in two. Time seemed to stand still. The storm ceased, the planet was calm. Accompanied by the surging abyss atmosphere, it flowed into the abyss rune. Lines of text appeared before him. Slain the storm monarch, acquired perfect module, commanding storms. Successfully killed the leader, achieved exploration goal. Total time elapsed, 57 minutes 29 seconds. Mission rating, SS. Calculating reward based on trial rating. Phew. Inside the Mecha, Simon sat in the cockpit and couldn't help letting out a long sigh of relief. He was barely within the 1-hour limit. Had he gone over, his mission rating would have fallen to S class. That would have significantly decreased the chances of acquiring the supercharge module. Looks like I've got to take a rest. Exhaustion can affect my synchronization rate with the Mecha, making it harder to control and thus lowering efficiency. To get the supercharge module, I need to balance work and rest. Simon thought of Jiang Chen and shook his head. Those with physical enhancement talents are truly enviable when it comes to stamina. Moreover, he's been grinding at hell difficulty for so many days now, almost without any rest. Even among the physically enhanced Mecha pilots, few are willing to grind like this. If initially Simon simply recognized Jiang Chen's talent, he now admired Jiang Chen's perseverance and felt increasingly certain about him. Although they had never met, he had come to regard Jiang Chen as a true kindred spirit. 6 months. By then, I can collaborate with you, Jiang Chen. I'm really looking forward to it. Simon touched the abyss rune near his heart. Exit the abyss. A rift opened, quickly swallowing the 100-meter Mecha. On an unknown planet, within its ecosystem, the 100-meter Mecha crashed down, landing in a jungle. Simon was about to leave the cockpit when, perhaps because he had returned to planet Blue Star, the abyss rune suddenly triggered automatically, forming lines of text before his eyes. First-rank Mecha pilot Jiang Chen has successfully crossed the abyss, ending the calamity. Civilization potential has been raised. Simon stared hard at this line, having completely forgotten everything else. First-rank Mecha pilot Jiang Chen has successfully crossed the abyss. Jiang Chen has really crossed the abyss. Slap. He smacked his own face. Feeling the burning pain, he knew he wasn't dreaming. Simon's face instantly reddened, his cheeks grew hot, and steam almost seemed to rise from him. His voice fell from high to low. Jiang Chen. 6. Did you mean 6 days instead of 6 months? You planned to solo the abyss in just 6 days. He thought back to the invitation he himself had posted online a few days ago. It was like a boomerang flying back from afar, silently piercing his heart. Combined with the fatigue from his all-nighters, Simon's eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Moments later, the teleportation array formation flickered. A man in a suit materialized and called out hastily. Simon! Simon! He kept calling out several times but could only see 100-meter Mecha, with no response to be heard. The man in the suit looked around bewildered and scratched his head in confusion. Hey, where's Simon? Chapter 96. A friend slot, 1 mythical material, _1. Translator, 549690339. When the group diver civilization trait began to take effect. Over 70% of the population on planet Blue Star had awakened their abyss runes, allowing them to view their own talent attributes and summon the Zero model Mecha. This naturally had a huge impact. It even led to turbulence and chaos. 20 years ago, just over 100,000 Mecha pilots had already plunged planet Blue Star into chaos. If it had been a general awakening, who knows if the civilization's structure on planet Blue Star would have been on the brink of collapse. Luckily, over these past 20 years, the Alliance has risen and established a new order on planet Blue Star. Alliance Mecha pilots have gained ample experience in dealing with small-scale chaos through countless incidents of handling abyssal monsters. Moreover, with the considerable disparity in Mecha attributes, even a first-rank Mecha pilot could easily suppress any uprising caused by a 0th rank Mecha. Therefore, after the initial chaos and a small number of zero-cost acquisitions, order on planet Blue Star was quickly restored. Especially in Xia Kingdom, the chaos resulting from the mass awakening of abyss runes was the least in number and the quickest to recover. Of course, these events could not reach a certain man-made island deep in the ocean. Nearly 108th rank powerhouses gathered together. Even if a 9th rank strength abyssal monster appeared here, it wouldn't be able to breathe for even a few seconds. However, 8th rank Mecha pilots themselves were extremely busy. With planet Blue Star in the midst of transformation and turmoil, they had many more things to do. For example, among the newly awakened talents of planet Blue Star, there might be individuals with SSS class potential. Recruiting them into the organization and nurturing them patiently had many benefits. Therefore, after they saw the new star who brought hope to planet Blue Star by braving the abyss difficulty level, they quickly took their leave. Before leaving, they did not forget to ask Jiang Chen for his contact info. Though it's possible that another hope of humanity might arise among the swelling ranks of Mecha pilots on planet Blue Star, perhaps even more. It's just possible. Now, one who has already grown into the hope of humanity stands before them. How could anyone easily overlook him? One of the 8th rank Mecha pilots approached Jiang Chen, touched the abyss rune, and took out a fist-sized, bizarre crystal. Within its transparent crystalline layers, it seemed to contain countless stars. Brother Jiang, my name is Saurus, founder of the Deep Thought faction. Thank you for traversing the abyss and carving a new path for our planet Blue Star, obtaining a ticket to a higher level. The hope of humanity, truly worthy of the title. This is a star's mineral core I obtained during the 8th rank advancement trial. It's a mythical quality material for 8th rank, used to strengthen Mecha. It can significantly increase the armor value and there's a chance for the Mecha to gain the power of asterism. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. I hope you don't find it too meager. Oh, and let's add each other as friends. Keep in touch in the future. If you have any materials or modules you want to sell, you can also send them to me to take a look. Saurus is too polite. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly received the star's mineral core and stored it in the abyss rune. The most valuable aspect of this material is not its mythical quality or its 8th rank. It's the fact that it's an advancement output. You see, advancement trials are different from the age-old shadow, which can be infinitely repeated. They possess the rare characteristics of real-world, super high burst rate, extremely rare, once per rank. These not only greatly enhance the value of the output, but also give these advancement trials outputs a uniqueness. After all, there are less than 108th rank Mecha pilots in total. This means there have been less than 108th rank trials experienced by planet Blue Star. You can imagine the rarity of these materials. If it weren't for the extremely low output of supercharge modules, these high-rank materials that can bring advanced characteristics wouldn't necessarily be less valuable than low-rank supercharged ones. Most importantly, this was the expense of a powerhouse buying a friend's slot to curry Jiang Chen's favor. How could Jiang Chen turn away the face of an 8th rank powerhouse? He promptly took out his personal terminal and added the powerhouse as a friend. Seeing that their friendly transaction had ended, another 8th rank powerhouse squeezed in. Young friend Jiang, I'm Cray, the leader of the ARC organization. Thank you for your contributions to Planet Blue Star. This is a 7th rank mythical material produced by Advancement Trial, the Time Ruin Gravel. Though it's only 7th rank, it has a high probability of granting time affinity to Mecha, giving them control over time. I have many more rare materials like this, and each one is of the highest quality. Add me as a friend. If you need to trade for a supercharged module, just contact me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Rare time-related material. Jiang Chen quickly took the small bottle of golden gravel and stored it in the abyss rune. In terms of attributes, time and space are absolutely top tier among them all. Any ability module related to them would have extremely rare effects. In terms of values, they might not match the supercharged modules. But in terms of mechanism, they far surpass the usual supercharged ones. For many Mecha pilots, rare time modules are even more valuable than supercharge modules. In fact, among the current top Mecha of Planet Blue Star, only 3 have embarked on the path of time, awakening time-related modules. This demonstrated their rarity. A 7th rank material surpasses the 8th rank. Don't worry, big shot, I'll definitely keep it in mind. Saurus nearly gnashed his teeth in frustration. Damn it, competing maliciously for friend slots now, are we? So what if he has precious time-related materials? Even if Jiang Chen is exceptionally skilled and dedicated, in the end, he's just a super newbie. Chapter 97. A friend slot, 1 mythical material, _2. Translator, 549690339. The output of materials and modules is ultimately finite. Won't sell for much. So, you want to corner the market, hey? Considering that Cray, the leader of the ARC organization, is an SSS class talent, his strength far surpasses mine. Saurus swallowed his pride. Got to hand it to you. However, the words ARC organization reminded Jiang Chen of something else. Right, big shot Cray, since you are the leader of the ARC organization, what about Simon? Jiang Chen had never met Simon, so there wasn't any animosity between them. Despite being beaten to the first clearance, Simon didn't show any irritation, but instead invited him to team up for clearing Abyss. So, although Jiang Chen had no intention to form a team, he bore no hostility towards Simon himself. It was just a plain competition. At this moment, he was a bit curious. Having cleared Abyss so quickly, he wondered how Simon felt now. Simon? He's the son of a friend of mine, with a talent somewhat better than mine, but compared to you, he still falls quite short, said Cray with a smile. He was looking forward to team up with you for the Abyss clearance. Seems like that opportunity is gone now. Jiang Chen smiled too. No worries, there will be plenty of other chances in the future. The chances Jiang Chen mentioned clearly didn't refer to himself. With the base number of Mecha pilots on Planet Blue Star rising from millions to 10 billion, the number of top talents is bound to surge. Even if not in the thousands, they definitely wouldn't be as few and far between as they are now. Talents on the same level as Simon would be dime a dozen in the future, and he wasn't worried about finding teammates. Cray fell silent for a moment. He understood what Jiang Chen meant. But he also knew Simon's character. Already full of arrogance, to have an ultimate genius suddenly emerge and topple him from his pedestal from afar. Then, to have a bunch of equally talented geniuses pop up, stripping away his uniqueness and reducing him to one of those mortals he talked about. Yikes! That's rough. After all, he's our genius. I'll need to give him some serious psychological counseling when I get back, hoping he doesn't get too discouraged. Considering this possibility, Cray didn't linger to chat with Jiang Chen and quickly took his leave. One by one, other 8th rank tycoons stepped forward, trading their premium 7th and 8th rank materials to secure a spot on Jiang Chen's friends list. Time-related materials, space-related materials, dream-related materials, mythical creature materials. In just a short amount of time, Jiang Chen made a killing and couldn't stop smiling from his bounty. He had originally thought that being the first to clear the abyss wouldn't grant an SSS class rating and wouldn't provide any settlement materials. But here he was, raking in a fortune. It was just in time for Jiang Chen to enhance his primeval Mecha and steam Mecha. Now, not only did he have all the materials ready, but he also had a wealth of extra premium options to choose from. The blueprints all needed updating, upgrading from 1.0 to 2.0. As for using 7th and 8th rank mythical materials to enhance 0th and 1st rank Mechas, when the grade, quality and even potential of the materials can't be fully utilized. Would that be too wasteful? Don't ask. If you ask, it's because I'm rich. Even if it means piling up materials, Jiang Chen was determined to elevate 0 and Yun to the level of divine Mechas. While he reaped a bountiful harvest, Jiang Chen also didn't forget the needs of these tycoons. In front of all the big shots, he gave a clear answer. If I decide to sell supercharged modules or premium items like that, I'll announce it on my friends' circle in advance, he said. All you tycoons will then have a fair chance to bid. Guaranteed to be open and transparent. The 8th rank tycoons were satisfied with this statement. They had many things to attend to and summoned their land-use mini-mechas, bidding farewell and leaving. Only symbol of the alliance Li Xiao stayed behind. When the island finally returned to complete tranquility, Li Xiao glanced at Bai Ying and said to Jiang Chen, I remember you're still under the protection of the new Talent Protection Act, accumulating contributions, right? Jiang Chen nodded. In less than a month, he had grown to a level previously unimaginable to him. His horizons had been completely opened. He used to be amazed and shocked by 50,000 contributions a day or equivalent to 50 million Xia Kingdom currency. Now in retrospect, he can't help but see how laughable and narrow-minded he was. To a low-ranked Mecha pilot, 50,000 contributions a day is terrifying. To an average person, 50 million currency a day is astronomical. It practically breaks the currency system. But in reality, for high-rank Mecha pilots, currency has long since lost its meaning. They are already capable of piloting Mechas to explore other star systems, exoplanets. In the vast universe, all common resources such as precious metals and gems are virtually infinite, and they also have access to top-tier treasures that can extend life and enhance the body. They can even develop endless worlds within the abyss. So what's the value of money? Furthermore, for high-rank Mecha pilots, if not for civilizational restrictions and a sense of belonging to civilization, and their inability to endure prolonged solitude, they could completely abandon planet Blue Star and venture alone into the boundless cosmos. Compared to the entire universe, planet Blue Star is just too insignificant. Contributions are the same. Is there even one of those premium level-up materials that the 8th rank tycoons gave Jiang Chen that could be bought with contributions? At their level, unless there is something special that can act as a general equivalent, the only method of trade left is one: bartering. As for contributions, currency, they're just for low-ranked Mecha pilots to use, a currency system allowing them to earn reasonable income and facilitate transactions. And the new Talent Protection Act and the compensation for hiring tycoon-class Mechas are the same deal. Chapter 98. A friend slot, 1 mythical material, _3. Translator, 549690339. Essentially, it is just to urge talented Mecha pilots not to slack off and to strive hard. As for the daily accumulated contributions, if they are not paid immediately, it is almost as if they were non-existent. After all, once one reaches the status of a 4th rank Mecha pilot and completes the Mecha's second sublimation, it is nearly like accomplishing a class transition. These little bits of contribution can be easily regained by simply clearing the abyss a few times. Jiang Chen understands this principle now. Even though he is still a 1st rank Mecha pilot, He has already thoroughly crossed the class barrier, reaching a stage similar to that of an 8th rank Mecha pilot, where one can disregard the monetary system and purely barter with goods. Li Xiao brought up this matter precisely to turn this point into a solid reality. To you, contributions have already lost their meaning. After all, as the child of hope who has cleared the abyss and opened up a path for civilization, your contribution to planet Blue Star is immeasurable. From now on, no matter what you need, want to purchase, or wish to obtain, the Alliance will pay the price for you. Along with his words, Jiang Chen's personal terminal vibrated slightly. Looking down, he saw that the contribution value, which had been over 100,000, had changed. Only one symbol was left. Now he truly had infinite resources. Theoretically speaking, even if Jiang Chen now demanded all the materials, modules, characteristics, and items from the Void Alliance, Li Xiao would agree without hesitation. Of course, that's just a theory. Not to mention that Jiang Chen has no use for all that junk, and given the Alliance's generosity towards him, he would not abuse the system. It's like going to a buffet and only taking what you need. Li Xiao continued. Additionally, even though you have cleared the abyss, your rank is ultimately too low, and your strength has not yet grown. To prevent any accidents, Bai Ying will continue to stay by your side, providing protection. Until you have the ability to protect yourself. Bai Ying? Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at Bai Ying, who was blinking beside him. It's not that he disliked this slightly airhead Mecha loli, after all, she had taken care of him for nearly a month, and he had gotten used to it. The main question was, why wasn't he being protected by an 8th rank Mecha? Bai Ying seemed to feel Jiang Chen's gaze and started to speak, but it was Ruan Minjiahu's voice that came through. What's that look for? Even if you're a big shot now, you can't belittle Bai Ying like that. My Bai Ying is one of the few time Mechas on planet Blue Star, and in terms of protective ability, even 8th rank Mechas are no match for her. Previously there were too many bosses around, and 7th rank rookie Ruan Minjiahu was trembling with fear, pretending to go offline and snooping stealthily. Now that she saw the bosses were gone, she spoke up to defend Bai Ying's honor. Li Xiao also nodded slightly. That's right, time attributes are full of uncertainties, and there are only 3 time Mechas on the entire planet Blue Star. Bai Ying is one of them and has sublimated a time stop module. No matter the enemy, she can instantly stop time, teleport you to safety, and send me your coordinates to summon my spatial Mecha. SHH. One of only 3 time Mechas on planet Blue Star has been cooking, cleaning, and doing household chores for him every day? Jiang Chen had thought Bai Ying was on the maid route. After Li Xiao finished, he glanced at Ruan Minjiahu and frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you, during the protection period, the Mecha's ownership is to be completely transferred to the newcomer? What's going on here? Bai Ying's gaze flickered, and Ruan Minjiahu logged off on the spot. She had been following the rules, connecting to Bai Ying only when Jiang Chen requested communication. The main reason was that clearing the abyss difficulty level was such a shocking piece of news. For a moment, she forgot everything else and logged in at the first opportunity, eager to find out what had happened. Li Xiao knew the reason and didn't criticize her too harshly, telling Bai Ying. Bai Ying, remember to tell her, not to repeat this. Bai Ying understands. Seeing Bai Ying nod, Li Xiao looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze softening again. By the way, your clearing the abyss difficulty level not only brought civilization privilege. When I touched the abyss rune, I found that the replica of the age-old shadow had also undergone a corresponding change. On hearing this, Jiang Chen remembered the 2 notifications received at settlement. One was to create age-old shadow based on abyss fragments. The other was to open new endless abyss levels according to the depth of the abyss cleared. What did this indicate? He touched the abyss rune, opened the age-old shadow category, and quickly schemed through it. To his surprise, in the abyss level 1, where there were originally only 150 age-old shadows. 151st had shockingly appeared. Named Steam Raging Tide. Chapter 99. Is this how you write a guide? _1. Translator, 549690339. A new age-old shadow? Exceeding the upper limit of 150. Boss, this Steam Raging Tide. Facing Jiang Chen's questions, Li Xiao gave a definitive reply. From Abyss Level 1 to Abyss Level 8, each level has 150 age-old shadows. Among them, there is no presence of this Steam Raging Tide. This is a completely unexplored, brand new age-old shadow. A brand new age-old shadow? Jiang Chen's heart quivered. Not to mention its underlying significance, the value it brought was immeasurable. After all, the materials, modules, and items produced by each age-old shadow were completely different. It was the differentiated output from these 150 age-old shadows that formed the current Mecha pilot system, as well as the various blueprints for Mecha pilots. Now, a brand new age-old shadow would naturally bring new materials, modules, and outputs. It would react with the previous material outputs, thereby significantly expanding the evolutionary pathways of Mechas. Deriving more possibilities. Perhaps among the new combinations, there was a path to divine-level Mechas. And this new age-old shadow had appeared only after clearing the Abyss difficulty level. Considering the hint of open endless abyss, could it mean that by clearing each Abyss difficulty level, a new age-old shadow would be unlocked? In that case, the abyssal world truly was the endless abyss. There was simply no known limit or end in sight. Jiang Chen was shocked. Li Xiao clearly shared the same thought. Only by clearing the Abyss difficulty level can one truly earn the ticket to the endless abyss. More age-old shadows will open their doors to us, bringing more Mecha combinations and possibilities. That seems reasonable. The universe has countless planets, perhaps countless civilizations will be born. The abyss contains an endless universe. In this infinite abyss, 100 or 200 age-old shadows are truly a drop in the ocean. Li Xiao exclaimed. The endless abyss, more Mecha pilots. Planet Blue Star has finally gotten on the right track. No matter what lies ahead, it's no longer just darkness. By the way, after you cleared it, the highest difficulty of Star of Mutation has also changed. From the original Abyss difficulty, it has become age-old difficulty level. If all goes as expected, it should be an age-old shadow generated based on your circumstances before the clear. If you're willing, you can upload the boss data of the highest difficulty level of Star of Mutation to your personal terminal and create a simple strategy guide. That way, Mecha pilots who want to challenge the highest difficulty in the future can have a point of reference. No problem. I'll organize the guide and upload it to the forum later. Jiang Chen's external scanning device contained database information collected by his predecessors. Having benefited from the work of those before him, he naturally would not be stingy with helping future generations. He also felt a small thrill in his heart. It was finally his turn to write a strategy guide. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He admired Jiang Chen's character even more than his talent. Enthusiastic, generous, full of vitality. It was as if he saw the self that had never experienced darkness. With that thought, Li Xiao spoke up. Well, I should also get going to take care of things. You have just cleared the Abyss difficulty level, so you'll probably be quite busy. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just send me a message. Jiang Chen nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked. By the way, boss, what kind of supercharge module do you need? I'll help you grind a few as well. Clearing the Abyss difficulty level of Star of Mutation was far from the end, it was the beginning. Jiang Chen planned to tackle a spree of the Abyss difficulty level after handling his current tasks, accumulating enough supercharge modules, and then consider promotion. After all, due to the rules of the age-old shadow, once a Mecha pilot descended into the abyss, they would lose the ability to ascend and could no longer step into the shallower levels of the abyss. They could only descend deeper and deeper. Therefore, the accumulation in the lower levels also affected future growth. Further, with Blue Star Abyss runes spreading and the base of Mecha pilots increasing, it was estimated that many SSS-class geniuses with exceptional talent would appear soon. Jiang Chen could invest in some supercharge modules and nurture a few SSS-class geniuses, bringing them up to the level necessary to clear the abyss. Even if they couldn't do it alone, they could try to form teams. Later on, even if Jiang Chen had descended into much deeper levels of the abyss, he could still use these geniuses to continuously clear shallower abyss difficulty levels, increasing the number of shallow age-old shadows and producing more new supercharged modules. During this process, civilization potential would inevitably be improved, thus gaining more civilization bonuses. Pioneers blaze the trail. Now it's my turn. This was Jiang Chen's current thought process. If he was going to roll a snowball, he would bring the whole of planet Blue Star with him. He wanted to see a planet where Blue Star talents were everywhere, and supercharging was as common as dirt. During this process, giving back through bartering, and creating more supercharge modules to rejuvenate figures such as the symbol of the Alliance for a second time, was also a matter of course. However, when Li Xiao heard Jiang Chen's words, he shook his head. Not at the moment. If you want to give me a supercharge module, trade it to the rookie Mecha pilots of the Alliance. I will pay for them. With civilization just having unlocked the group diver trait, we're in a period of rapid development. Compared with us old-timers, nurturing those talents yields greater benefits. Chapter 100. Is this how you write a guide? _2. Translator, 549690339. What the fuck? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. He thought the big shot was a good person. Turns out, the big shot was a saint. Li Xiao, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, said helplessly. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I don't want a supercharge module? I'm much greedier than you think. The supercharge modules produced by Abyss Level 1 are only fit for use by first-rank Mechas, to enhance their potential a bit. For an 8th-rank Mecha pilot, the improvement is significant, but not as huge as you'd imagine. What I want is a premium nascent form Mecha from the start, upgrading with supercharge modules at every rank, evolving and ascending to become my true main Mecha. A few supercharge modules can't satisfy my appetite. Li Xiao candidly shared his thoughts. Then, with a smile, he said. So, you might as well leave the supercharge modules for someone who needs them more. I'll hold on to the Mecha slot until the day you all have grown up. You want to reconstruct the Supreme Bone, right? Jiang Chen had an epiphany and felt an even greater fondness for Li Xiao, even feeling relieved. To be honest, he didn't quite believe in the existence of saints. That's too perfect. It's normal for a big shot to have demands. If there were no demands at all, just pure giving, then he would have to worry about something else. Jiang Chen patted his chest and said. No problem then, big shot, don't rush. When I hit 9th rank, I'll put together a fierce Mecha for you to play with. Li Xiao also laughed. Good. Li Xiao informed Jiang Chen that the location of the island base had been compromised. He would create a suitable new base for Jiang Chen inside a star. Telling Jiang Chen to get ready to move. Then, he drove off in his silver Mecha. Jiang Chen stood in the now serene island base. Like a newbie just leaving the starter village, staring at the dazzling world, suddenly feeling lost about what to do next. After clearing the abyss, there were too many things to do. First, in the current world, the group diver trait had taken effect. His parents must have awakened abyss runes too, so he had to check on them. Former classmates and friends would probably want to contact him. The Guide to Clearing Star of Mutation, module installations and enhancements for the 2 Mechas, Zero hasn't even been repaired yet. A whole basket full of issues awaited his attention. In the abyss, Jiang Chen wanted to see what the age-old difficulty level was like, as well as check out the newly introduced Steam Raging Tide and complete the first clear achievement. Grind some stuff out. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and decided to start with the present world, from easiest to hardest, and quickly deal with the tasks at hand. He first took out his personal terminal and sent a message to his parents, telling them not to worry and that he would be back soon. Then, he opened the Alliance forum page and began typing at lightning speed. His fingers almost created after images. He had fully grasped the attributes and mechanics of the Transcender. Compiling this information didn't take much time. So, he decided to post the Abyss difficulty level clearing process and guide first. He'd go back and try the age-old difficulty level of Star of Mutation later to see the differences between the two levels, then provide additional data. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Chen typed out a review of 20,000 words. He spent a few more seconds checking for typos. Click Publish. Jiang Chen put away his personal terminal and said, "Bai Yun, let's go. Time to head back home." "All right, my lord." "Your subordinate obeys." Jiang Chen looked at Yun and Bai Ying but thought of Zero. It was a pity she was still asleep. Considering the numerous tasks ahead, Jiang Chen directly used a first-rank premium repair item, putting Zero into repair mode. It would take 7 hours for the repairs to finish. Zero still hadn't woken up. On an unknown planet, Simon had already been awakened by someone. He opened his eyes and saw a man in a suit standing on a hoverboard outside the cockpit. At that moment, the suited man's forehead featured an additional black patterned eye. "Cayman, you. Haha, I've finally got my Abyss rune, I can become a Mecha pilot now." Cayman was Simon's older brother, taught by their father together. A few years ago, Simon awakened his Abyss rune, cleared the basic trial, and became an SSS class prodigy. He, however, never got his chance, only able to enviously watch his brother, running errands, assisting in odd jobs, relaying messages, and such. Now, he had finally reaped the benefits of the great Mecha era, awakening his own Abyss rune. Cayman exclaimed excitedly at this time. "Do you know what my talent is? Mecha Overload. Not only can it let a Mecha load double the modules, but it can also increase the overloading tiers along with the Mecha quality. The higher the quality, the more modules it can carry. I could perhaps become an SSS class genius too. Double SSS in one family. Ha ha ha, the two of us brothers can finally fight side by side." The fact that his older brother had finally awakened his Abyss rune and demonstrated an outstanding talent should have been an extremely joyful event. But why couldn't he manage to even smile? Simon sat there dazed, barely curving his lips into a congratulation, feeling incredibly weary inside. Seeing Simon's expression, Cayman's smile gradually faded, and he sighed. "You saw that prompt too, didn't you? Jiang Chen has cleared the Abyss." "Yet." Simon nodded. Jiang Chen had cleared the Abyss. How could Jiang Chen possibly clear the Abyss? He was only first rank, he had just awakened not long ago. A few days ago, he was eagerly thinking about how he should cooperate with this genius. Suddenly, the other party had rocketed away, spraying exhaust in his face without even leaving a view of his backside. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.